Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
We mo. Yeah, we mo. We mo. No basa ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba. Since I was born, but now I am 20 youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna koga book.
Na turn by turn, na jagaban turn, turn by turn. I beg you, wait for your turn. Come on. Turn by turn, na jagaban turn, turn by turn. We say now turn by turn, na jagaban turn, turn by turn. I beg you wait for your turn. I beg you wait for your turn. Turn by turn, na jagaban turn, turn by turn.
That's a very dangerous, what do you call it?
I agree with you that it is dangerous. Is that what they agreed on in Abuja this morning? So is that the meeting, the photograph of the meeting?
Yeah, this is the meeting.
Where's Nana Akufo-Addo?
There he is. And technically Nigeria was represented actually.
Why?
By the foreign minister of the deposed government.
They invited him?
Yeah.
So he was there too? Where's he?
Where he is.
Okay, but where is he in the photograph?
I think it should be...
Drinking glasses, spectacle. I think it's this one. Yeah.
So technically the deposed government was there, and then the communique, this is the summary of the communique they released. They reiterated their support for Bazoum, and they condemned the attempted coup. So they still haven't recognized the coup. So they were condemned.
And called it attempted.
Attempted coup. They still further condemn his condition of detention, as in Bazoum. And they resolved to what they use force in ending the crisis. All options on the table, without excluding force. And then they also called for continuous enforcement of Ecowas sanction. And then interestingly, because of the intransigence of Mali and Burkina Faso, they also warned against member states. They also warned against member states hindering, the attempt to resolve the crisis. And this is particularly in reference to activities of Mali and Burkina Faso.
Or they warned member states?
Yeah. Against
hindrance in ending the crisis. Okay.
And this particular, you could see that this
Mali and Burkina Faso,
referring to Mali and Burkina Faso. And then they further call for AU and UN backing to enforce their Ecowas decision. And then interestingly, they ordered for the activation and deployment of the standby force.
The standby force has already been put together.
Technically, the standby force does not exist. It has been on the table for a very long time. But this decision may precipitate the process of establishing it. But some people may also be doubting if the standby force can actually take shape. In terms of asset, Nigeria alone has enough asset to deploy.
Yes, yes.
Has what
in terms of equipment?
Equipment, yeah.
But the men?
The men will be, and that is why I think so. Going forward, I think what other countries will be doing will be sending men and not logistics. And
yes, Nigeria will take care of the logistics.
And that will be easy to deploy. And then, interestingly, also there are those who look at it to see that they believe that perhaps Nigeria is being motivated by economic reasons to impose tough position on Niger.
Why?
Remember the proposed Trans-Sahara gas pipeline that is supposed to transport Nigerian gas all across Niger through the Sahara, through Algeria to Europe.
So they need Niger stable.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that is what is fueling But then, interestingly too, we also have some team of Nigerian politicians who issued an appeal to
against the force.
No, they issued an appeal for lifting of the sanction because I think the sanction have taken, they're really biting.
Yeah, the electricity one alone.
Yes. And then Ivory Coast also banned both import and exportation.
To Niger.
Import and export to Niger.
But Ghana is going to suffer high prices in onion.
Yeah, that's another issue. We'll probably suffer high prices. But I think another team, that could be another factor. But Nigeria currently produce a lot of onions. So we don't know if Nigeria's produce will be able to fill the gap.
It's unlikely. Nigeria itself has a huge population.
Yeah. And then because of the insecurity in Boko Haram, some of the lands are not accessible. So output has drastically dropped. And interestingly too, we need to look at the situation whereby there's a call for rebellion within minorities in Niger. And this call is being led by the former minister and the ex-rebel leader.
Call against who?
No, there was this process Bazoum initiated with ex-rebels to end the civil war, the Tuareg revolt.
Yes.
So he brought some of them into government. And people believe that might have angered the military.
Oh, to take over?
To take over.
Okay, and those people are resisting it?
And they have also called for revolt and support ECOWAS,
Actions.
Decision.
Who are they? Do they have a significant influence?
This particular person.
And he's in Niger?
Yeah.
And he made this statement in Niger?
In Niger.
And the Junta is not arresting him?
Well, you see, it depends on, because he's from the part of the country where he has a lot of support.
Oh, so going there is difficult?
And as a former rebel leader, it is easy to activate the group he disbanded.
Absolutely, yes.
And we are now at a point where we have popular legitimacy against armed, resistance. Because he's calling for armed resistance against the junta. But then the junta...
And we're assuming the junta has popular legitimacy.
Has popular legitimacy.
Yes.
And then, again, this is what we have now. The coastal states calling for, armed intervention. As against the states in the Sahel calling for resistance. So, we don't know how it will end by...
Okay, so within today's Thursday, what do you anticipate will happen by next week Thursday?
Well, I hope diplomacy succeed.
Is diplomacy still going on?
Well, it failed severally because...
But is there a next diplomatic step that has been announced? Is there a visit to Niger?
Informal channels could be used. You know, when the Nigerian government sent Sultan of Sokoto with Absalam Abubakar, the military government refused to meet them. But Sanusi went on his own accord. And he met members of the junta. So I think if informal actors are brought on board through their influence, we could have some breakthrough. But then we need to look at the security implications of what? Sending that force on both member countries and the fight against terrorism in the Sahel, which is very, very important in this situation. And then we need to look at, what do you call it, the map.
Yeah.
To enforce armed intervention, you need the cooperation of Chad, Libya, Algeria. So now, I don't know the level of support that Chad might have given. But Algeria issued a communique in which it says it supports the status quo.
Status quo being?
Stability in Niger, and the status that is in support
Bazoum.
of the Bazoum.
Okay.
And it's not a surprise because Bazoum was an ethnic Arab. And then under Bazoum, there was no need for this ground war that we're facing today. But then,
okay, so Algeria is a strong country.
Yeah. But I think for Algeria's concern, one is the fight against terrorism. You know, in the 1990s, we had this Pan-Tuareg revolt. That spanned between Mali and, what do you call it, Niger. And it created a lot of refugees going to, what do you call it, Algeria. So Algeria is trying to avoid that. And with the Tuareg leader calling for revolt, do we see a Pan-Tuareg revolt again? Remember, Mali has its own Tuareg issues. And then secondly, but an envoy was sent to Algeria and Libya. But there's another problem in Libya. Which of the parties are you talking to? The government in Tripoli or the government in Tobruk?
Who's in Benghazi in Libya?
That is Khalifa Haftar.
He's in Benghazi.
He's in Benghazi.
Who is in Tripoli? The American government?
No, Dibaiba.
I'm the one established by America.
The one recognized by the UN. But
the UN, he's in Tripoli.
So diplomatically, it is more appropriate to talk with the one in Tripoli.
Yes.
But practically,
he has legal legitimacy.
But practically, you need Haftar, not these people.
Why?
Because he controls the stretch of land that connects
the
Niger.
Geographic situation.
And the question is, he been in alliance with Russia, UAE, and Saudi Arabia, as against the government that is being backed by the West.
He will back the Niger.
So we need to look at...
He will back the action in Niger.
So when the envoy was sent to Libya, did he meet both sides of the Libyan divide?
This envoy was from UN?
No, Nigeria sent Babagana Kinibi
to Libya.
For Algeria and Libya. But the question is, when he met the Libyan regime, did he meet the government in Tobruk or the government in... Because whatever the government in Tripoli agrees to...
What press release did they bring out relating to Libya?
That was when Algeria released, what do you call it? Their communique.
The statement you just referred
But
to.
then for Libya, I've not been able to see any, but I don't know, it might stem from the division. But practically speaking, we need to deal with the Khalifa after. But diplomatically, you need to do... But then the fight against terrorism is another issue. You know, there was this recent display of force by IS.
In
Islamic
Africa?
In West Africa particularly. No, there was this...
they call themselves IS?
Yeah, Islamic State West African Province.
Where are they based?
They are based across Mali, Burkina Faso.
And this is them?
Yeah.
With this equipment?
Yeah. But you see, that was because this was a show of force. Secondly, their leader was killed in Syria. And a new leader was appointed. So they were swearing allegiance to the new leader. But then if you're able to marshal this amount of troops openly, without the fear of the drone strike or air force strike, and it tells you there's a lot of, what do you call it, fight that needs to be done in terms
Why are you anticipating they will be on this Niger crisis?
Because any instability in Niger that tend to distract the attention, the focus away from the fight against these groups, tend to give them room to reorganize, recoordinate, recruit more.
What is the objective, the ISIS West Africa?
Well, they are trying to carve out their so-called Islamic Caliphate. But even the Islamic groups fighting the Sahel are not just one monolithic body. You have the Janim, Jamaat Nasrul Islam.
When you say they are trying to carve out Islamic Caliphate, what does it mean? They want to establish an Islamic federal government in Africa?
What they say, they want to establish an Islamic government across the Sahel, in areas that have been...
When they say Islamic government, do they mean a government like Nigeria led by a Muslim? Or they mean a government that practices the tenets of the Quran?
A government that practices the tenets of the Quran according to their understanding, because not every Muslim, majority of Muslims don't subscribe to their views.
Which means dressing in a certain way,
not necessarily
the
dressing, but
cutting their head.
There are amputation and the likes. Those are things that are fundamental part of...
So they want a radical Islamic government established in the Sahel.
Well, you see, what they are preaching, in terms of amputation for crimes, these are core part of Islamic belief.
Yeah.
But the method of doing it is what is disputed, because Islam lays strict condition. For example, if you accuse your wife of fornication, you're supposed to produce 4 solid witnesses. And they must all agree that they saw the penetration. if one have a doubt, that seems to be an evidence.
I have to leave it here. This is too heavy. This one is too heavy.
So there it is. So there it is. Good day. So we start on that note, just to set the tempo for what is about to come. So we're still with the narrative of what's going on in the Niger Republic. So that seems to, there's a certain ebb and flow to it. So when you think there's almost at the cusp of reaching a diplomatic, non-kinetic solution, then suddenly things spike up again. So a lot of the conversations to wrap around that, and that was an understanding from Ghana that somebody sent in. So I thought just to start it on that note. So we started on that note. Good day to you, good to see you, and how are you? So good day to you, good to see you, and how are you? I hope you had a wonderful day. So we're now in the full throes of the weekend. It's probably Sunday in some parts of the world, certainly Saturday here. It's even Sunday here now. So good day to you. We're at the tail end of the weekend. So before we carry on, the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. And the like button is actually looking quite handsome already. So there's every expectation that we will get past that 100 likes that we've set as a bar. So set us off on that journey. If you haven't clicked on the like button, please do that. So as many people as are watching right now should be clicked on the like button already. So do that immediately and right now. Click on subscribe as well if you haven't done that. So those two are essential and they must be done. So do that as a matter of compulsion. So you are compelled to do those two things. Click on like and subscribe. So now, what is not compelled, what is not compulsory, but are highly suggested, highly recommended, is this hyperlink that says StreamYard. So it brings you into the studio, and then you can participate in the discussions as well, share your thoughts, and then expand our knowledge of what we're talking about. So if you have the articulation to present yourself to on a live stream, then come join us. There's nothing that stops you. You've seen the sessions, you see how it flows, and you know that you have all of the freedom to free express. We only have one rule: just don't abuse people, which I don't think is anything that that should be an obstacle in your way. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then come join us on the screen. So I've made the hyperlink immediately available for those of you, especially new voices. You know we're always canvassing for new voices. So a lot of conversations, that is if a panel turns up, a lot of conversations will be wrapped around that Niger Republic space, because it looks as though it's about to spike up again. And a lot of things happening all at once, a lot of balls being juggled, a lot of intensive diplomatic activities going on, but then a lot of militarized activities going on as well. So one of them ultimately has to land somewhere. But we've had some sort of a pronouncement from the coupist, which I think you might well find interesting. So a lot of that are conversations around that. But not that solely the conversation. This as well, President TINUBU'S likely Minister of Petroleum revealed. So a lot of you, of course, would have noticed in the readout of the ministerial list that the notable absence of a Minister of Petroleum shone out like a beacon, probably the most important portfolio within the Nigerian space. So there was no minister designate for that, but who is likely to occupy that post, that position, that spot? So hang around to find out. President TINUBU'S likely Minister of Petroleum revealed. So who that is, we'll find out in the fullness of. So we'll find that out in the fullness of. So now this next headline was the strap line for the stream. You know, this is a storyline that we have been following. It started off in Ilorin with the Emir of Ilorin flexing his Islamic muscles, telling us now that Ilorin is no longer Yoruba land, but a Fulanized Islamic space. So it looks as though the Yoruba space, as always, with their stealth and gal about to put manners on the Fulani man. But how are you even putting manners on the Fulani man that is sitting on a Yoruba stool? That's a wider question. Isese Day, list of states that have declared Monday public holiday. So Isese Day, this is a new development within Yoruba land. So Isese, of course, it means tradition, essentially. Like I always say, the Yoruba language does not really carry over in translation. Isese, of course, deeper and more nuanced in meaning than just a tradition, but the closest interpretation in English would be tradition. So a tradition day or a traditional day or a day that speaks to tradition and celebrates tradition. So that's now been birthed as a public holiday within the Yoruba space. So, and this is not coincidental, by the way. Nothing happens by coincidence. I'm sure, pardon me, bit perched. Nothing happens by coincidence, as I'm sure you well know. Every and anything is a consequence of a previous thing. You saw me just take a sip of water now. That is a consequence of the cough that I just just to cleanse my palate and moisten up a bit. So nothing happened by coincidence. Everything is a consequence of a previous action. So now this Isese Day that the Yoruba space is suddenly now churning out as a date to celebrate Yoruba-ness is as a consequence of that Fulanisation, Islamization agenda that is now categorical within the Nigerian space. So which states are lined up for this? That's the question. The answer to come when I do the readout. Isese Day, list of states that have declared Monday public holiday. So public holiday is Isese Day. So now let's now get back to that clip that I just played you, the Ghanaian commentary on the goings on in Niger Republic. So let's bring ourselves up to speed. Let me line them up so they're all astride. Hold on. Let me line them up so they're all astride. Okay. So now let's now get back, like I said, to that clip that I just played you, the latest developments within the Niger Republic space. So let's pick it up from here. Let's pick it up from here because, like I said, we've already heard from the coupists, and what we're hearing from the coupists is not any news that will make Tinubu and his co-travelers sleep any easier at night. Niger Junta proposes 3-year transition amid Ecowas visit. So there it is. There it is right there. So that is to tell you that if the Ecowas space concedes to a 3-year transition process, then that is to... Sorry, I'm just... you know, they say never to pay attention to the comment section, and especially never to pay attention to comments made by Abdul Momoni. So a real Momo, you know. But back to it. Niger Junta proposes 3-year transition amidst ECOWAS visit. So if the ECOWAS space, as I was saying, if they concede to a 3-year transition process, that is to say that they have surrendered that country to that junta. Because if you give them 3 years to settle in and bed in and dig their heels in, then you can take that 3 years to mean 30 years. That's just it. So they cannot be allowed to be on that seat at all. That's just the thing. And the person to superintend that transition cannot be this junta that truncated democracy. Niger junta proposes 3-year transition amidst ECOWAS visit. So quite what's in play there, I will find out shortly. A lot in that space as well. It's a space that continues to evolve. Burkina Faso, Mali deploy warplanes to Niger Republic after ECOWAS threat. So you may wonder what what's the interest of Niger, of Burkina Faso and Mali is. Well, the future of Niger Republic, the future of Burkina Faso rather and Mali the future of their governance is directly tied to what is going on in the Niger Republic now. Because if the ECOWAS space succeeds in unseating this junta and transit that country back to democracy, they're not then going to pack their bags and go home. They will go after the next set of military space within that sub-region. So what is happening in Niger Republic is a direct threat to the sort of militarized governance that they have in Burkina Faso and Mali. So this is why this headline has come to the fore. Burkina Faso, Mali deploy warplanes to Niger Republic after ECOWAS threat. So we'll find out exactly what's in play there. We'll find out exactly what is in play there. So we find out exactly what is in play there, but we're still not leaving that Niger Republic space. So this as well to the mix, a very convoluted and complex space. ECOWAS delegation meets the post Niger president. So the window of opportunity opens and that meeting has taken place. But who said what to whom, where, and when is the question. But the narrative of Niger Republic, as you all know, it widens beyond just the insularity of that state. There are several factors, both regional and internationalized, that have some sort of a stake and say within what is going on there. The impact of it stretches far and wide. Far and wide, France-United States relations grow tense over Niger coup. So quite why a coup in Niger Republic will have any sort of impact on the relationship between the United States and France? We'll find that out shortly. So it gets more convoluted and complex. So now to this, back to localized politics and to this. So back to localized politics and to this. Let me see if this is a quick read. Okay, I may well just get this out of the way. So it's been a long time since we went to P2B and the funny going on within his space. Buhari's ex-aide reacts as Peter Obi joins APC chieftains at wedding of Deputy Senate President's son. So there it is. We've all seen the images, by the way. So now let's see how it's been digested. Former presidential aide Bashir Ahmed has reacted after the Labour Party presidential candidate in the 2023 elections, Peter Obi, joined other chieftains of the All Progressive Congress APC in Kano State for the wedding ceremony of the son of the Deputy Senate President, Barau Jubrin. Correspondents earlier reported that Jubrin's son, Abdullahi, got married to Bilikisu Aliyu Sani Makadi. So that Bilikisu, I thought it was a Yoruba Muslim name. I didn't know the Northerners bore Bilikisu as well. Correspondents earlier reported that Jubrin's son, Abdullahi, got married to Bilikisu, daughter of the deputy minority leader of the House of Representatives, Aliyu Sani Makadi. The list of dignitaries at the ceremony held at the Ishaku Rabau, something or the other mosque in Dutse, Kano, after Jumat prayers, includes Vice President Kashim Shettima. Very important to see the company that Obi is keeping. Also very important. So you would have expected him to recuse himself, of course, as he recused himself from the inauguration of TINUBU. The list of dignitaries at the ceremony held at a mosque in Dutse, Kano, after Jumat prayers include Vice President Kashim Shettima, Senate President Godswill Akpabio, House of Representatives Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, Senator Ali Ndume, and Kawu Sumaila. However, photos of Peter Obi alongside Akpabio and other APC chieftains have sparked reactions online considering the impending outcome of the 2023 election case before the Election Petition Tribunal. Many supporters of the Labour Party had expected that Peter Obi would shun everything associated with the ruling party. Reacting to the development, Buhari's ex-aide averred that the former governor of Anambra State has joined real politics and is happy for him. He tweeted, Peter Obi attended wedding of Deputy Senate President's son in Kano today. Peter Obi has joined the real politics. I am happy for him. So that's a loaded statement right there. So Peter, and that's the image, of course. That's Peter Obi. It always looks out of place anywhere that you see him. Just that gumless look. That's just a sheepish, dull boy look that he always. Yeah, my name is Jeff. You know, just sluggish looking sort of a character. Look. I'm not mocking him, but look how confident and assertive the rest of. Look, he even has his hands behind his back because he knows that it shouldn't really be in verified company. But there it is. That's Peter Obi doing his yabbity yab things that he does all the time. But let's leave Peter Obi for a moment and go to this. Godwin Emefiele should be accorded status of economic saboteur, National Observatory. So economic saboteur, I think that falls within the prism of treason. So that categorizes as a treasonable felony, as a treasonable act, an economic saboteur. Godwin Emefiele, or Emefiele, however, somebody will have to tell me how to pronounce that name. Godwin Emefiele should be accorded status of economic saboteur, National Observatory. So quite what they mean by that, we'll find out shortly. So as early as just a couple of days ago, we were just reading and reflecting on the approval rating of Tinubu. But then another survey comes out. President Tinubu's approval rating drops in second month as concerns about economic growth. Survey. So this is what they say: statistics, and damned lies. I wonder who said that. Who said that actually? Anybody that knows should drop it in the comment section. Statistics are statistics and damned lies. So you can have statistics to tell you anything that you want to know. There's nothing in this world that cannot be statistically proven true. And this is what this reflects. As early as a couple of days ago, we were just reflecting on how Tinubu could have a 62% approval rating. And 2 days later, we're now being told that his approval continues to drop. So maybe we'll get this one out of the way as well. Then we listen to the care guide and then we come back. Okay, so let's have it. President Tinubu's approval rating drops in second month as concerns about. Actually, I'm going to do all the readouts now, and then we'll go to the care guides, and then we'll see if we have a panel. President Tinubu's approval rating drops in second month as concerns about economic growth. The approval rating of President Bola Tinubu dropped from 45% to 35% in the, sorry, excuse me. The approval rating of President Tinubu dropped from 45% to 35% in the second month of his administration, according to a survey. The second monthly presidential satisfaction and governance survey, which was conducted by the Governance Advancement Initiative for Nigeria, GAIN, showed that 35% rated the performance of the president as satisfactory. Right. The second monthly presidential satisfaction and governance survey, which was conducted by the Governance Advancement Initiative of Nigeria, GAIN, shows that 35% rated the performance of the president as satisfactory, with 8% of them rating his performance as excellent. 10% are down from 15% the previous month. So I wonder where this panel will, where this space would I wonder where this space would land. I wonder if we have the fullness, if we have a full house, then we probably do our own internal survey. As soon as we have 10 people on the screens, they will do an approval survey of TINUBU. But a nuanced one, no, don't go to traditional hates or likes of him. Just based on performance, all that he has done in this last 2 months, we'll do our own approval rating as soon as we have 10 people on the screen. The second monthly presidential satisfaction and governance survey, which was conducted by the Governance Advancement Initiative for Nigeria, shows that 35% rated the performance of the president as satisfactory, with 8% of them rating his performance as excellent, down from 15% the previous month. I wonder, enigmatic Kondi and Fatai will be part of that 8%, and certainly Bishop too. Or to those people, TINUBU can do no wrong. According to the survey, 11% rated it as good, down from 15% the previous month, and a further 16% rated it as average, slightly up from 15% the previous month. The survey was administered from July the 29th to August the 6th, 2023, and is aimed at tracking the sentiments of Nigerian people regarding the initiatives and policies of the TINUBU administration, and providing the unadulterated views of Nigerian public to their elected officials. According to Dr. Malcolm Fabiyi, who coordinates gains, the survey was targeted at Nigerians of voting age. Gain said over 540 responses were received, providing a margin of error of plus 4.2% at a 95% confidence level. It noted that 68.5% of the respondents indicated that they voted in the 2023 presidential election, whilst 51.1% indicated that they had no political party affiliation. Respondents were drawn from across all the 6 geopolitical zones, both in terms of their places of origin and their location of residence, the organizer said. Respondents were provided with a 5-scale question about their rating of President TINUBU'S first 2 months in office. They were provided with an option of responses ranging from excellent to good, average, poor, and very poor. Only one of these options could be selected. The survey shows that there were mixed views amongst Nigerians regarding the policies of TINUBU'S administration. For instance, 50.3% of the respondents support fuel subsidy removal. So let's just highlight that right there. So this is it right here. So we've always speculated as to if Nigerians actually, even though they can feel the pain, but do they understand the necessity of that pain? So 50% is marginal. Forget the 0.3. So 50% is marginal. So a good abundance, that's certainly more than I was expecting, of course. It says, for instance, 50.3% of these respondents support fuel subsidy removal. So that is not to tell you that 50.3% are happy to pay more for petrol, but they understand why it had to be removed. So that is it right there. For instance, 50.3% of the respondents support fuel subsidy removal, but it is down from 54% of respondents who supported it in the administration's first month in office. So that is to tell you that as the pain continues to bite, the ideological, philosophical understanding of it is starting to wane. So that's just what that tells us. As the pain continues to bite, people don't really care about the economic reasons anymore. But it is down from 54% of respondents who supported it in the administration's first month in office. Meanwhile, 4.5% of the respondents indicated that they did not know enough about the policy initiative, a slight tick upward from 4% the previous month. So that's wrapped in messaging anyway. Although you will say this is a minuscule sort of a percentage, but this is still significant enough to tell us that the messaging needs to get through even more. Also, 55% of the respondents opposed the new student loan policy of the government. The policy retains its position as the least supported policy initiative of the TINUBU government for the second month, with just 37.1% of the respondents indicating support. So I like that this survey is actually a policy by policy sort of breakdown, not just do you like TINUBU, don't you like TINUBU. Is a nuanced survey, which is really what you want to see. However, there was a slight upward tick. There was a slight uptick from the 32% of the respondents indicating support for it in the previous month. Meanwhile, 55.1% expressed a clear lack of support for the policy, up from 52% the previous month. The survey showed that 71% of respondents were supportive of the policy, allowing old and new Naira notes to be used as legal tender, up from 60% the previous month. And regarding the elimination of the dual exchange rate, 52% of respondents expressed support for it. The poll noted that the majority continued to support the policy, although the level of support dropped to 51% in the second month versus 60% the first month. Again, said respondents were presented with a list of 10 national priorities drawn from the manifesto of the ruling All Progressive Congress, as well as policy pronouncements that have been made by the administration. The respondents selected security, electricity, and healthcare as their top 3 priorities. The first priority area is security, followed by the provision of electricity in second place, whilst healthcare ranked third. So there is no quibbling, pardon me, there is no quibbling the first 2, that is, in the order of priorities that Nigerians have. So security over and above everything else has to be paramount. And electricity is just a close second. If we did not have the security situation, electricity will be our most paramount area of priority. But healthcare ranking third, that's quite interesting, because traditionally you think people will say education or something like that. Respondents were also allowed to provide their own list of priorities, as well as commentary on the list, on the listed priority areas. Regarding the economy, respondents were provided with 5 statements to express their views about the economy, and they were required to select one of the options. I am optimistic about the economy. I feel positive about the economy. I am very concerned about the economy. Nothing is being done to create jobs, and I see encouraging signs for job and employment. According to the poll result, 44.20% are very concerned about the economy. 30.2% picked nothing is being done to create jobs. 12.7% said they were optimistic about the economy, and 10% said they were positive about the economy. Only 2.76% of the respondents said they saw encouraging signs for job and employment. So this is down to messaging again. This is down to messaging. Basically, 3 of the views expressed are positive sentiments, whilst 2 expressed negative sentiments about the economy and or the government's plan to address it. Overall, 25.6% of the respondents expressed positive sentiments about the economy, whilst 74.4% expressed negative sentiments. So this will be meat and drink for the obedient space, of course. They'll be doing their gnashing of the teeth over that blood-fanged nonsense that they do in their watering holes. When asked for their views on what they believed fair and sustainable minimum wage value should be, a clear majority of 99% indicated that it should at least be at or above 50,000 naira per month. So there it is. So this now speaks to statistics and data coming out of the streets of Nigeria. So they know their living expenses, and if they are bracketing it to about 50,000 per month, I don't think the government should quibble that at all. Because I've heard people on our streams go as high as 200,000 per month and just maybe even give them 10 million a month or something. But I would have said something around about 75,000 per month. Just for somebody to live like a human being, you know, I'd have said around about 75,000 thereabout per month. But when asked, and by the way, this is 99. Let me read it again. When asked for their views on what they believed a fair and sustainable minimum wage value should be, a clear majority, and look at the percentage, 99%. I've highlighted this so you can see it as well. 99% indicated that it should be at least at or above 50,000 naira per month. So 50,000 naira per month is the base level minimum wage that 100% Nigerians actually think. 84% indicated that it should at least be 100,000 per month. 47% indicated that it should at least be 150,000 naira per month. And 30% indicated that it should at least be 200,000 naira per month. But the majority, they are happy with 50. They are not happy, but that should be a baseline level. Is what they essentially are saying. So let me bring you the rest of the readouts, and then we just get it out of the way. Let's go to TINUBU'S petroleum minister, and then we cascade it down. After a sip of water. I hope you guys like the readouts, by the way. I'm never really sure that it should be part of. I wonder if I should just go and grab a video from somewhere and just play it, but I enjoyed the readout. So I hope you guys, because it gives you the opportunity to pause and penetrate into it. So let's go to this one. Indicate in the comment section, actually, if you prefer the readouts or you rather that I just go and grab some video from somewhere and play it, and then we wrap conversations around that. President TINUBU'S likely Minister of Petroleum revealed. President Bola Tinubu may have followed the footsteps of his predecessor, Muhammadu Buhari, by appointing himself the Minister of Petroleum Resources and the newly created Ministry of Gas Resources. So that comes as no surprise to anyone, of course, because that is the pork belly fat of the Nigerian state. So that's the pork belly fat of the Nigerian state. That's where all the juiciest meat is in the Nigerian state, and all of these people keep it for themselves. And they use it for political patronage as well, by the way, gifting out all blocks for political favors and whatnot. Okay, let's take it from top and just speed through it. President Bola Tinubu may have followed the footsteps of his predecessor, Muhammadu Buhari, by appointing himself the Minister of Petroleum Resources and the newly created Ministry of Gas Resources. Tinubu on Wednesday, August the 16th, assigned portfolios to his ministers. The president, however, did not assign any ministerial nominees to head the Gas and Petroleum Resources Ministry, although he has not directly stated that he intends to hold the office of Petroleum Minister. The failure to appoint someone for the position indicates that President Tinubu seeks to hold the office, correspondent noted. Correspondents added that the presidential spokesperson, Ajuri Ngaleli, declined to comment on the development. Meanwhile, Heineken Lopobiri, a former Nigerian senator who was named, Heineken Lopobiri, a former Nigerian senator, was named the Minister of State for Petroleum. Similarly, Eco, a former member of the House of Representatives, was named the Minister of State for Gas. Tinubu as Petroleum Minister, Nigerians react. Okon Isaac comments on Facebook. If he likes, let him head it. As far as I know, since 2014, the ministry is headless because nothing comes out of it apart from corruption. So the usual. That was from Okon Isaac. So we already know what Emeka thinks anyway about everything. There's nothing that Emeka thinks about anything that we don't know. So this is Greg Orium. So this sounds like a South guy. He said it at the onset to continue. He said it at the onset to continue from where Buhari stopped. Can't you see that a bag of rice is now sold for 50K and a mudu of corn 1,000 naira? Jackie J.R. Branmo said, petroleum where you no get for your state, and you are appointing yourself as a minister of petroleum. So it's just the usual things you hear from the usual suspects. Meanwhile, Barrister Daniel Bwala, an ally of Atiku Abubakar, has expressed reservation about the ministerial portfolios announced by President Tinubu. Bwala said some portfolios are mismatched, citing the example of Hanatu Musawa, who was named Minister Designate for Art and Culture instead of Minister for Humanitarian Affairs. These are people who are competent, but their portfolio are mismatched. So if they are competent, if they are all competent people, then they should be able to straddle, because they call it transferable skills. That's what they call it. Administrative skills are transferable skills, no matter what the specialism is. So now let's now go to the Yoruba fight back against the Islamization agenda. Isese Day, list of states that have declared let's try that again. Isese Day, list of states that have declared Monday public holiday. So this really, the headline was SANWO, of course. So you already know Lagos State in that mix. To commemorate the Isese Day 2023 celebrations, at least 4 states in the southwest Nigeria have declared Monday, August the 21st, a work-free day for public servants. The Isese Day is set aside in most of the southwest states to celebrate the indigenous Yoruba culture and tradition and preserve the Yoruba heritage. So, as well as it being a pushback against commentaries being run and positions being taken, as well as it being a pushback against commentaries being run and positions being taken by the Sultan of Ilorin, or whatever his designation is. And by the way, that move by the Emir of Ilorin, it wasn't an isolated move, it's an orchestrated, discussed, and an agreed move. So that move to turn Ilorin into an Islamic state is a move that is designed and orchestrated within that cusp of their emirates from Kano all the way through to Sokoto to penetrate even deeper into Yoruba land. So this now, but this pushback is not just a pushback against that narrative. So this pushback, especially the Lagos angle, is the pushback against the Chineduism that we saw in March. You know, the audaciousness of it to come to Lagos and tell them that it's no man's land. So now, just the owner of the land taking claim to that as well. So it's a multiplicity of a myriad of threats being pushed back against just with this one day. So let's take it from the title again, and then we cascade through. Isese, the list of states that have declared Monday a public holiday. To commemorate the Isese Day 2023, at least 4 states in the southwest Nigeria have declared Monday, August the 21st, a work-free day for public servants. The Isese Day is set aside in most of the southwest states to celebrate the indigenous Yoruba culture and traditions and preserve the Yoruba heritage. So here is a list of states that have declared Monday a work-free day. So really, most importantly, Lagos State is there. And of course, traditionally, Oyo State is there. Osun State, of course, there. But really curiously missing, because when you think of tradition, you don't really think a lot further than Ondo State. But Ondo State is still not. What's happening? The whole of Yoruba State land they should just declare it as a public holiday. In fact, they should call it an Ifa Day. With this, all this Isese is still trying to pander to the intrigencies of just call it an Ifa Day, which is what we want. We want an Ifa Day, you know, and whoever wants to choke can choke. Here is a list of states that have declared Monday work-free day. So, and they should be made then, everybody, it should be wall-to-wall Yoruba-ness in all of the state-owned media platforms in all of those states. So Yoruba dressing, Yoruba tradition, Ifa divinity, history, heritage, food culture, dance, drama, all of that. That should be the diet of the day from all of the media platforms in every single one of these states. Lagos State, Oyo State, Ogun State, and Osun State. So on those states, there it is. So there's out of every 12, there's always one. Right, Isese Day, what state governor said? Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu said he declared a work-free day to mark the special day and to reaffirm his commitment to continue to provide the necessary support to traditional institutions in Lagos State. So it is really quite important because Isese Day is Yoruba Tradition Day. So as cosmopolitan as Lagos is, the assertion still is that it is and always will be Yoruba land. And I think that's all wrapped in that. And anybody then that is not a non-Yoruba, they should really embrace it to celebrate then the culture of their host state. So that would be the thing to do. Pardon me. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu said he declared a work-free day to mark the special day and to reaffirm his commitment to continue to provide the necessary support to traditional institutions in Lagos State. He added that his government is interested in promoting Lagos State's indigenous culture and tradition whilst preserving its heritage. Similarly, Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State approved August the 20th. Is it August the 20th or the 21st? What's going on? It only makes sense if it all happens on the same day. All these empty heads that we have in Yoruba land. Similarly, Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State approved August the 20th every year as Isese Day. The governor requested that the occasion be used to pray for peace, unity, and stability of the state and the country in general. Governor Dapo Abiodun of Ogun State said the decision to accord Isese Day a special recognition was to continue respecting the tradition and ensuring the continuation of the unity and harmony amongst the three major religions in the state. So the three major religions will be, of course, Islam, Christianity, and traditionalism. Yes, I'll put it that way, traditionalism. That's it. Pardon me. So there it is. The one that really captures it is Lagos State declaring it. On his part, Governor, oh God, you know, I've been trying to avoid this Governor Ademola Adeleke. He appointed he appointed recently, and I'll try and find the headline. Somebody sent it to me yesterday. If you can resend it, he appointed a special assistant on government pools. Pools, P-O-O-L, swimming pools. This is what this brainless buffoon in Osho State is doing. And then it didn't stop there. He appointed a special assistant on government vehicles. I don't know, man. They are dead and buried in Osho State. On his part, Governor Ademola Adeleke of Osho State said he approved the holiday, being the leader of a government that promotes oneness, unity, and religious harmony amongst practitioners of different religions. Correspondence report. So now, this is where it gets interesting. Will Kwara State declare it is more the thing. Meanwhile, traditional worshippers in Ilorin, Kwara State have been given a note of warning by the Council of Ulama Islamic Clerics not to observe or celebrate the Isese festival. The Islamic cleric noted that Ilorin Emirate would not condone any form of traditional festival or rites. Justice Saliu Mohammed, the executive secretary of the Islamic group, stated this during a press conference held in Ilorin. So there it is. So that is really only where it gets interesting. Forget Ondo State. That's where it gets interesting. If they're able to declare it. I think this is the pathway to reclaiming. Not reclaiming, no, because it was never gone. But this is the pathway to reasserting Ilorin and the whole of Kwara as Yoruba, as Yoruba land. So let me put it that way. So let's go on from there and back to more serious matters, although that's serious as well, back to the goings on in Niger Republic. So we pick it up from here. Niger Junta proposes 3-year transition. Niger Junta proposes 3-year transition amidst Ecowas visit. So we pick it up from here. Coup leader of Niger, Abdul something or the other, Tiani, on Saturday, said that a transition of power would not go beyond 3 years and warned a military intervention against the junta would not be easy. In comments made during a televised address, Cheney said, "Our ambition is not to confiscate our power," and added, "If an attack were to be undertaken against us, it will not be the walk in the park some people seem to think." Ecowas delegation visits the post president. So I think this may well capture something else that is to come. Cheney's remark came as a delegation from the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, met with the junta leader on Saturday in an effort to seek peace over a military intervention in a coup-hit Niger. The delegation, led by former Nigerian President Abdulsalami Abubakar, arrived in the capital in the early afternoon. The team then visited detained President Mohamed Bazoum in the capital, Niamey, according to a Nigerian presidential spokesperson. After meeting head of Niger CNSP, General Cheney, the ECOWAS delegation in Niger have also visited President Bazoum this evening. Nigerian presidential spokesperson Abdulaziz posted on messaging platform X, posted on Twitter. We must start, and I'm going to start it here. We must start a resistance against rebranding Twitter X. It's just the most, this South African buffoon that just has more money than sense. It's Twitter, and that is what we know. Just give it up already. You bought it exactly because it was Twitter. So what's this X? The guy thinks too highly of himself. That's just the thing. When easy money comes to him easily, why would he not think he got complex by the crowd from South Africa? So this is Abdulaziz. After meeting head of Niger's CNSP, General Cheney, the ECOWAS delegation in Niger have also visited President Mohamed Bazoum this evening. So there it is. The picture tells the tale. The Sultan of Sokoto still making himself as available for peace, which is, of course, the role that you want to see him really playing. So excellently done by the eminent Sultan of Sokoto. What's this one? Is this a clip of some sort? Okay, this is a clip of some sort. So we've landed on it, so we must well watch it. ECOWAS leaders say they have been compelled to act after Niger became the fourth West African nation since 2020 to experience a coup, following Mali, Guinea, and Burkina Faso. So if this is something we've seen before, then we don't underneath.
West African defense chiefs are talking tough to make Niger's generals back down, repeating their threat to send soldiers into fellow ECOWAS member state Niger to return its democratically elected president to power. As members of the regional bloc wrapped up a meeting in Ghana, they said they have equipment, a strategy, and even a date when troops could move in.
We are ready to go anytime the order is given. The D-Day is also decided.
But they want to give diplomacy more chances.
There is the possibility of an ECOWAS mission going into Niger to continue to pursue the peaceful path, to restoration of constitutional order. So I don't think we must focus on the military aspect. We are ready to resolve it peacefully, but it takes two to tango.
Neither sanctions nor international condemnation have persuaded Niger's new leader, General Abdurrahman Chiani, to free the president. The coup leaders have been accused of intimidating critics and paying people to publicly show their support for the junta. On the streets of the capital, Niamey, it's not clear how much ordinary Nigerians support the military junta. But the prospect of soldiers from neighboring African states intervening in their country is worrying some.
ECOWAS can come here if they want. We are waiting for them. They will get what's coming to them. They will have to go over our dead bodies to get to the coup leaders.
Though ECOWAS's diplomatic efforts have had little effect so far, another round of talks are planned for the weekend.
So there it is. So there is that one. So that's there will be no further warnings until that military strike. That's just the thing. It says Junta PM assures of Junta PM's assurance for ousted president's safety. So yes. Yes. Warning that intervention could escalate situation. Let's take this one. Okay, let's take this one. It says meanwhile, Niger and neighboring Mali and Burkina Faso say a defensive strategy have been developed with concrete measures should ECOWAS opt to escalate a war, and Nigerian state television announced. We're prepared for an attack. Burkina Faso's defense minister called Coulibaly. So this name doesn't actually sound anything at all African. It sounds almost like a, let me see if I can get this guy's, let me see if I can get his picture. It doesn't sound anything at all African. Let me see. Perhaps it is. Let's just carry on. We are prepared for an attack. Burkina Faso's defense minister Coulibaly said on Saturday after a meeting of representatives of the three countries in the Nigerian capital, Niamey. Thousands of civilian volunteers gathered in central Niamey on Saturday in response to a call to register as civilian. All right. So this is where we are now, human shields. So this is the strategy. And this is the worst fear of all. So you go there with the best of intentions, and then you start to blow up women and children. Thousands of civilian volunteers gathered in central Niamey on Saturday in response to a call to register as civilian auxiliaries who could then be mobilized to support the army. Human shield is what that means, human shield. The Sahel region is in the grip of growing jihadi insurgencies linked to Al-Qaeda and the so-called Islamic State terror group, with frustration over the violence amongst the catalyst for military takeovers. So yes, this was the reason that was originally given by the coupists in Niger, of course, that the government of Bazoum failed to tackle the insurrection and the jihadism, and that was the reason they gave. So now this new French narrative is a new inflection being put upon that narrative by people like the Obedience and places like that. The United Nations says the country is in the midst of a refugee crisis and faces a number of humanitarian challenges, including food insecurity and internal displacement. So that internal displacement, there's actually rumors of already refugees getting in as far as Kano. So the refugees start to make a break. I don't know quite why my nose is itching. The refugees make a break for it as war looms. Burkina Faso, Mali deploy war planes. I didn't even know they had. My goodness me, war planes. Is this some Shaka Bula from the Second World War? I wonder what constitutes a war plane in Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso, Mali deploy war planes to Niger Republic after ECOWAS threat. Burkina Faso and Mali have reportedly deployed war planes to the Niger Republic following the Economic Community of West African States' possible armed intervention to restore democracy in the West African state. Niger's state television reported joint efforts by Mali and Burkina Faso in support of Niger and the deployment of war planes within Niger's border on Friday, August the 18th. So they've already mobilized. Mali and Burkina Faso turned their commitment into concrete action by deploying war planes to respond to any attack on Niger, it said, noting that the plane were Super Tucano fighter jets. And that's an absolute and a categorical lie right there. That is an absolute and a categorical lie right there. The Niger Republic, Mali and Burkina Faso put together, they would never ever have Tucano jets till the world comes to an end. Do you remember what it took us to get Tucano jets from the Americans? And do you remember what it took them for them to agree to sell it to us? And you also know the conditions put. You know that the Tucano jets that the Americans sold us, you know there are clauses in that sale in terms of the deployment of those jets that you can only really use it to fight insurgencies and things like that. Do you know how much we paid for that? They're telling us that Burkina Faso is sending Mali to Kano. You must have water on the brain. Whoever spoke that, it must have water on the brain. The coup leaders detained President Mohamed Bazoum and his family on June the 26th and dissolved the elected government of Niger. On July the 30th, Ecowas, led by Nigerian President Bola Tinubu, decided on sanctions against the military personnel in Niger and gave a week's ultimatum to the military junta to restore ousted Bazoum to office. After the one-week ultimatum expired, West African leaders met on August 10th and approved a standby force to reinstate elected Bazoum. So Bazoum is the joker to all this, of course. The coupists have to keep him in order to protect themselves, and him being alive it somewhat limits the sort of activities that ECOWAS can undertake. And if they decide to deploy militarily, that is to tell you that they decide to sacrifice the life of Bazoum. ECOWAS defense chiefs were ordered to activate the region's force for action to restore civil rule in Niger, noting that it would invade the country on the D-Day. But the military government in Mali and Burkina Faso called ECOWAS bluff, saying an armed intervention in Niger would be met with force. The television station said the military, let's do that again. The television station said the military leaders from Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger convened Friday in the Nigerian capital, Niamey, to decide on concrete measures in case ECOWAS chooses to escalate a war. So ECOWAS escalates a war. So we're still staying within that space. ECOWAS delegation met the post-Niger president. So I think we've captured that in a previous readout. So let's go to this one and let's see now how internationalized this narrative is. By the way, I'm not seeing the comment section flashing up in super chats. You can let it flash up. I saw Ayoa's tradition. I saw Alexander Gomez, but let's see more faces on the super chat space. France-US relations grow tense over Niger Republic. So the underbelly now of the shadowy hands of the puppet masters of that space. And this is coming from Politico. I'm not quite sure. This looks like an international space. Who are they? Who are these politicals? It sounds like an American sort of a thing. Let's see. The coup in Niger. Let me just scroll, see if it gives me. Okay. All right. I'm only going to give you a couple of paragraphs from this. Let's see. Is it too long and winding? No, it's an essay. I'm only going to give you. I'll give you enough for us to get an understanding of what's in play, and then we move on. The coup in Niger is injecting fresh tension into the France-US alliance. The two countries are at odds over how to respond to the ouster of the West African country's president in July. France is refusing to diplomatically engage with the junta and strongly supports a regional body that has threatened military intervention. The United States has dispatched an envoy to meet with the junta leadership and held back from officially declaring the takeover a coup, insisting there is still a negotiated way to restore democracy. France officials also support a peaceful resolution, but they are bristling at the US approach, saying engaging the junta empowers it. Perhaps in order to avoid bloodshed, the United States was quickly keen to talk to the coupists. Maybe the better reaction should have been to put some conditions and guarantees before opening those channels. A French official familiar with the situation in Niger said. The official, like others who spoke for this story, was granted anonymity to discuss a sensitive diplomatic matter. The situation suggests a shifting balance of power in the region and underscores the difference between Paris and Washington's interest in the country. The United States uses Niger as a base for counter-terrorism operations. The United States, which uses Niger as a base for counter-terrorism operations, may also believe it has more leverage than France, not least due to Paris's baggage as its former colonizer. Some former U.S. officials argued that France's unhappiness with the United States approach is due in part to its agitation at losing one of its last strategic footholds in the West African Sahel, where other coups have already forced it to withdraw troops everywhere else. France has refused a request by the Junta in Niger that it withdraws troops from the country. So there are still French troops in Niger, is what that suggests. So how quite the coupist tackles that is the bigger question. The stakes for France in Niger is much higher than for Washington. It is a psychological and strategic defeat for France, said Cameron Hudson, a former White House National Security Council official focused on Africa. In West Africa, France is accustomed to seeing other world powers follow its lead, or at least its guidance. It's not happening in this case. Acting Deputy U.S. Secretary of State Victoria Nuland, in a lightning visit to Niger, met with coup representatives on August the 7th and urged them to reverse their actions. But she was denied a meeting with the deposed President Mohamed Bazoum, and she acknowledged afterwards that the junta appeared unwilling to reverse its anti-democratic move. So I think that's sufficient enough of that. So that's sufficient enough of that. We've already read the gumless Peter Obi being confronted with reality. So there he is. I wonder if they will attack Peter Obi in the same way that they attacked Professor Wole Soyinka and everyone else that deigned to draw breath, that is not obedient. Godwin Emefiele or Emefiele should be accorded status of economic saboteur, National Observatory. The National Observatory, a civil engagement body, has warned that the federal government, through the Department of State Services, may fritter away a great opportunity to deal a fatal blow on entrenched economic vampires and saboteurs in the country. The group, in a statement at the weekend, lamented what it termed a lack of diligent investigation and prosecution of the suspended governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Godwin Emefiele. Maybe I'll be calling him Emefiele as a sort of a joking thing to try and escape that I can't pronounce his name. The group, in a detailed statement signed by Comrade Debo Adeniran, its convener, and Omotaje Olawale Saint, the administrative secretary, said the concern was further accentuated by the spirited attempts by the legal team of the ex-henchman of the Apex Bank to tie the hands of the judiciary in ensuring the enforcement of the bailout of the former governor and prevent the state from subjecting him to prosecution. The National Observatory, which claimed it has the mandate to prick the conscience of humanity on sensitive issues as they affect the survival of citizens, viewed what it termed the various illegal and social and political transgressions of Mr. Emefiele during the pendency of his tenure as governor of Central Bank of Nigeria as not only a crime against the state, but indeed crime against the citizen, if not against humanity. So there's a lot of concern actually about, let me give you the fullness of it and then we'll see. It stated, under Emefiele's watch, lives and means of survival of millions of Nigerians were destroyed. His harsh policies, particularly the Naira redesign, provoked monumental social convulsions, leading to the destruction of properties, businesses, and legacies. Yet, enforcement agencies saddled with responsibilities for bringing Emefiele to justice for his malfeasance are handling his prosecution with a golden kid glove. Months after Godwin Emefiele's suspension from office on June the 10th, his lawyers are taking advantage of the inexcusable dithering of prosecutors to seek his relief from the Federal High Court Abuja for security agencies to respect the bail granted him and stop the federal government, the Attorney General of the Federation, from prosecuting him on any charge. I'll be surprised if Emefiele doesn't get away with that, not for any other reason than for reasons of the lack of intelligence quotient on behalf of the Nigerian state. But people with intelligent quotient, I suspect that it may well be a short-lived session. We've got Dewale with us. Good to see you, Dewale. The majestic Adan Lekoko in the house. Good to see Adan Lekoko. And Mike joins us. So brace yourself for maybe a bit of ego flogging in the course of. So maybe a bit of ego flogging in the course of. Let's kick it off with whoever is ready. Who wants to go first? Let's do it that way. Anyone ready?
Let me go, one man.
All right. Let's go with you, Ajan Lekoko. So let's go with the TINUBU rating, which seems to have dropped, but it is not all that the headline tells you, because when we go into the breakdown of just what is going on there, it looks as though there's somewhat of a wait and see. That's how Nigerians are positioned still with this administration. What did you then make of that readout of TINUBU'S approval rating dropping just 2 months into governance?
Yeah, thank you, one man, and greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. So, what percentage does it drop to now?
Oh, I could. It's about 35 from 45. That's what they said. Yes, it dropped. The approval rating of President Tinubu dropped from 45% to 35% in the second month of his administration, according to a survey. So that's quite a significant drop from already a low base.
Well, nobody should be surprised for that drop. It's because of the hardship that the policy that Tinubu has put forward for the past 2 months, which has, concerning the petroleum, what do you call this? Petroleum subsidy withdrawal, which has brought hardship on people. The valuation of the currency, the liberalization of the economy, which has devalued the currency the more, the what do you call it? The unification of exchange rate and all these things. So there are policies that look good on the surface of economic reality, as per the way to tackle the economic problem, but the hardship that it has brought It's not good for the people. And for Nigerians, will give him a very bad rating. I don't think anybody should surprise. It is in reaction to the bad policy, and that is the way it should be. People
the readout, the reason why I enjoyed this readout is that it's a lot more nuanced than just the drop from 45 to 35%. But in terms of the removal of the fuel subsidy, I was surprised that 50%, it had over 50% approval rating, just about 50.3%. They agreed that the fuel subsidy should be removed.
Well,
and these are people living in Nigeria, by the way. So,
yeah, but it depends on the demography of people that they survey. If people that the general common people on the street, if they are the people that are asked this question, I believe that 90%, if not 95% of them, we said it's not.
No. That's your speculation, though, because we have actual real data now, and the data, by the way, it spans the 6 geopolitical spaces. So it's pretty much the whole country condensed into raw data. And they gave them ambiguous enough questions for them to be able to speak their mind. 50.3% said they approved of the removal of the subsidy.
Yes, what I'm saying, one man. Who are those people? Are those people the elite? Educated?
It won't be the elite, would it? Because that would be demographically skewed. Can't be.
Well,
it's a cross section of society.
Well, anyway, they have done what they have done their job. We are just trying to query who are the people that they survey. Who are the people? Are they the common people on the street, or are they the elites that are educated? Yeah, people that are educated can be divided, evenly, just the way. As you just mentioned it now, that 50%. But I'm telling you, if the common man, that Okada man on the street, and the Keke Napep man, and that other people, the what do you call it? The
but a reputable statistical consultancy would not sample just to an educated, because they know demography is the authenticity of a sample, don't they? So they will not go and go to educated or middle class. They will go to the spectrum of society, and this is what they got.
Well, who are those people?
How do you mean? I don't have their name and addresses. If that's what. From Mama Mutiu down the road to Professor Faleti up the street. From Mama Mutiu to Professor Faleti.
So, what's the name of that organization that did survey, and where are they located, and who are the people that manages that organization? All these.
They are called Governance Advancement Initiative for Nigeria. So GAIN is their acronym. But another thing that popped out of this, Ajande Koko, and as I was reading this, you won't be surprised that you were the name that popped into my head. It says, listen to this. It says, when asked for their views on what they believed a fair and sustainable minimum wage value should be, listen very carefully to this, a clear majority, and I've highlighted this as well, a clear majority of 99% indicated that it should be at it should be at least or above 50,000 naira. So Nigerians living in Nigeria feel that a fair and balanced livable wage as a minimum base level is 50,000 naira. Does that surprise you?
Listen to that statement. At least.
Yes, so that's a livable wage now. That's a livable wage now. If you cannot live on 50,000, they won't say
didn't so. Ajale go say at least 150,000 and 255,000?
Is that 2 million or something? They said they should just open the central bank and say people should scroll in and take what they like.
I mean, one man, listen to the statement very well. At least or above 50,000. So when they say above, what does that? Where do we cap it?
No. Above is ad infinitum, isn't it? But at least is the most important one, because when they say this is the least, then what they have essentially said is that people can live on 50,000 naira a month. Because if people cannot live on 50,000 naira a month, then they won't say so. And these are Nigerians living in Nigeria.
I have a question about this minimum wage. This minimum wage, is it like a legal minimum you have to pay somebody if you are employing somebody, or is this just government?
I'm not sure if it binds the private sector. That's just the thing.
There's no, because in America, when they say minimum wage, that means you can't pay anyone less than that. If you hire anybody, you can't pay them less than that, by law. So I don't know if that's the same thing they're saying in Nigeria, or it's just government civil servant minimum wage. Maybe are they talking about civil servants minimum wage, or are they? Because Nigeria, they always copy and paste things from everybody. Minimum wage, they just put it out there, but they're not saying what does it mean. Is it by law? Is it civil servant based on civil servant payment, salary, or whatever? What is it? When they keep saying minimum wage, I don't get it. Because in Nigeria, when people want to work, they ask you, okay, pay me this amount, pay me that. Some people even. So people negotiate their pay in Nigeria. So I don't understand all these terms that we use in Nigeria.
Hold on, Mike. The minimum wage certainly binds government employees, but I'm not sure if it binds the private sector. And I think it should bind the private sector because, like you said, that's the international standard.
So how will they hold anyone that decided to pay someone that amount? How will they hold that one person responsible? Will the government find a business that doesn't pay someone the minimum wage, they pay them lower than the minimum wage? Or how do they go about that,
No, I couldn't tell you for certain. Well, but I know it binds government and government workers, and government is the largest employer in the country. So
really? What percentage of Nigerians are employed by government?
There are more Nigerians employed by the government than any other industry space.
I think most Nigerians are more self-employed, to be honest. We are all traders. We're more like traders. Open this thing, open your business.
But even the trade are still specialism specific.
Yeah, I agree that the largest employer is the government in a sense, but majority of workers in Nigeria are not employed by government. The government it's just tiny percentage of Nigerians that are civil servants. The rest are just, we open business, we do whatever, everybody also, that's what it is. So all these discussions about this wage, that wage, or increased salary, it's just not relevant to anything, to be honest.
No, it's a civil servant thing. Hold on. It is relevant because when the government sets the minimum wage, then that indicates that that should indicate that they've done sufficient enough research and numbers to indicate that minimum wage is a living wage, which is to say that minimum wage set by government should be a living wage. Yeah.
So the rest of the country will listen to that and start going by that?
No, they don't. No. I'm talking about the science behind it. If the government sets a minimum wage, that minimum wage should take into cognizance inflation's market prices at the present moment, all of the auxiliary intrinsics, are stripping away the excesses of life to then arrive at that if the most prudent person can live on this wage for a month. So it's a living wage. So that sets a bar that this is a living wage.
It's not. First of all, it depends where you live in a country. Your cost of living is differs. You live in Lagos, your cost of living is not the same as if you live in one a state like that, let's say Ekiti or something, or you live in, it's different. So it does really, if you say national minimum wage, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't really make sense. Your cost of living in one part is not the same. I think government should just hush. Of course, someone like me, for example, if I'm in Nigeria, start a business, I'll look at who I'm employing and I'll factor their survivability or whatever. In my mind, I may come up saying, I think this person should be making 200,000 a month. But if I'm listening to government saying, oh, minimum wage should be 20,000, and then I'll be forced to that, okay, it doesn't make sense. Just let society operate. Let people decide what and what. Let people negotiate their pay. When we start setting this, because that's what's going on. People know when people hire people, they don't pay people peanuts. And then they'll use excuse like, the government said, well, that's what it should be now, Because no one that wages, they just shut up and let people just discuss what they want to make, what you should pay them, what not. But because when you start putting that stupid number, because in many instances in Nigeria, literally, I know someone at home company and he makes a lot of money, but what he pays his employees is so little. And I'm like, this is wickedness. But what they will tell you is the government minimum wage can that's what they'll be talking about. I'm like, dude, what you're making and what you're paying these guys, they're paying on is wickedness. And then he will tell me, if you start paying them where now, they will become spoiled. They become so. And those people that are collecting that money, they think it's okay to be collecting that little money because what they be hearing in the newspaper, the minimum wage is 25,000 naira. But if we just let people decide what they want to make or whatever, negotiate their pay, you leave society will function. The countries that came up with the idea of minimum wage, you know what they're doing? These are advanced countries. These are highly developed economy. So government figure things and they put those things in place. Okay, we have to make laws because this country is too rich. Businesses are kinikon. So you must not pay someone less than this. But Africa, we don't have business copying anything they are doing somewhere else.
All right. All right. Back to Ajanle Koko. I don't agree with what Mike said, but I suspect you may well do. I feel like a baseline level wage should be set by government, but Ajanle Koko, but certainly Nigerians independently, they concede that 50,000 naira is a living wage. Ajanle Koko.
Well, maybe those people that are suggesting that people like Kulata and people like that of that status, because 50,000. 50,000 is equivalent how many dollars today?
Don't dollarize it, because it's a different environment. It's a different environment.
Okay. So we should not dollarize it now because it's a different environment. But those of you, we come up with the argument in another scenario that gas, petroleum, petrol is cheaper in Nigeria than some other places. But if you say don't dollarize it, but those other places, workers are better paid than Nigerian worker. So 50,000 is nothing for a woman.
Is 50,000 nothing in Jigawa State as a minimum wage?
Let me tell you, one man.
Where they all live in mud huts and.
Well, let me tell you, situation in Nigeria is not the way it used to be in the past. Inflation on the high side, cost of food on the rise, cost of transportation on the rise. This devaluation has caused a lot of economic problem for Nigerian people, and it has brought pains and suffering. Because what you see in Nigeria today is the inflation rate is galloping. What you buy today for so price, when you go back tomorrow, the price will increase. And when you go back another day, after that, the price will change, go higher. So, but I think that government and the labor union will be able to come to they'll be able to come to an agreement that will take care of the interests of the workers. So people that are suggesting this 50,000, I want to say to you, there are people like Kulata and
hold on, Ajanle Koko. When a reputable organization goes out to do a survey, do you think they would canvass opinions right across the demography, or they will narrow it to a specific demography just for ease that they're educated enough to respond?
We don't know how they posted the question to the people.
No, well, we read out the question. You know, it's
that we don't know. They must have coined it that, oh, do you think that between 50,000 and 60,000 is okay for? And people will say, some people will say no, and some people will say yes. So, but if you let them suggest that, what do you think that minimum wage should be? 50,000, 100,000, 150, you know, people will go higher than 50,000. But if you say between 50,000 and 60,000, then people can suggest.
Let me read you the paragraph again. It says that when asked for their views on what they believed a fair and sustainable minimum wage value should be, a clear majority of 99% indicated that it should at least be at or above 50,000 naira per month. 84% indicated that it should at least be 100,000 naira per month.
84%.
Yes, 47% indicated that it should at least be 150,000 naira per month, and 30% indicated that it should at least be 200,000 naira per month. So they gave them a variety of options, and they went in a scale of preference. So they chose that 50,000 naira. They also chose that 100,000 naira, and then they scaled up. But they did not opt out of 50,000 naira because all of them agreed that 50,000 naira would be a reasonable minimum wage.
Well, maybe a lot of them maybe a lot of them see 50,000 at least as an improvement, better than 30,000. They didn't factor in the cost of the inflation now, and which
they live in Nigeria. The survey was carried out in Nigeria now. Why wouldn't they factor? They know what obtains in the market.
Yes, they didn't factor in the inflation rate that has, that the devaluation of the currency has brought on the.
They did. They live in Nigeria. The people surveyed live in
Lagos. Go to Lagos and go and tell me you want to live on 50,000 per month.
Well, the people in Lagos say they can.
Look. Anyway, I know that people cannot live 50,000 per month in Lagos. I know that for sure, with the cost of living in Lagos. So, but this is just a survey, so it's not going to be it's not going to be what the government and the labor will agree on. I believe the labor will not agree to 50,000, considering the inflation rate. The price of goods and services are increasing every day in that country at very alarming rate, and there's no way you want to pay them so low.
Do you think this survey handicaps somewhat the negotiating positions of the labor union?
No, it doesn't handicap them. Look, labor are up to the task, and I believe they will push their case forcefully against the government, and in such a way that government we have to come to the middle with them, because this the cost of living is very, very bad in Nigeria. It's very high. Standard of living very, very poor, and people are suffering, and jobs are closed. I mean, businesses are closing down as a result of this as well. Businesses are closing down. So we
yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Good evening. What you just said now, it's the major reason why the negotiation between the government and the union has not yet seen the light of the day. I think the labor union are requesting for 200,000 naira minimum wage, and the government is stating that they cannot do more than 60,000 or thereabouts, and that's the major setback they are still having.
Well,
sorry, hold on, Ajale Koko. Jide, can somebody at the most basest of level survive on 50,000 in Lagos? Jide?
Well, one man, people are earning less than that in Lagos. People are earning less than that. We have like in my own place of work, we have drivers that earn around 60,000 naira. We have cleaners, those that clean the office, earning around 30,000 naira. So what Mike was saying the other time, it's not as if the government is trying to control the private sector on what they should pay, but I think it's just a baseline, because remember when the minimum wage was moved to 30,000, that was when the money for the cleaners, those are sweep and things like that, that was when their money too was moved to 30,000. It's like, it's the baseline. You cannot pay less than that to the least worker in your organization. You should not.
Sorry, is the government's minimum wage, is it binding on the private sector?
Yes, for a lot of the private sector, that I mean responsible private sectors now, not the Chinese or Indian owned or Lebanese owned companies, because those are the kind of companies that you still see them paying 25,000, paying less than the minimum wage. But for some very responsible company, it's the baseline. It's just that is the least. The least worker should not earn less than the minimum wage the government has proposed or set.
All right, brilliant. Back to Ajale Koko. Wrap up that space, and then I'll move on to another talking point. Ajale Koko.
Yeah. So Jide have just did some give us some information that is very meaningful now. So, but all I know is that if the economy impact continue to get worsened, that will strengthen the power of the labor in their negotiation, with the government for better minimum wage for their worker. Except the government, and I think the labor the labor's push for 250,000 and the how do I describe it? The price of petrol that is responsible for the high rise of the price of petrol, the high price of petrol that is responsible for the jump in prices of goods and commodity in Nigeria. Look, the government has seen it that if it continue to go like that, if they allow that price to continue to go up as a result of market forces, labor will have more strength in their negotiation. And that is why you see that TINUBU came out that, look, we will not allow the price to go further than what it is today. You understand what I'm saying? So, and we were querying that okay, with your open market policy, how are you going to do that? It is not possible, except you want to go through the back door to give subsidy again, to keep it at the price, to stop that price at what we have it today. So, government on its own side have seen it that they will be on a weaker side of negotiation if they allow the price of this thing to continue to go up, and labor will be on the stronger, will be strengthened in their own negotiation point against them. And that is why government is trying to act responsible to say, oh, we will not let the price of this gas to go up. So we are going to see what the outcome of their meeting going to be. I think they'll be meeting next week, and let's wait and see. But I know that it's going to be closer to around 100,000, if at all it's not above that. It's going to be closer to 100,000, with the current, inflation rate and economic. Yeah, but let's wait and see, woman.
All right, brilliant.
Sorry, woman. Can I just quickly ask Ajan Lekoko a question? So, if it's closer to 100,000, Ajan Lekoko, you are the one complaining about inflation. What do you think that will do to inflation when you jack up minimum wage of government workers to close to 100,000?
What is it going to do to inflation? It's not going to affect anything on inflation, because already your workers are...
The market women will not respond to it. Will the market women not respond to it?
No. Number one, the workers are poorly paid already. The purchasing power of the workers is absolutely weak. So what you are trying to do is to jumpstart, the economy by giving them more money.
No. You've said that. What Kulata is asking you is, how would that impact on inflation? And I think Kulata, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think
you're right.
He's talking about the response of the market women to this new minimum wage.
I think what he's trying to tell me that will increase the inflation rate if they give them more money. That is all this nonsensical economic theory that bourgeoisie always come up with.
Ajan Lekoko, please define the basic definition of inflation.
Forget about all this basic.
Just basic. I'm not asking for anything fancy.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work like that. It's just nonsensical way of keeping poor people down and not pay them their right way, what they deserve, and just make an excuse of all this jargon's economic theory. It doesn't work like that, because already your economy is not, your workers are poorly paid already. So giving them more pay,
this is not emotional argument. See,
no, it is not
you are
emotional.
increasing.
It is a matter of common.
Wait now. I'm just asking for cause and effect. Inflation, too much money chasing after few goods. That's economics from secondary school. You increase. So right now we already have inflation, despite the fact that they've not even given them additional money. Now the goods are not increasing. Directly, but you're increasing the money. So isn't that going to further compound inflation?
It is not going to compound any inflation, because
how?
Because you are paying them for what they work for.
You understand what I'm saying? Okay, is the goods going to increase? Available goods, is it going to increase?
Sorry, can I chip in something? At least I have idea.
let me say this. So when you pay them well and you increase their purchasing power, they will buy more. Productivity that will help,
Please.
hold on.
Will productivity rise in proportion with the increase in money that they do? Will productivity rise? Is it going to be proportional? Or you'll have more money, way more money, still chasing after fewer goods?
It is not.
Sorry, please, can I answer your question, please? At least I have
okay,
2
go
degrees.
ahead, my friend.
At least I have 2 degrees in economics. So
okay, thank you, my brother. Come in.
I think the person that asked that question is very right. When you increase the minimum wage, what it does is that you are putting more money in the hands of individuals, and that will increase the demand for goods. Unfortunately, the cause of our inflation is not because there's too much money in the hands of people. The major cause of our inflation is because of low productivity. So, but the guy is actually right. If you are not careful, if you increase the minimum wage without increasing the productivity, it will compound the problem. It will make the problem worse. So the government, in as much as there is a need to increase minimum wage, they have to be very careful. As they are increasing the minimum wage, they should also try as much as they can to increase productivity. Maybe stop the oil theft, try to look into other things that can bring more foreign currency. So I think the both of you are right. There is a need for them to increase minimum wage, but they should be careful. I don't think it's right to increase minimum wage to 250,000, and it is not right to leave minimum wage for 30,000 naira. So they should look at it carefully and know how much to increase it, and at the same time try as much as they can to increase productivity. That will actually solve the problem.
Yeah. Can I talk?
Yeah. Come in.
Agree. Yeah. How about if we you're talking about the demand and supply now? That if you increase more money, if you increase the minimum wage, there will be more money in circulation.
Yes.
And there will be demands for goods and services.
Yes.
And if the supply is falling short of the demands, there will be hyperinflation. But we can augment it by importation as well. For goods that we are not producing enough, we can sort of find
No. Let me help you. That is what they call if the what you import is higher than what you export, it will have adverse effect in your exchange rate. That is, the dollar will continue to go up, and it will also add to the price, because when you import goods, when you source for dollar at a higher price and you use it to import goods, you are going to transfer that extra cost as high price. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying.
So the ultimate solution to this, if we can be honest to ourselves, is try as much as we can to produce more. The only thing we produce in Nigeria, the major thing is oil. Let us try to block the leakages, increase the production. Between 2012 to 2015, we are producing 2 million barrels of crude oil per day. But today is less than 1.2. So and it's not really okay for us. We are not producing any other thing. Even we that stay in UK here, it's difficult to even bring something from Nigeria to UK here. So we should look at other maybe agriculture and other things, see how we can increase our production. That is the only thing that can solve the problem. It's not by borrowing money or sharing money or increasing minimum wage anyhow. That will further make the case worse.
All right.
I think Nigerian workers are extremely poorly paid. Extremely poorly paid. And a majority of them live in poverty. So when you don't pay them well and leave them out of poverty, how could you get your economy running? How could you, stimulate that, economic activity? When people purchasing power, they don't even have purchasing power. They borrow after borrow. They go and get food on credit. At the first week of the month, when they get paid, they get the money, they go and settle basic and get another credit, buy on credit, begging that person, please let me wait till the end of the month, I will pay you. That is the way they live. You can't have a productive economy when people are not well paid.
Actually, a productive economy is what determines whether you get paid. It's not getting paid. It's not what determines productive economy. Productive economy is what you productivity is what determines how well you can be paid. If you don't produce, what can I pay you?
Exactly.
If I hire you and you're not producing for me, why should I be paying you big? I mean, what's the point?
Exactly.
What do you say?
You're asking people to be paid high, but what are they producing?
Exactly.
What do you mean by what are they
producing? That's the problem.
What do you mean by what are they producing?
Okay. Let me put it in simple terms. Wait. Let me put it in simple way. Let me put it in simple way. If you own a business, you hire somebody, and that person is productive level is only making $20,000 for you.
And you are paying
$20,000 naira for you. His work that is putting in for you is only making 20,000 naira for you. How much will you pay that person? 50,000 naira.
Does it even make economic sense for you to hire when you know you don't have job for them in the first place?
I have a job, but I have a job for you. If your performance will determine how much you make for me, you understand? I hire you. You're working.
Downsize.
Cool down.
What are you talking about? Then downsize.
What do you mean downsize in what sense? I mean,
downsize. You operate your business within the confinement of workers that can run your business well. If you
but let's if you decide to downsize, if we should follow your argument now, maybe husband and wife are working, because you cannot pay two of them, you decide to drop one. At the end of the day, you still go back to the same thing. Husband collects salary, you share it to people that are not working. So the major issue we have is not whether we should pay or we should not pay. We are not producing. As a country, we are not producing. What we are producing is very, very poor. We are not producing. And that is where, there is nothing Tinubu, he can't perform magic. There is nothing he can do now. The only way out of this issue is for us to increase our production, either to stop the oil theft, then go into agriculture. That is the only way out. You cannot borrow money to pay salary.
Okukwe was suggesting that we just come out of OPEC, but wrap up that space, Ajanle Koko. I don't want us to be locked into that space for too long. Wrap up that space and then we'll move on. Ajanle Koko.
Okay, thank you, woman. So I will agree to 100,000 minimum wage. I think that will lift a lot of Nigerian workers out of poverty, and that their purchasing power will become stronger than what it is today. And when they spend more, businesses buy more goods and other things. That will stimulate economic growth, and that will and productivity will increase, because there will be more demand for one thing or the other, and that will and that is what Obasanjo did. That make Obasanjo period a fantastic 8 years during this time. He increased the salary worker from what it used to be 1,000 to 3,005.
Sorry, productivity increased under Obasanjo due to telecommunication revolution. There were
you
more
can't say
efficient
that
ways
is
of
not the only
watching.
thing that is
No,
responsible for it. Just leave that one. It's not the only
it's
thing.
not
That's
just
the only
about
thing,
one.
man.
You have to think about these things in an all-encompassing way. If you just increase salary,
You
it's
can't
just a matter
ascribe
of time
it
before
to
the
just
purchasing
one
power goes
telecommunication,
down.
as if telecommunication is the only thing
Okay,
that
let me continue. Sorry.
back then.
Well, let me say this. So increase productivity, you have to when you introduce new sector into the economy, such as the telecommunication. Of course, you increase productivity because there's not another sector there. But you can't say because more money, right? That will automatically increase. No, that will only increase consumption. That's it. Consumption
even
is
that
not.
telecommunication sector.
And when you increase consumption, you only make owners, CEOs richer because now more people are purchasing what they are selling. That's it.
Sorry,
So you have to
that
create.
telecommunication sector that you people are talking about. If Obasanjo did not even increase salary of workers, the people back then, majority of them that jump into buying cell phone, they won't be able to have the power to buy it. They won't be able to.
Hey, I'm making my point now. You're making the cell phone companies
So
rich.
the government increase in the pay help them, to buy those phone and
Okay, only civil servants. Because civil servants are buying phone. That's why they. Come on,
sorry,
man. What's the
can I say
percentage of
something?
civil servants?
You don't get it. Yes, sir.
Can I say something, please?
Say.
We are in Nigeria. We know how it works. If they increase salary today, obviously, price of things will go up. I remembered when four members, when they increased their salary, when four members' salary was increased from what it was to, I think, 19,500. I remember very well that even landlords jack up their price once you are a core member. When it was increased again to around 30 something thousand, it was like that. Price will always go up. But you see, what I see is this: the rate at which it will go up might not be proportional directly to the rate of change in pay, which will still give the workers some breathing space. But that it will not go up, that it's a lie. It will definitely go up. It's Nigeria that we are.
You make a good point, right?
All right, Ajale, wrap up that space. I'm keen to move on. Yeah, wrap it up. Yeah.
Jide, you make a good point. Yeah, the proportion might not be, because already they are poorly paid. The price of everything go up. When has it been that time that the price of good and commodity does not go up in Nigeria? So let them be strengthened with their purchasing power, and they can live well like human beings. They can eat good food. They can pay their children's school fee, their medicine, and all the rest of it. They can take care of their old parents and stuff like that. Workers should not suffer. When you're working, you should be able to live well, eat well, and take care, and be hopeful for the future. But the reverse is the case in Nigeria. So let me leave it there, one man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. You still have the floor, Ajale Koko, but let me acknowledge a new voice that joins us. Tora, let's hear from you. Where are you joining us from, and come into the conversation Tora?
Dallas, Texas.
Dallas, Texas.
Yeah.
All right. Are you Nigerian, or are you Nigerian inclined? What's your stake in the?
I am Igbo and Efik.
Igbo and what?
Efik.
Efik?
Yeah.
He meant to say Efik. You can't even pronounce the name of his tribe.
It's too much Dallas. I'm a Dallas, Texas guy.
Look at that.
I'm a Dallas, Texas guy. So.
All right. Where would you like to come into the conversation?
My question is who actually owns the pipeline? Which American company? And how much stake do they got?
Which pipeline?
A gas pipeline is going to be leaving from Nigeria to Niger, all the way up to Algeria to Europe. How much profit, or who actually owns the pipeline? Besides Nigeria, there's American companies that are going to be owning partial of that company.
There'll be a multi-mix of companies in that space. I'm not sure that I'm not quite sure that you can say one entity especially owns it.
Because I live in Texas, and there is companies there are American companies that own it. There's European companies that own it. Because Texas is one of the top gas and oil companies that goes around the United States.
Chevron has a big stake in
Chevron. Yeah.
Chevron.
Okay, Chevron. All right.
So where are you going to with that? Where are you going? Take us on that.
No. Because Chevron has political power in Texas. So I'm trying to figure out whoever actually have more share is going to have political power in Nigeria. It's going to have more political power over the president, over the politicians.
No, it's not.
Oh well, that's how it works in Texas. That's how it works in the United States.
I think we should listen to that guy. I think he's saying the truth right there. They will dictate to whoever because they are bringing the dollar in, to help your economic growth.
And especially the bankers.
Yes. So that is the way it works. Don't discard what he's saying.
No, he's saying we have power over the president. The only way you have power over the president, if you put a puppet, the other puppet era is gone, man.
What are you talking about? You think Nigeria is your country funding it? You think it's your
funding
country?
What?
Is your country? Do you think it's your country, Nigeria, that is funding that pipeline that is going to lift gas to Europe?
Who's funding it?
Chevron. It's Chevron and America that they have already put down $13 billion. They've committed $13 billion already.
Yeah, somebody is saying ExxonMobil is also part of that mix.
It must be. We don't know. There might be, but
I also heard that Ghana is part of that, getting a partial share too as well.
It doesn't make them more powerful than the president, unless the president chooses
you
to be
mean
a
as
puppet.
an investor? You mean because the route doesn't go through Ghana? So you mean
Which
as an
pipeline
investor?
are you talking about there too? Which one are you talking about?
Are there two pipelines? Because I know that Ghana's getting a
There are
partial
two.
share.
There's the Trans-Saharan one. That's like a $13 billion one or something. Then the one that goes through Atlantic, that's $25 billion one.
Okay, so one's going to go to Europe, and the other one's going to go partial to Togo.
They're all going to Europe. They're all going to Europe.
And then you don't think they're going to have political power over
They have political power over. Explain it.
Mike, hold on. What's the wider point you're making, Tora? What's the wider point?
Tora, it is actually owned by.
Hold on, Jide. What's the wider point you're making, Tora?
No, I'm trying to figure out how the political power is going to be in Nigeria. Because I'm trying to figure out who actually going to be owning it and how much political power they're going to be having in Nigeria.
Explain how they have political power. Explain it. I think would they have electoral power? Would they control election? What are you talking about, man? Explain it.
I think what he's trying to say is that
no, let him explain for himself.
No. I think the other gentleman,
Mike, bring it down a bit, Mike. Yeah.
Okay.
The other gentleman knows how to explain it. What I'm trying to say.
So you don't know what you're saying. Okay.
What's trying to say is that
he's asking us a question. He's asking us a question that what political power do we think?
I think what Tora is hinting at is that whoever these Americans are or whoever the money is behind that pipeline will have an unwholesome leverage over the Nigerian governance.
Correct.
You got it.
Rent-seeking economy.
I don't agree. I don't agree with him. It's not true.
Please.
Are you in Texas? Are you in the United States? Are you in the United States?
We don't have to be Americans to know everything.
Hold on. Hold on. Everybody, everybody, hold on. Let me coordinate. Shebi, coming. You wanted to come in, Shebi.
The multinationals, right, whatever profit, it's not going to be it's not talking about the political term. Definitely, Nigeria is a sovereign nation, and nobody can dictate how our politics runs. But in terms of money that will be accrued from a gas project, it's going to be more like a rent-seeking economy, where some multinationals like Chevron, Enron, etc., will make the bulk of the money,
and that's Texas.
And then they only be paying rent to us, which is the kind of situation that we should try to avoid.
And that's
hold on, Tora. You don't think they will have political leverage, Shebi?
In a way, but
no, not at all.
No, they shouldn't have.
They won't have
Also,
the people
yeah,
the money people won't have political leverage.
Okay, one might explain how they will. One might explain it.
They will have certainly unfettered access to the Nigerian governance, and they will also have the lever by virtue of them sponsoring what is now going to be the cash cow, because the monies anticipated from gas is set to surpass what we're even getting from petroleum. So if they are funding that space, then they will be able to lever Nigeria in a way that benefits them and might not ultimately all the time benefit us. So that's
are they doing it right now with the petroleum? With the
what do you think led to the death of Ken Saro-Wiwa and all of what were you doing?
No, that's different. You're saying they will have political power over the president, he's saying they will own the country. The only way they can listen, the only way they can do that is when you start imposing puppet, like in the past, assassinating leaders. When you come to invest in a country, yes, you have some. Of course, you're an investor, you're an important person, but it doesn't make you more powerful than the country because it's a partnership. You come to profit. It's like saying they have more political power over Russian president. It's because Russia is the ones, because they are the one buying Russian gas. All you are doing is you're buying our product. That's it. It doesn't make you more powerful. In fact, we are more powerful than you. A president is even more powerful because we can shut the gas and that's it. You fry in Europe. Your economy, it's like we like to look at one side of the stick, like okay, on one side because we are the one buying your stuff, or that means we are more important than you. No, the both sides are equally important. In fact, we are more important because we are the ones supplying you the gas. So we shut the gas, we don't get the gas. How about that?
All right, let Jide come in. Jide come in. Yeah.
I think we should first start with who owns the project, the whole pipeline. The whole pipeline is owned by 3 companies: NNPC. So I think it's Sonatrach, and Saldo or something, Energia or something. So I think it's more of a Nigerian and Algerian oil and gas company. So all these Chevron name.
Have we lost you?
There's a lot of stakeholders in
what I'm trying to say is that the 3 major owners are the ones I've mentioned. So the rest
pipeline.
Yes, it's NNPC, Sonatrach.
Who's funding it?
The 3 of them. It's a joint. I think it's a joint project because.
Sorry, to the speaker. Go and check the money behind it.
It doesn't matter now. You put the money down, you invest, and you get.
Mike, that's not what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm just saying is you're listing this, but the funding behind it, go check the real companies behind that. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying. I don't believe in whether they already are IOCs anyway. So if you feel they pull power, they already pull power over you. So how dead can you be more dead? If they do gas, they're already doing your oil. But what I'm saying is go and check for the person speaking, the money, the funding behind it. Go check the people behind it. Is the usual suspect.
Now, I don't think Nigeria can fund the pipeline because we don't have the money, and certainly not Algeria or any of these ragtag countries.
Okay, the Chinese are funding a lot of projects in Nigeria. Does it not mean the Chinese now have more political power over the president and all those things? So it's this common talk among this lot of Americans. I hear them say it a lot. The white man, they run Africa, they control Africa, they put money in this. Yeah, I understand. The only way they can directly have more power, where that era of putting puppets in where they have to pick your president. Yeah, that's the only way. But if that president is not a puppet, you don't have power over him. It's not. Even
you know that the Chinese more or less govern Mozambique now.
They don't. They can't. They can. Whatever it is, maybe whatever they put there. Right. So listen. Whatever the project, the agreement is that okay. If you maybe don't you forfeit on a loan or something, we can take over that particular project, that thing that we put, and collect the revenue from whatever that thing is earning. That's as far as they can go. But you can't say now you've taken over a country, you start designing their constitution for them, you start making laws for them, no, it's not possible. It's the sovereign states. Those people putting the money down for that so-called pipeline, yeah, they're investors. That's it. They're investors, and they'll be even themselves will be the one pandering to the leaders of those countries because they need to get their money back. They have to earn their return from their investment. So people start running around saying because some company invests money in something, that means they now have power over the country. They control you. You're all puppets. Yeah, that era of puppeting, all that stuff is dying. That's why I support this Nigerian kicking the French out. I think West Africa should join Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Eastern as revolution is going on, and stand up to these Western people.
All right, let's get back to Ajanle Koko, who actually has the floor. So Ajanle Koko, let's get back to you. An interesting diversion there, but I think I'm more with Torah than anything else. But then that's just my own personal.
I think I agree with Torah too. One man. There's no way that all those multinational companies will put so much money to develop your resources, and you think they're not going to dictate to you one kind of way. They're not going to influence your political the politics of your country.
What difference does it make? They already do it now. What difference does it make?
We are just confirmed. I mean, it's going to be more. They'll be more involved because the more they put. Look at already now. Are they not the one that dictate the running of your economy? The IMF, are they not the one? Why are they dictating to you?
Okay, let's stop blaming TINUBU.
Hold on. Why are they dictating to you how you have to run your economy? Because they give you so much money to run your economy.
So why do we come every day talking about Nigerian government if you all agree that they are the one?
What is? I mean, just stop there. I don't even understand the.
It's a question I ask you now. So why do we come here to blame Buhari for bad economic policies? If you agree that it's someone else that is dictating, then there's no point in us coming every day to discuss the policy that Buhari is making anything.
All right, Mike, give him the space to flesh out his thoughts for a moment.
Already because they give you so much money to run your economy, that gave them the leverage to dictate to you. Do it like this, cut costs here, take off petroleum subsidy, do this, the same thing they will do when they, develop this gas sector for you. They will dictate to you on how it should be run, the percentage you're going to get, and everything. They will determine the price. This is the way it works.
And if you don't agree, what will happen?
What Torah says, I agree with Torah, one man. I think let's leave it there, one man. Let's move on.
All right. Let's
move on. Interject, one man, please.
All right, Baba. But we'll make that the last interjection, and then we'll move on. Yeah.
Good evening, folks, and a happy weekend. Please subscribe, and share this program. It's very interesting. I know if you are listening and watching, that means you love it. Please like, share, and subscribe. When it comes to, I came on because of this oil thing. Nigeria is a big player when it comes to oil. We are a very big player, and we are nobody's errand boy. We put our money where our mouth is. For the pipeline tool, there are 3 pipelines. 1, West Africa, 4 countries. Nigeria sponsored it, and we do supply the gas. Benin, Togo, and Ghana, they are owing us. There is one that goes to Morocco. And there is this other one that goes to Europe, particularly. And the beauty of the economy of that Algerian deal is that Algeria, as we speak today, has its own pipeline to Europe, particularly, specifically to Spain and to Italy. So we are like building to join them because they don't have enough for Europe. So when we join the Algerian pipeline, so we become a renter of the Algerian oil pipeline that supplies. You understand? This pipeline, it flows, and ENI of Italy is a co-sponsor of that deal. So it is very profitable for Nigeria. Nigeria has always put equity in most even of the oil well in Nigeria. That is why we take a lot of profit from oil every year. But for the people who actually dupe Nigeria, Nigerians who dupe Nigeria, that is just the situation. That's the only thing I want to clarify here. Thank you.
Sorry, one man, before we move on. I think I tried quickly researching some things. It's 90% owned by NNPC and Sonatrach and 10% by Niger. But Nigeria is actually sourcing for the fund from EU. So Nigeria is sourcing for the fund to do it from the EU. Maybe probably loans, and they will be paying back. I think that's the way it's going.
All right, brilliant. I don't know then where all those I hope that satisfies you, Tora, with your American conspiracy, Tora.
Now, if you lived in Texas, you will know about lobbyists. Okay, it's not a conspiracy. I live in the oil state and gas state, so it's normal here.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let me take the conversation on and move it. Still staying within the oil industry, Tinubu's likely Minister of Petroleum revealed, and really, even when I was reading it, I was half of the mind that it would land on his name, and it looks as though he's going to retain that portfolio for himself. So, what are you then making then of this narrative of the president? And he's also created a Ministry of Gas Resources, which is also going to be the minister for. So what are you then making then of the Nigerian presidents keeping the pork belly fat of the country to themselves?
Woman, you see, I like the idea of creating this Ministry of Gas. It's indicating to us that, yes, Tinubu really want to get involved in the development of our gas sector. And as such, somebody should be there, as the head that will be responsible in developing that sector. So is it Minister of Gas or State he appointed there? Which one?
No, he appointed Ministers of State for Petroleum, and then a separate, that's the Heineken guy, is the Minister of State for Gas, and then some Lopobiri, I think, the Minister of State for Petroleum. But the substance...
Yeah, switching it against each other now. So the ministry for gas, do we have a minister for that now?
We have a Minister of State, not a substantive minister.
Not substantive yet. Okay. So what we have now, but it is a good a good thing that we have that ministry now. That is telling us that, yes, for the first time, this is where we're having, creating that ministry. Definitely, we are going to have some sort of somebody that will manage it and, make it a sector and develop that sector and in such a way that we can start having some productivity and make it a revenue generating sector for the economy. So it is good. Maybe later we appoint somebody to be the minister, but at least the ministry has been separated. Gas has been separated from what it used to be, oil and gas. So that one is good. It must be there's going to be a clear accountability for that sector. And transparency should be, should be the watchword so that we can develop that sector. So that one is good. So on the petroleum side, maybe Baba want to follow the tradition that Obasanjo started in 1999. So he has appointed, what do you call this one? The Minister for State, but he's still keeping it a cooler. I believe he's keeping it for himself. But it will be good for Tinubu to show a different precedent from what we've had in the past before him. So all of them have been having that ministry under the presidency. So he should have minister. It'd be good for him. It give him less headache. Somebody that he can trust very well. Some of his very close associates. It should have him to be in charge of that ministry, transform that ministry, make it efficient, and turn it to money generation for us. Because what we had for the past 8 years is just a corruption galore, looting of our oil at at an alarming rate that we never seen in the history of that country. Total looting. So if you have somebody there that can do the job well and report to him, maybe daily or as he wanted to be. So I like the idea that they have separated the gas, because gas is the future of Nigeria economy, whether we like it or not. That is the future. That is the economic power of that country, in the future. And we have to start to develop it right now so that we can compete with the greatest country in the world. I mean, the greatest power in the oil sector in the world, like Russia and what is other country? I think Russia is the strongest, whether we like it or not. So, because Nigeria gas deposit constitutes 50% in Africa. We are a powerhouse in that sector in Africa. We are the most we could be the most reliable supplier to Europe or to any other part of the world. Because as of today, anybody can check it, our deposit constitutes 50% in the whole of Africa. I mean, that country is blessed, man. That country is blessed with resources. It's just to manage it that we need. We need people that can manage it. So maybe Tinubu want to introduce a better management of that resources by creating that sector. I applaud him for creating that ministry, and we can start prepare for a better, economic power for the future from today, from now. So I think he has done well in that respect. So let's see what it's going to do. Who is going to hire for that position to be the minister for that position? We want somebody that have experience on how the oil sector, somebody with a vast experience on how that sector operates. That we want to see somebody that can develop that sector well for us, because that is the powerhouse for Nigeria in the future, and it has to be developed. The same thing with what do you call this thing? Mineral resources. I mean, what is the solid mineral? That is the future for Nigeria. That is where we go to have productivity for that country. That will propel our productivity and lift that country out of consumption and put us
to production.
So
I disagree.
Even one man, look, the desire, the need for gas in Nigeria, the local market for it is huge. We refuse as a country to develop it. We refuse. What kind of country is that? We refuse to develop even for local consumption. We can
for decades we were just flaring that gas.
What kind of country is that? We are just wasteful, irresponsible people in the position of power. Even in the local consumption, there's a local demand, high demand that we can even make money. Talk less of to export it to abroad. So But he has done well to create a military.
All right, hold on. Let's Kulata disagree with you, Ajande Koko, and then you respond, and then after that I'll go on to Shebi.
I don't disagree about gas, but when Ajande said, "Oh, solid minerals is going to increase productivity," I don't agree, because if it's just the way we've treated crude and gas that we're going to do solid mineral, meaning at best we have some people mining it and just taking it out of the country, it's not going to make us a lot of money at all. Not until we start doing something with the solid mineral at home and then export some level of finished product. We won't make anything from solid minerals. There's so many African countries that export solid minerals, that their industry in solid minerals is decent, but they're poor. Because, I mean, what do you get from lead ore? What do you get from this ore or that ore, or unfinished stone that is not polished? You just get the stone, you take that stone abroad, you go and polish it abroad, then it becomes something. So I don't agree that will do anything. What we can get us something that I'm surprised TINUBU is not doing anything is we need a lot of boots on the ground. Soldiers, policemen, security to secure farmlands, secure just general security is one area that can get us more productive that TINUBU is not addressing. And the people he put as in charge of defense, they're not confidence inspiring. So solid minerals, nah, I don't agree with that at all.
No, what I'm saying, Kolata, is that if we can develop it and turn it into, start to process all those solid mineral in Nigeria, create industry that we, do the processing and turn it to finished product, that will create job, that will create opportunity, and we create wealth for Nigeria.
Okay, I agree with that then.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that we should be looting. Just extract this. Just explore it and just sell it raw like that. No, that is we have to do away with that mentality of old mentality. We have to do away with that. If we cannot get investor to help us develop it and turn it, process it, and to finished product that we can sell and make more money, I don't think we just keep it like Baba Uganda said. We watched that video, one man. He said, you're wearing Mr. Veni. He said when some people came for their uranium, or what did he say?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's uranium or what kind of, He said, look, our uranium is sleeping on the ground until we have people that will come and set up their industry here to develop, to process it, and we can sell it to them. We are not selling it raw. He said, my uranium is sleeping. It's sleeping under the ground. That is what he said. So let our solid mineral be sleeping under the ground until we can bring in investors that will come and set up their industry, we process it, and then we can make a hell of money for our economy. That is the future of Nigeria. We have to do away with.
Hold on, Mike. I want to move on after that.
I know, but this is very important now. Can I just?
That's why we are saying our
refinery. The key problem we have in Africa is what I'm trying to talk to. The thing is,
when our refinery doesn't work, we don't make money. We don't create. We don't have productivity. We cannot create job. We cannot create wealth.
The point is valid. Let Mike interject, and then after Mike's interjection, I'll move on to Shebi.
Yeah, the point is valid that we need to turn all these things to finished product and learn how to. But the problem is that when we want to discuss that, we're always saying we have to bring people in to come and help us to set up these things, set up the industries to be. How about we start discussing how we can invest in the brains of our people that have talent to go into research to figure out how to do these things themselves? Because this idea that we have to bring investors to come in and come and help us set up, like you gave an example of the wherever that president is, now saying my this thing will sit here until if some people come in from Europe or somewhere to come and help me set up the refinery stuff and stuff. When he should be saying is that, okay, whatever I have here, I need to start looking for the talented citizens of my country and fund research, put their brains to work to do research, to figure out how to do it themselves. I think that's the problem we're having in Africa.
Where is that research going to be funded?
Say it again.
Where's the research going to be funded?
What do you mean? Where's the research going to be funded?
If the Ugandans want to turn their uranium into energy, and you are saying they have to localize it rather than look for expatriates. So how do they localize it? Where do they get the expertise amongst them?
That's what I'm saying. Find your talented people. How about you open a science lab and science people and find people gifted? There's always gifted people in every society. How did those Western countries? Wait. How did hold on? Did those Western people, those Chinese, all those people that advanced? Was there a alien that came to their country to see your scientists how to do stuff? Were they not the one that bring out science books and read and do some? Find your talented people.
When you create all these research spaces, where are you going to get the knowledge base for the research?
There are books, there are science books. We have people that go to university, get the engineering. We have a lot of people that went to university study geology.
Don't worry about that. Which book? Don't worry. Listen, which books?
Okay, how about go take your books and bring it and study and do whatever, and then trust your scientists to do research. People have geniuses are born every day.
Who is going to guide them through the content of that book?
The genius will do it. The genius will figure it out. Who guided their whole scientists through the contest for them to figure it out?
You are going to get there.
We have to believe in ourselves. That's the problem. We believe we have to. We have to come to guide us, to teach us how to think.
If I will guide us, what man?
Maybe that too is possible. The fact that we can never advance until Oyinbo come and show us how to do it, right? This is that mentality we have in Africa. Geniuses are born in Nigeria every day. Trust the genius mind. A genius mind can figure anything out. We don't believe our geniuses are born in Nigeria, all these ghettos every day. We don't believe they can do anything. We don't believe their genius mind can figure anything out. Because you are looking at your own mind, and because your mind cannot figure it out, that means that genius boy that's born in Nigeria cannot figure it out. Oyinbo man have to come. Without Oyinbo man coming to teach his brain, can't figure it out.
All right, thank you. No, I must move on. Let me go to Shebi. So Shebi, you're up next. So Shebi, I want to take you to Niger Republic, and the juntas there. They are proposing a 3-year transition program. So if they grant them that 3 years, is it not the case that they will hold that space in perpetuity?
Yeah, I don't think so. Good evening. Good evening, Hal. Yeah.
Good to see you, Shebi.
Yeah, good one. I think it's still something is going on underground, and there's still negotiation going on. I think they want to I think there are two extremes. The first extreme is the Ecowas, the TINUBU-led Ecowas team that was threatening war, and then the other extremes is the junta that want to make military rule to reign supreme. I think there's negotiation underway, and they are trying to get to a meeting point. I think it's a step in the right direction, and I don't really think the junta will want to stay in perpetuity. They are really scared now because of the kind of the impact of sanctions against the country. And then last 3 weeks, I think there was a revolt. There was something like an attack on the Nigerian army. I think that's coming from the Azawide, the terrorist group that the Burkinabes and the Malians have actually warded off. So it will be too much for them to handle. If you look at the terrorists from the Azawide, the Tuareg people attacking them in the northeastern fringe of Niger Republic, coupled with the sanctions coming from Nigeria, and then ECOWAS, it will be too much for them. And the NATO and American pressure on them, it will be too much for the junta, the military junta, to actually accommodate. So they are trying to find a leeway for them to actually stabilize themselves. I don't think 3 years is too much, but 18 months. ECOWAS should try to negotiate it to be 18 months.
So is the 3 years a tactic?
I think sounds like, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sounds like a tactics here. Because the military junta is there, they cannot cope with the pressure, economic pressure, political pressure coming from ECOWAS, coming from Nigeria, and coming from the West as well. So
why do you think they cannot cope? Because they seem to be holding firm.
Just for the optics, I don't really think they can actually sustain that pressure. If it's a country like Nigeria, we were able to we were a pariah nation for about 9 years during the Abacha period. We have the economic strength, we have the wherewithal to withstand it, but Niger cannot do it.
All right, and the deployment of fighter planes from Mali to Burkina Faso. So the concern really is that if they try to use force to remove these people, it's going to backfire. And then what will start as a well-intentioned thing, when we start to see all the images on our screens, very soon that pariah status, Nigeria will be the person that is the pariah.
I think trying to use force now is really counterproductive. I think Tinubu goofed when he said he gave them 7 days. He should have taken his time to study the situation very well. But the deed is already done. But if you are to use force, it's going to be counterproductive on the part of Nigeria, on the part of Niger, and we need to really understand the West African Sahel region properly. At times, what happened in Mali and then Burkina Faso, I would not really blame the Malian junta and the Burkina Faso junta. In the you will recollect, after the demise of Gaddafi, the Tuaregs were let loose, and then they were able to foment some trouble in that Sahel region, and then they were able to establish Azawad Republic in Mali, and then the civilian regime could not actually curtail them, and then the military took over in Mali, and then they were able to establish some sort of stability in that area and Burkina Faso. So that trend could actually get to Niger Republic, and they don't really want that kind of trend to extend to Niger Republic. So Nigeria should be very, very careful that we should not make enemies with Niger Republic, because we have a lot of stake in Niger Republic. The gas pipeline is coming to Niger Republic. We should not jeopardize that. And then they are our brothers. Niger Republic are our brothers. We should not try to foment troubles in that area. And more so, we are waging war against terrorists coming from Boko Haram and stuff like that. We need to put our foot on ground as well to actually make sure that our borders are well secured.
But with the Malians and the Burkinabes, with their deployment of fighter planes to go and support Niger Republic, if ECOWAS backs down and accedes to this 3-year transition, does that not then make ECOWAS and more to it Nigeria like toothless bulldogs? If they call our bluff and we back down, how does that affect our status as the superpower of that sub-region?
I'm not really scared of Burkina Faso and Mali. Those are just nations that can actually withstand any kind of military strength coming from 4 big nations, 4 West African nations. Nigeria is the giants, and Senegal can put some weight. Ivory Coast is not too bad. But what I'm really scared of is Algeria not joining it, because Algeria has the 2nd military power in Africa after Egypt. So those ones are just to me, are just like just making mouth, nothing more.
I don't think Algeria would deploy their troops to go and support Mali. They don't have any. I'm not sure anything can. I don't see any reason why they would. I don't see how that is justified.
Yeah, they cannot. But there are news coming like a couple of weeks. They are signifying interest to want to join Mali and Burkina Faso. But Burkina Faso and Mali are not really a threat to us, to me. to the rest of Africa because they still need to contend with
you know what is likely to play out is the sort of scenario that we're seeing from the Russia-Ukrainian space. With Russia able to destroy Ukraine within 1 week, but the optics of deploring the fullness of their military might is not something they're willing to take on. So if these people decide to dig their heels in, then we have to go there and be brutal. Can we really afford that is the thing, in terms of the sort of imageries that would put out in the public space.
If I were
and they're also mobilizing their citizenry, calling them auxiliary, whatever.
I think for the sake of Africa, we should not turn our place to a proxy war zone. Nigeria should just back down, because that is, if you look at the Nigerian foreign policy from 1960, we are a pacifist nation. We should not be used as a tool in the hands of the West to actually destabilize of the West Africa. We should play our game right. Why we voted for TINUBU is for Nigeria, not for Ecowas. The main reason why I should go to Niger is to secure our border in the northern region. We should not make enemies. Oh, if you look at our foreign policy, the one in 1965, when the civil war in Congo, we did that effortlessly. The one in we single-handedly restore peace to Sierra Leone and Liberia. Those are the things that we are known for. We should not join in the proxy war.
Can I say something about the Congo one you just mentioned just now, real quick?
Yeah.
You guys realize that they used our military against Patrice Lumumba's government in Congo, the Western world. So just to agree with what you're saying, we have to be careful. We
have to be careful. Kasabubu, Lumumba, those kind of
exactly.
stuff.
At the end of the day, we thought we were there to help. At the end of the day, they just use us against the Patrice Lumumba government.
Yeah, we should be careful. We are a pacifist nation. We are not really known to attacking countries.
But are we not a self-interest nation in this particular instance? That clip that I played from Ghana at the opening phase, explaining that it is of strategic national importance to Nigeria for Niger to be a stable country. It's of even strategic economic importance for Nigeria, for Niger to be a stable country. So will we actually be acting in self-interest if we deployed against them?
I think whether Niger is under military rule or under democratic is of no relevance. The people are happy with the junta from the optics, from what I'm seeing. They're happy. They have this placebo effect of feeling good. If that is what it takes for them to be stable, all well and good for us. All I want is
also the French and the Americans, they are benefiting more from Niger's stability. So
and then
more than Nigeria. So we should be the ones to go and make sure the country is stable for them. They are benefiting the more. Why can't they do it themselves? Make it stable. So we have to be thinking big, man, to be honest. Why is it Nigerians' job to go there to make sure that country is stable when the people benefiting most from them is the French, the Americans, and all these people? They are the ones enjoying their resources, not Nigeria. I mean,
I think
hold on. What resources America enjoying from Niger Republic?
They are enjoying the uranium, the minerals there. Trust me. Even that Liberian one, that stupid one we went to in the 90s. The company that was enjoying Liberian Firestone rubber, the Firestone company is owned by America. They wanted stability in that Firestone area to be stable, so they can continue to extract the rubber there. But Nigeria was one that went there to keep peace for them, to stably for them. So we have these West, they will just use us, just like my brother is saying right now. They are playing chess, we are playing checkers. That's what's going on. At the end of the day, everything will end up falling in their own favor.
I think it's more complex than that, but carry on, Shebi.
I think the main goal in this fiasco, or this kind of what we have in the Niger Republic, is for Nigerian interest. First of all, to show that we are the giant, the tropics, giant of Africa. We should do that brag. We should brag a little bit, but we should not go to war. And our interest is first of all economical and security. Security in the sense that a huge sort of land is taken over by bandits and Boko Haram. And then the French have presence in that place for like over 20 years. And the problem coming from Boko Haram is not abating. Likewise, in Chad and Cameroon, we have French presence there. But the problems of Boko Haram and terrorism is not abating. It's high time for Nigerian government to put their boots on the soil in those countries. And then this actually provide an avenue for Nigerian military to be in that country, so that we be fighting off, because the mistake we made in the days of Jonathan, after the demise of Gaddafi, Nigeria was not really interested in the African geopolitics. Now is the time for us to be really interested in that area, because if you don't fight your war outside of your zone, they will bring those stuff to our country. I think our aim is to secure our border, and that's the reason why we should have military presence in those countries. And the second one, the economic reason, whether we like it or not, we need Niger for a gas pipeline, and then we need to be friendly with them as much as possible.
You may be friendly with them or control them, because I feel that Nigeria should somewhat really control that, because it's of such strategic. You heard what Ideological was saying about the importance of gas superseding oil as the wealth giver to the Nigerian space. So we cannot really afford nothing less than predictability from a country like Niger. And they have this propensity for coups as well. So should we really leave them to their fate, or on this excursion that we're embarked upon now, should we, if we're able to succeed, make sure that we have direct control on whoever oversights that country? Should we make it somewhat remotely like a protectorate of Nigeria, just because of the strategic importance to our economy?
Yeah, definitely. Because from what Ideological said, the gas pipeline is going to be the largest income generator for Nigeria. It's something that should be dear to our hearts. But if you want to do that, I will not use the word control, but if you want to control, it should be in a very subtle way. Because if you look at the way England control India, a country of 60 million people controlling 1.4 billion people, they did not do it they do not rub it in your face. They do it in a very subtle way. But that's the approach we should be using. We should take over the role of France. What France is doing to Niger Republic is what Nigeria should be doing, but in a much more subtle way. That is not actually open. That is not even to your face, something like that. It requires a lot of diplomacy, and that's what we should be using.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant.
Let me say this, one man. I think the problem in Niger now, Nigeria should be very, very careful. And Niger is not a problem to me. You know the country that is a problem to me? Algeria. Because all this while, Algeria has indicated that they are ready to do this. Huh? Who is that?
Okay. If you're not speaking, keep yourself muted, because your background noise will interfere with the feed. Yeah. So carry on, Coco.
Indicated that they are ready to do business with that military junta. And these are the same people that we have agreement with on this pipeline that will go through their country to Europe. So what is the politics that Algeria is playing? Are they really Nigerian friends? I don't think so.
No, don't look at it from the point of view of friendship. Look at it from the point of view of economics. What serves the economic interest of Algeria the most? That's really where it's always the money, isn't it? What serves their interest the most?
I think. Can I talk? Yeah, I think Algeria has good huge deposit of gas as well. So maybe they are threatening that if that should go ahead, if the Nigerian gas project should go ahead, we may be a very big rival to them. Maybe that's why they are really interested in that, to make that place a little bit unstable for Nigeria, so that they will enjoy the monopoly of gas supply from Africa.
That may come in, woman.
One man, I want to comment, please.
Hold on. Let Baba come in after Ideological.
That is the game that Algeria is playing. Algeria, just like I said earlier, we have 50% of the gas deposit as on record today. 50%. So for us to now overwhelm them in that sector, I don't think they want it. They don't want it to happen.
No. Ideological, I think you're looking at it.
Can I interject, please?
Yeah. Can you hold on, please? Ideological, I think you're looking at it from the wrong prism. The Europeans have an insatiable demand for gas. So Nigeria's gas does not in any way threaten Algeria. And then the pipeline from Nigeria also, it taps into the pipeline of Algeria to then funnel into the European market.
Exactly.
So it sounds, yes, pick it up from there, Baba.
Yes, because we pay rent to them too, you understand, for using jointly their own pipe that already in Europe, in Spain and in Italy. You understand? But in fact, you can see that Algeria has not been talking again about this Niger thing since TINUBU dispatched Baba Gana Kingibe to them. I think that worked. Since Baba Gana Kingibe came back, they've not been talking about Niger. And secondly, there is much more to modern warfare than what we see. You see, the Mali flying jets and everything. First, I don't support this war. You understand? But for economic reasons, we have to play some very, very fast political game. But they are no threat militarily. The only thing there is them holding Bazoum to as a kind of shield, because in the news it's said that the coupists, they've sent their families away to Dubai. So these are propaganda we should be able to win by telling the people that, look, these coupists you are supporting, where are their families? They've dispatched them in Europe and Dubai. So do you want to die in their war? If we want now, first, they will jam their radar. Who supplied the radar? France, possibly, and maybe United States. So with just one button, they will jam their radar. Their jets cannot fly. And their communication, if we put boots on the ground, that is where Ecowas, not Nigeria. If you put boots on the ground too, they will jam their communication space. So it is no brainer. They don't stand a chance within 3 days. But if we dispatch them away, what happened? Do we now install a government? We cannot stay on the ground, and ECOWAS cannot rule in Niger. That is not. That is what brought America's problem in Iraq.
Sorry, Baba. We don't necessarily have to rule them. If we get rid of these people, we'll just have to maybe not put Bazoum, but put an administrator from their country in charge of their country.
That is the problem, woman.
And then put them under the protection of an ECOWAS force.
So they will no longer have a military, woman.
We will decapitate their military quite all right. But if you put somebody there that is not popular, that means you are superimposing an unpopular candidate on them. The only thing that I find frustrating here is that in 3 years they are proposing for transition. Bazoum will have finished his term. He will have finished his term and they will have voted another government in. So what is going on? I don't understand. You are impatient. And who says within that 3 years there will be no counter coup that will complicate the matter? Because that's African tradition. You plan a coup, the sergeant behind you guiding you every day to, you are having seen the example you said, will overthrow you one morning too. So for how long will the military cycle continue? This is a trap I know ECOWAS is trying to It's a catch-22 situation, honestly.
It's almost a certainty that there will be some form of a counter coup, because the scene is set for that, isn't it, for a counter coup?
Exactly. This is the problem, and the army is not meant for nation building. The army is to destroy, to fight, to attack. So when you do that, and there is a vacuum in power, so what do you want to do? You can't stay there and start conducting election. Where would that money come from? That is we have to be very careful.
You subsidy money now.
Woman.
I yield.
Can I say something?
Yeah, come in, Jide. But but speak up a bit. But come in here.
Okay. What I wanted to say is this whole Niger issue is now more complex than it was when it all started. And I say this because I've listened to a lot of analysis from different stations, foreign and local, and the conclusion is this: Niger has been the juntas in Niger. They've been brought to their knees because of the sanctions, the economic sanctions. If we remember very well, that immediately subsidy was removed here in Nigeria, it affected them. They even have some of their people rioting. So from there, TINUBU was not even popular over there as at that time. Now, switching off their electricity has compounded that problem the more. So when we talk of communication and all those things, it's already grounded as it were, because you need power to power your phones, and you need the electricity to charge your phones. And if there's no electricity, you go back to fuel, and the fuel is not even available. Now, even the communications companies also need power to power their equipment. But now if we look at it, now the juntas are trying to lean towards Ecowas, which is against the original plan of the people supporting them from behind. I mean, Mali, Burkina Faso, and the rest, because they are being sponsored by another force. It is not necessarily they are not necessarily fighting against France in the plain side, but somebody is orchestrating the whole thing from behind. Now, the owner of the matter, Niger, is allowing diplomatic negotiations, has allowed the Abdulsalam and the other people to come in to talk. That's it's at that same time that you now have Mali and Burkina Faso mobilizing their own army, mobilizing the air force, trying to also intimidate and make the juntas in Niger not go back on their decision to take over power, so that they won't relinquish that power. Not only because they want to keep power as military men, but they also have somebody that is actually bent on terminating and truncating the gas line project. And that is the complexity of it. Anyways, like the last speaker said, I'm not bothered about Mali and Burkina Faso, because even if you had their fighter jet and everything together, the two of them, or even plus Niger, they don't have up to Nigeria.
Let me hold on. There was a clip embedded in this readout that somewhat disturbed me. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Hold on. Because it could spiral out of control. It's just what I fear. Let me play you this.
Defense chiefs are talking tough to make Niger's general for international condemnation have persuaded support the military junta, but it's not clear how much.
Sorry, there's a particular thing
the
said
coup
by
leaders. Niger's new leader General Abdurrahman Chiani, to free the president. The coup leaders have been accused of intimidating critics and paying people to publicly show their support for the junta. On the streets of the capital, Niamey, it's not clear how much ordinary Nigerians support the military junta. But the prospect of soldiers from neighboring African states intervening in their country is worrying some.
Ecowas can come here if they want. We are waiting for them. They will get what's coming to them. They will have to go over our dead bodies to get to the coup leaders.
You see that statement right there is what bothers me.
That's why we should leave them alone. Just leave them alone.
One man. Why I was saying this is because
Nigeria won't play America by force.
Even it's not as worst as what you get from Mali and Burkina Faso. See, Nigeria, even Ecowas is not the one pushing for war now. The way it's looking, it is Burkina Faso and Mali that is pushing for this war, because they are on all grounds against any negotiation between Niger and Ecowas. They have said it that they are not in for any negotiation. But now that's where the baffling question comes in. What is their main stake in all this matter? And that's why I said somebody is sponsoring these guys. Somebody is sponsoring them to push this matter to a point of war. And if that
you have to say that the stake of Niger and Burkina Faso is that they are military administrations too. So if ECOWAS is able to repel Niger, then they feel that they will be under threat.
No, one man. That's not necessarily the matter. Now, I think the matter is this: Mali and Burkina Faso, they've already linked towards Russia openly. They have linked towards Russia openly. So I feel Russia is actually using these two countries to check the influence of France in that zone. And should they take over Niger too, that means they will have control over Niger. But the juntas in Niger, they don't have that control, because yes, they rely so much on the southern countries in West Africa. I mean, the countries that border towards the ocean. So these people really, they have a lot, like now Nigeria provides the electricity. Nigeria has cut electricity. Now, all the supplies that come from Nigeria to Niger, it has been cut off. Everything has been cut off from them. So these people now, they are already in the midst of, if they don't come to the negotiation table, the masses will turn against them. So they are being compelled to come to the negotiation table. But the people that the matter is not happening in their country. I mean, Mali and Burkina Faso, they are head-bent on going to war. If you listen to what their leaders are saying or what is going on over there, you will notice that they don't even want anything. They want it to progress to war. That is it. That is what they want. And that's why I said it is more complex now than it started, because now it's like the influence and the finger of Russia is clearly everywhere around Burkina Faso and Mali.
Jide, I don't think that they want war either. But what one man said earlier, that if Niger should fall as a result of military incursion by ECOWAS in that country, then they will be the next. So that is why they are doing everything militarily to support Niger.
It's self-preservation, isn't it? More than I think people are so keen to play Russia into this game. I'm not quite sure that Russia is as involved as people. People are so keen to play Russia into it. Yeah.
So it's a scare tactics too. By doing that, they are trying to scare ECOWAS that, look, we will turn the whole region into a big mess. We are ready because we have this Islamic jihadists everywhere in that land. So if Niger fall, we are ready to fight and defend Niger. And if it should fall, we don't have no region anymore in that Sahel region. And you see, Nigeria has to be very, very careful because Ghana, that border Burkina Faso, did not close their border against Burkina Faso military junta. They have their border open. They collaborate with them on security matters because in the upper region, upper Volta region of Ghana, that share border with Burkina Faso, they are having insurgency problem there too. So, but Burkina Faso army are fighting insurgency there, helping Ghana to protect Ghanaians living close to the border there too. So, you see, Ghana that is supporting Ecowas here, supporting Nigeria and other Ecowas to go and fight Niger, he's working with the other military junta, Burkina Faso, in the area of security of their country along the borderline. So Nigeria have to be very, very careful. It is not the war. The most dangerous country, I keep saying it, in this is Algeria. Algeria still have their border open. They said they will continue to trade with that country, and they are giving a lifeline for them as a result of their border. So they're still having business. Truck is still moving in and out from Algeria to Niger. So everybody wants that uranium. If France can be kicked out and Algeria support them, give them arms, in collaboration with this, what do you call this, Burkina Faso and this thing, and they were able to defeat or maybe pull the ECOWAS back. Who told you that Algeria doesn't want to have that uranium too? They want to have some share too.
I agree with you to some extent, Ajanle Koko. But if it's about resource control, Ghana actually is bordered on their own head like a cap by Mali and Burkina Faso. And the border of Ghana, particularly with Burkina Faso, is seamless, just the way we and Niger are. Because from Paga in the upper Ghana, you can just trek in and out. So you can't even determine a Ghanaian northerner, whether it's a Ghanaian or a Burkinabe. There's a problem. And there is also a problem of Wagner. Mali is using Wagner as a kind of defense shield. And how did they pay Wagner? Because it's a poor country. They don't have money. So they give them gold mine. So Wagner is guiding them, protecting them, and mining their gold as compensation. Ghana is so worried about that they had to report Mali to Blinken some few months back, that this is what Russia is doing at the head of their cap in the north. So it's a problem. But for Algeria, no, I don't think.
Did you say they report to Blinken?
Yeah, the Ghana president reported to Blinken.
Yes.
Why is he going to Blinken to report?
Yeah, we already cooled that move because a president should be talking to a president and not a secretary.
They went to American daddy to report their brother.
And yeah, you can see that it was a desperation. They were worried. That's why they reported them, because when you have Wagner in your own border, you have to be very careful because these are undisciplined soldiers, renegades.
No. Wagner, trust me, no. It's a Russian private army. They are
they are renegades. They are renegades.
They are
as far as I'm concerned. An army that left Ukraine front and want to turn their gun against Putin.
That thing is propaganda, man. No.
My question is why, when Mali and Burkina Faso did their coup, why wasn't any deterrence to it when they did it? Why?
Exactly my point.
Yeah. Why?
I can't figure that out.
Why was ECOWAS quiet? Then all of a sudden, Niger republics and
I don't think they were of any real significant strategic importance to anybody, really, not in any significant way.
Maybe there was no TINUBU then to really orchestrate their points. Because it still beats me why they allow it. Guinea-Conakry is far, I know, but Niger, Burkina Faso and Mali, they're at home. Somebody didn't talk.
I feel it has to do with the timing, because if you look at it very well, it was just, I think it was around when the whole world was coming out of the COVID balava, and that was when all those coups just struck serially. And a country that has not even gotten its own economy right would not say he wants to go and fight or interfere in another country. And again, it has to do with their leadership too. ECOWAS leadership, as at that time, I think the leadership was from Guinea or something. So maybe that's why.
You guys notice the countries that are really pushing this invasion in ECOWAS are the Ivory Coast and Senegal, the two French big puppets. Yeah, they're the one really. Even Niger is are not really pushing like that anymore. Niger already, when the Senate say okay, they enter. Niger already kind of back off. But those guys, they keep flying to Nigeria to come and tell Tinubu, let's do it. But
you know the funny
why
thing.
They not? Tinubu should send them to go and invade the one in their own north, Burkina Mali, that borders Ivory Coast and Senegal, and the Burkina Faso border Ghana. They should go and invade those ones before they start coming to Nigeria to tell Nigeria, invade Niger. They are out of their mind.
Ouattara actually is a Burkinabe. He's from Burkina Faso.
Yeah, he's from Burkina Faso,
yeah. So he has a stake in that territory. And of course, he is running for a third term, or he's already in his third term, against their constitution. So he has a selfish interest in orchestrating that war.
No, I disagree with that. What I was telling one man the other time was, this is where the proxy war lies. France has two nations pushing heavily in ECOWAS for a military intervention. Even when they were talking about military intervention, it was just these two countries that said their own soldiers are already on ground, ready to move, ready to be mobilized. So meanwhile,
they take their order from France, so we all know that.
Exactly. Meanwhile, Russia has already gained influence in Mali. They are the ones protecting Mali, and also Burkina Faso is relying on the fact that Russia. So that's where I said it's now more complex. Nigeria from the beginning was playing an hide and seek game. Giving them leeway to come to negotiation table, at the same time threatening to go to war. So Nigeria was not really serious about the war thing, just to okay, you guys come to the table. But it was this Senegalese president and the Ivory Coast president that were pushing so hard for a military intervention. So this is why I said it's now complex. And for the Algeria part of it, Algeria, when the TINUBU sent the diplomatic team to them to negotiate, they said the only concern they have is that any war in Niger will constitute security threats to them. So that is why they are threatening that there should be no war, because there's no how, once there's war, people will flow into their country. And I guess international law does not forbid you from allowing refugees in such situations, and they might not be able to control the security situation that might come after it. And that is their own major concern, because they too want this gas, whatever, to flag up, so that they can also benefit. Even Niger has 10% to benefit from it. I think it's all the three of them, Nigeria, Niger, and Algeria, their Minister of Petroleum all signed the document. So the issue is the two parties, the Russian and the French parties that are really pushing for war. And they know why they are doing it. They want to make Africa a proxy war.
Exactly. Divide and conquer.
All right. Let's bring Fatai into the conversation. Fatai, you've been unusually quiet. And usually when Fatai turns up, he usually turns up to speak to a specific matter. So what's brought you in, Fatai from Cyprus, our Cyprus Igwe? Fatai Otesunlani.
Mo ti fẹ́ sùn pàápàá gan. All these.
They give Mutibi Adewale now.
Bàbá mi ẹ kú gbádùn bàbá mi. Bàbá Aláìkòkò, you spoke this Algeria. I mean, so I don't know, Sha. The politics of pipeline, you know, a lot of people speak. Well, if you have to, some people, if somebody doesn't understand the politics that killed the pipeline that was supposed to pass through Syria, from I think it was from the Qatar gas field all the way down there. It's very difficult to understand this Trans-Sahara pipeline. So it's not really, I mean, it's where to start from, basically. That's my point. But I mean, I said, like the other, you know, during the election and then the other day already, I mean, that's how much it's possible to say about it. In the sense that so if the exchange rate is wild, I mean, so in order to adjust for a bit of purchasing power, okay, maybe not too much, but I mean, what is wrong with increasing people's salary?
Are you talking about the TINUBU'S survey? The TINUBU'S survey that led us to that?
No, I heard a discussion that there will be a salary increase or something like that, and then whether salary increase affects inflation or whatever. But Alikoko was having this argument. Somebody came in and said he has 2 degrees in economics or something like that. I don't know what that was about. So I don't understand how it doesn't make economic sense to adjust people's salary everywhere. Everybody adjusts salary every time. You know, it's not really what would be a problem, especially in the light of the exchange rate in Nigeria, right? I mean, okay, it's not to pay everybody 1 million every month, right? But it's a question of value for money. So it's not a question of if you increase the salary, there will be inflation. The salary is like it's like the listing that causes inflation. Salary increase is not empty. It's not money chasing after thin hair. It's not throwing. People work and get salary, and you improve. Is that it? I mean, the work that they do, is that the value for the work? What they are getting? The question is, it the value for the work?
No. There were 2 conversations taking place there. So there was a conversation around what justifies a reasonable or a work a living. Let's not call it reasonable. Let's call it living. There was the conversation around what constitutes a living minimum wage. So that was one conversation. And then it all started from this survey that was done. And people felt 99% of the people surveyed felt that the minimum wage should be at the minimum 50,000 naira. And then that led to the conversation if 50,000 naira is a living wage. And then we were then conversing as to what constitutes a living wage, and then we were getting to higher figures, and then the conversation then transmuted into if suddenly these monies was injected into the economy, would it lead to inflation? Because of course the markets will then put up their prices, which of course is then inflationary. So that was where we were.
Yeah, okay. I think it's where I caught up to it, because I already slept a little bit and I woke up and I got into so I think the inflationary hand to it is what I got into it, you know. I mean, the salary increases have structures, right? So it's not something out of the blue that money is just thrown and you understand. But my point is, like, when context is lost in economic discussions, right? So it's very, I mean, there is no generality, there is no a principle in economics that is for all weathers. That is the case. So if so that people's salary are going to be increased is not going to what I mean, if you're not increasing from 20,000 to 500,000, so I don't really think that inflationary discussion is really the issue. It's actually necessary to increase the salary because of the exchange rate problems now. Because the salary that people were earning where the exchange rate was 400 is the same salary when they're earning when the exchange rate is like whatever. And since a lot of things are brought, since a lot of drivers of many products in the country have some importation components, so the things are going up. So I don't think it's a necessarily buy. I think it's how much is really. So maybe the earlier conversation is probably okay of how much it is, but it's not being increased. I don't think you can buy so much with the current salary they have, and if they just leave it like that, until there is like the value of naira. I think what's really necessary to really do is how to make the naira more attractive. You know, that if the naira is more attractive, because I think even in Nigeria, everybody, I think they say they are spending dollar within Nigeria, right? So if the naira can gain in value, then I don't then it's okay. But as long as the naira is not gaining in value, so maybe salary increase is necessary to adjust for this the little disruption to purchasing power there. So I don't see how it's that salary, whatever increase, you know, that will cause inflationary trend. You know, that's where I go into the conversation. My point is I just didn't see how that is the inflation problem. The salary increase is the inflation problem. And that's my point. But one more. Actually, the reason I actually wanted to come in, right, I wanted to have a clarification. One more, why did I look for trouble now? I beg now, I don't want trouble now. When yesterday in your yesterday discussion, one more, you know, say that before, you know, that time that was me and World Peace situation. I don't send you for message. Say, when I'm talking, I'm not talking to your dictionary. I mean, you could hardly even hear his name in my mouth lately. So why Mama? Don't throw me in your don't throw me in his conversation.
What happened yesterday? I'm out of the loop. Bring me into the loop. What are you talking about?
No, I wrote lazy people. Nigerian people are lazy. Blah 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 and like that. So there are a lot of people said something like so. I said, lazy is a subjective expression. Like, okay, imagine if Oga of the Universe wrote the same sentence exactly. Would you say he was referring to Kulata? But you said, oh, Fatah is attacking you. And he said, oh, normally. I don't like to be misrepresented, though. That's what happened. What that normally said. You woman, you know, I told you many times privately.
That was I can't recall that, but that would just have been a throwaway comment.
No. What is there? Me, I told you many times now, it's not really my kind of person. But every time you are bringing, I don't understand it. These people are lazy, Even one time, 2-3 days ago, Mike and Simba, they were having this discussion. I even came in, I was like, we are wasting time on stuff like that. So it's something that I've it's not even because of the matter I came into when Simba was speaking like that, and people were like, I was fighting Simba or something like that. Actually, I wasn't really fighting Simba. It's just the way he was presenting. I was like, who is this guy now? Who do you think him the righteous man now? But my point is, these are discussions that these guys have been having. I mean, okay, because he hijacked it yesterday doesn't mean I was referring to him. Right, Mike and Simba have been talking all these things all this time,
Sorry,
whatever.
Hey, hold on.
I thought you got to bed, Kulata. I thought you got to bed. I was hopeful that you had.
My AirPods is on. I've been dozing, but
I have reported you many times to one man. Okay, but
why is this guy bringing drama, unnecessary drama here?
You shouldn't be doing that if you don't want drama.
Doing what? What are you talking about? Why are you being so dramatic? What's all this about?
Okay, you are very dramatic. Okay, don't worry. I mean, I don't like all these side kicks.
What's the story about? I don't know. I was out for a while. Then I started hearing my name. What's going on?
Kulata, please. Let us leave it there.
I'm just asking question. What's going on?
He said you stole his lunch money at the school playground.
How much is it?
$1.50.
Really?
Let us leave it there. Let us move on.
I left again, then I started hearing my name. I mean, what's going on?
Of course, one man lofa. I mean, people think say I get angry. Me, I don't get angry. I'm very you think about it, me. Okay, then give signal long time. I produce some friends so that is often one man many times. Okay, but one man, I don't know what man is thinking or the way I don't know, but it's his show, so I don't really, because when they are joya. But I don't like about like say they don't care about doing money me about doing that's the one many times. Don't be bringing him in my issues. Don't bring my issues.
What's this conversation with no head or tail? Are we here to like each other or we're here just to talk about what are you talking about?
Let us leave it there. Let us leave it there, please.
Do you leave the session and start thinking about people? I mean, what's all this?
Yeah, that's what you do. That is what you do. Forget the projection. That is what you do.
What projection? What are you talking about? You're not bringing drama here consistently. Do you see me doing stuff like that?
All right. Let's
what sort of nonsense is this?
Other people to do it.
All right.
Other people to do it.
This guy, you have the issues. Honestly speaking, you're imagining stuff. And this is the second time I'm addressing you. Stop imagining stuff in your head.
Right. I imagine stuff in my head.
No, honestly, you have issues. You need to deal with your issues.
You are too senior. Both of you are too senior in this spaces for me to be muting you. But
someone can be imagining stuff without correcting the person.
But you should stop.
Do you ever see me even addressing you or anything? You just come here and be talking every time about this.
Forget all that. That will not be fighting.
What's the problem?
Forget all that. Those are not fighting words. By the way,
this is not any fighting words. I'm not here to fight anything. I don't give two hoots about you. Can you just let it go?
You should stop copy pasting me. By the way,
who's copy pasting you? Dude, you have issues. I've been coming to this platform for a while. I think you think about me too much, and it's not healthy for you. It's not healthy for you. I'm not here. You talk about me. You insinuate. I come here. I do the bit. You're here to come and be talking about me too. Are you obsessed?
Wait, stop all this one.
Are you obsessed? No, honestly speaking, are you obsessed? You and I are not You and I are not in the same area in life at all. I have zero to do with you. And don't be bringing my name into whatever you want to do. You do it all the time. One man, I beg, dismiss this stuff. You're a non-entity.
All right. So you should listen to Ajanle Koko if you don't listen to me now. So Ajanle Koko said,
no, I listen to Ajanle Koko. He's the one that
you are still going on now. You are still going on now. So that's to say you are
I left. You call me and you start mentioning my name. Kilode.
All right.
Okay, I think it's all right now. Please.
I was going to go to Baba, but Baba Tipino Lons, he can't bear it anymore. But
let us move.
Let's move on and let's move to let's move to Jide. I was going to move to Baba.
I think Fatah is still have floor. Take him on another topic and let us close the matter.
All right. Let me take Fatai to the Isese space then. So Fatai, list of states that have declared Monday public holiday. So it looks as though the Yoruba space are trying to reclaim their Yoruba-ness by declaring a Yoruba day. So I think August the 21st is the day that they have identified. And 4 states signed up so far, but more significantly, Lagos State is signed up, but even more significantly, Kwara State is not signed up. So what do you think the politics is then that is underpinning this Isese narrative?
One man, this one you carry me go. And this one carry me the goal. I'm with this one. I don't know what to say in this regard though. But they should let us be ourselves. I think that's all I can say. They should let us be ourselves.
All right. Let me take you to this space. Let me take you to this space there now. Buhari's ex-aide reacts as Peter Obi joins APC chieftain at wedding of Deputy Senate Speaker's son. So this is Peter Obi, of course, surrounded by Jibrin Barau, who is the Deputy Speaker, and that, of course, goes with Akpabio, and that is Peter Obi with his hands behind his back, as ever. The guy is an element from it just is beyond everything that is known.
But what are you trying to say now? What I'm trying to say is hand behind his back, like a yes daddy, you mean?
It is yes daddy.
Oh God! I was only here.
I was only here. It is the process.
Woman, do you think Peter Obi would have invaded Niger?
Peter Obi can. He wouldn't even know anything about it. You know.
He will send ESN then, at least.
He will say.
He will send Kanu to go and deal with them.
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe Peter Obi won't join APC now. Maybe he won't join APC.
Woman.
Yeah.
APC.
Woman. The funny thing is Peter Obi's visual example, Pakistan. They just increased their fuel price, right? And everybody is shouting it. So Peter Obi always like to use Pakistan as an example to them.
Is China not his go-to example?
And China.
China, isn't it? China.
No, he uses Pakistan as well. He uses Pakistan as well. He uses Pakistan.
Pakistan that has bankrupt.
But what sort of reaction are you expecting from his space to this sort of imaging being put out?
Those ones are still spending mandates. Are they still spending mandates after this image? I'm looking at their post and they are saying judiciary must not fail or something like that. And they keep posting our picture.
All eyes on the judiciary.
All eyes on judiciary or something like that. And they will be posting the picture of that Yoruba justice. I don't know what that man have done to them. They keep from day one. They started posting his picture. Like, and how did that man do to you guys now? Is it the only justice?
Yeah.
No. Is the Chief Justice of the Federation. That's why. But carry on, Fatah. Yeah.
I think Peter Obi is preparing for a transition of a mind transition. I think he's trying to. The picture is not by accident. He's trying to let his people know in case the judgment doesn't go. I don't go. They don't carry me. They go. I don't know, but I think he's. I don't know. I don't know what.
Because what people were speculating was that why did he not shun that it's not anything meaningful or significant. It's just somebody that is not has no association with getting married. It's a political thing. Him going there. That's just the thing. But what politics is this signaling? Yeah.
Yeah, it's not by accident. It's signaling. It's signaling. You know, it's very difficult to see how Peter Obi wins the case now. So he has to start doing these little things, the little cameos, to let his people, you know, to prepare to wet the ground. When I know vex, because everything they come, you know. I think he's just playing politics, right. To be honest with you, I didn't really have muscle to really coming from anyway.
Is this a carryover from yesterday? You just wanted to come and do both bars, Abby. You wanted to come and
not
do
really,
both bars.
Not really goes bad. I just wanted to say 1 mile. So 1 mile. 1 mile, I don't tell you now. That's all I wanted. If I wanted to do goes back, don't call me yesterday now. 1 mile. But I just want to say 1 mile. Leave that side now. You know,
with your mild voice, people will think you are a gentleman, but you know, it's a goro native.
I can advise for Fatai Adewale.
Yes, combination. Combine donors. Adewale. Look at that.
Baba ti sọ̀rọ̀ wọn ní mò ń mu bíà, wọ́n lè yọ́ mú bọ̀ mí ò ń mú ṣá.
Yorùbá ló sọ fún yín yẹn. Yorùbá ńlá ló sọ yẹn.
Bàbá yẹn kò lọ̀rọ̀ mi yé. Bàbá yẹn kò lọ̀rọ̀ mi yé.
One man, you know the Northerners always say Yoruba Muslims are fake Muslims. They don't believe. Look at Barry now. When the guy was praying with the Northerners, he's the only one that sat on the chair doing this. Where they all the rest were on the ground, you know. It's a Muslim. Islam, Christian, I don't believe you people, man. Yoruba people. This is our fake life, man.
All right, brilliant.
My co kilo shele now. My co Emi ko ni jagboro. My co ni jagboro 1 man no.
No. Vada going to fight everybody today. He will measure me as Simba.
My co kilo shele di poju. All right, 1 man. Sorry, I won't go sleep. Can we move on?
All right. Let's move on and let's come to you, Kulata.
Kulata, agbowo orí sára ẹ̀dá ti balẹ̀ ń sìn.
Ara mi máa ń balẹ̀ ṣé èyí lẹ ti rí mi bì ní ara mi máa ń balẹ̀ mi ò kò sí any drama lọ́dọ̀ side mi.
Ẹ̀yin ìjẹ̀jà òjò máa lo tax collector.
Òṣò máa lo tábàdì ṣoṣo máa lo àmì ò báyàn jà èmi ò dẹ̀ kí yàn obsess over anybody. We say it as it is, kò sí problem, we're straight shooters.
Compensation Abiola lẹ́fẹ̀ẹ́ ṣe fún Kulata yìí o. Compensation.
No, because the compensation. Mo ti lọ sùn tẹ́lẹ̀ mo dẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí gbórúkọ mi, but continue one man. Let's bygones be bygones. Continue.
Yeah, let's go to yeah, I understood what Jide was saying. I think I was speaking to a different space. Emefiele should be accorded status of economic saboteur. This is a national observatory. You know, the way the DSS are handling this case are coming up with the most ludicrous of things, that he had a Dane gun and some cartridges, and then they are transmuting that into 20 charges that nobody knows what they are. They just amateur. And if they cannot nail somebody like Emefiele for all that he has done over such a vast period of time, then what even purpose? Are they not meant to be the most advanced in terms of investigation in Nigeria? And this guy was committing all of these atrocities in open glare. So the concerns being raised by this National Observatory, that the amateurish way that the DSS is handling this guy is going to slip out of our hands. So do you see then that this guy, for reasons that they cannot just come together to put a coherent, it's the same with Nnamdi Kanu, isn't it? Remember when they took Nnamdi Kanu to court, and the court just stripped by half all the charges and threw it in the bin. So are we going to see this sort of amateurish play out with Emefiele again, and this guy will slip through our hands?
Is that a trick question? You're already seeing amateur hour. You're asking, are we going to see amateur hour? You want to, someone as big fish as Emefiele, I mean, normal sane climate, you're supposed to have investigated, have your crimes and your charges, and you go with him with valid charges. You first go with him, you go on an fishing expedition, you give him gun. I mean, that's the most ludicrous charge. Okay, he owns gun. Then you now start investigating. Then you want to be bringing in one by one. If you go to court, Emefiele will win. Because these guys, they don't have their acts together. And, I mean, what did you say that they should prosecute him for economic sabotage? How do you prove that it was economic sabotage if he worked with Buhari for whatever policy? It was probably within his rights. The only thing you can find him for is for if there's blatant corruption, like they said he was passing money to buy cars or something, 100 million naira. But that's just 100 million. Is it 100 million naira this year, 100 million? I don't even remember. But whatever the case is, if you can't find, I mean, it's going to be difficult to penalize him on anything tangible because it was working in concert with the government. So at the end of the day, they're going to make this guy a hero. And they've already even made him a hero by doing this shambolic way of investigating.
Well, man, I have one question about the DSS. Why is it that when they want to arrest one easy person like that, when they could just walk and pick him up on the streets, they would take 1,000 soldiers to his house, shoot up the whole place.
Amateur dramatics, I mean.
And then most of the time they will miss the person. When they wanted to arrest Igbo, took 1,000, they could have just waited for him to wake up in the morning, step out of his gate, and just arrest him. They took 1,000 soldiers, shoot the whole place, kill one unarmed guy, kill the dog, kill the cat. The same thing with Kanu. The same thing when they wanted to arrest you in his hotel. We saw that video now. They took about 30 of them outside, 50 enter. Why are these guys foolish? Or what is going on? What?
You know, if they are just invited
drama,
yeah. If they are just invited to their offices, he would have gone. I don't think Showore is he would have gone with Falano and you know, and look at how they rearrested Emefiele at the court as well, beating up prison officials, and you know, just I don't know, man. It's unbelievable. Kolata.
It's at the end of the day, this guy to be, unless they do proper investigation, like thorough investigation. But at what you've already arrested him, you'll now be releasing charges. It's just the guy is gonna become a sympathetic figure very soon. The way they're mishandling the whole thing. And again, you cannot arrest a guy for incompetence. Or I think I said that months ago. So, I mean, it's not just his own incompetence, it's also the incompetence of the government he worked for. So they should, if they want to do anything, they should go have some balls and look for corruption, real corruption. But if you open real corruption, then you'll have to be prepared to sacrifice some of the closer figures in Buhari's government. Is Buhari ready to? Is Tinubu ready to rock the boat? Is he really ready to rock the boat? That's the problem. Is he's not prepared to go that far.
A lot of people are saying for Tinubu's administration to have any meaning, it will necessarily have to rock that boat.
Not really now, because at the end of the day, what is done is done. Like, okay, Emefiele borrowing, is it $13 billion from all these foreign banks that they used to share for dollars at $400 round trip and go. Okay, what are you going to do? That's crying over spilled milk. The damage has been done. So what are you going to do? You're going to arrest him. Are you going to get money back from him? I thought I told you, like, I have some investors, Paddy, that told me some billions under Emefiele's name. No, not that many billions, very few, but invested in what's called hedge fund. Are you going to be able to take that from him? You can't take all that stuff from him now. It's just some things needs to be done in a strategic way. It's not just everything is not bow. Because going after money like that, money especially stuck in the West, they will frustrate you. You won't get a dime. So at the end of the day, except they just want to torture the guy and keep bouncing him around from court to court, it's going to be a futile effort. I mean, they may catch him with some crime, but maybe a few millions of dollars, millions of naira, max millions of dollars. Is that the hill to die on? I mean, really, I think DSS needs to get their act together. They don't know what they're doing. This is not how to
hold on, Jide. Kulata, let me take you to this space. All right, actually coming, Jide, but I want to push Kulata because I think he's ready for his bed, but coming, Jide, yeah.
Oh, okay, Kulata. I think the case of Emefiele is different in the sense that DSS, I think they had the intelligence that Emefiele was planning to leave the country, and as at the time they had that information, they had nothing against this man, but they knew this man had a lot of things with him, and they need to get it from him. So they had to look for some flimsy, unnecessary excuse to hold him or arrest him, and that's how they came up with this gun possession. Yeah, probably he possesses a gun and he doesn't have license for whatever for it. I don't know.
But hadn't DSS been investigating him one time that he traveled abroad? They had been investigating him for over a year.
Let me land my point. Sorry. So now the guy was asked to submit his report for the expenditures and whatever, the CBN, whatever. The man was like sitting on it. So if you notice that it was just a few days ago that the new person in charge had to release the report for CBN for the past 7 years, which Emefiele has covered up for 7 good years and did not put it in the public domain. This is something that should go out. But this man has been sitting on it. But I think now that he got those information now, that's now when they now got those 21 counts charge. They are now putting forward against him. Fraud, some fraudulent, whatever is among the charges that they are putting up against him. So I feel what happened was, as at the time they were picking up Emefiele, they did not have anything concrete because Emefiele had covered all tracks and was planning to escape. And that was
let me ask you a question. What do you think will come out of this monetarily for the Nigerian government?
Well, monetarily, from what I had from some sources.
Now, money we can get back.
Yes, monetarily. You know, there is this brother of Emefiele that came to court and was shouting the other day. He has some estates in Lekki that he built during this Emefiele government, central government thing, and the government is already seizing those properties. So monetarily they will get some things back. But
so wait, you said hold on, just hold on. You said there's some estates he built. Compare, let's say they seize those estates, they liquidate it, they sell it or something. Compared to the economic damage he did, how isn't that like someone taking?
What about punitively? You keep saying monetarily. What about punitively?
Punitive damage. It has to be money. Like it goes to prison. So what?
Yeah, but I think Nigerians will be happy with that. You know.
You're going to monetize that happiness.
No, they want to see him punished. I would like to see him punished. Would you not like to see him punished?
The financial crimes, those kind of punishment is not that long. It's white collar crime. I mean, everywhere in the world, how long will you get for white collar crime? Okay, the worst cases, they'll make it consecutive. And I mean, some other government will come, they'll release him. He's a big guy now. I mean, okay. I mean, do you think all the people he did favors is going to stay more than 5 years? They'll take him. I mean, they'll release him. Like, and you're saying property. Okay, they take this property. How much is it? Let's say 500 billion naira. Eloni.
Compared to what of his assets will be outside of the bulk of his assets will be outside of the country.
He'll be outside the country now. So what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, we have to be in a position of moving on, because a lot of all these big fishes, it's hard to really punish them.
We moved on from Abacha, we moved on from Babangida, we moved on from Obasanjo. We've moved on too often now from all of these people.
Yes, we have to.
The guy has 7 years to perfect his crime, to do it. So the guy's very intelligent. The guy must have covered many of his tracks as he was carrying those crimes. So the unfortunate thing is Buhari was very ignorant. And all these juntas taking over country, and that's the problem. You guys can imagine all those military era when these soldiers have nothing about financial, no knowledge of all these things. They were just ruling the country. Imagine how many of those central banks were looting under Abacha, Babangida, all this, and a lot of them from that southeast or that, it's not the first time. MFL saw Buhari as ignorant guy. This guy is not knowledgeable. He took advantage of it. He just, played the system for the entire time. Luckily, he realized that Tinubu, this guy's an educator, he's an accountant. He has knowledge of all these things. So the moment Tinubu was coming, he's ready to take off. Yeah. So
if he took off, he will be in one of these islands. I'm sure he's bought his citizenship in maybe what's the name of that island? Dominica or one of those places. Where you buy
where he had his birthday, where he had his birthday, they were all flying in.
The Zeni has she bought her own too now. But see, the thing is, okay, fine, it will be good, symbolic. You put him in jail, yes. But someone will release him out of jail too. So at the end of the day, it's a moot point because he's not going to rot in prison. You know that. I know that. That's even if they jail him. And you'll get good lawyers. So before he even gets to jail, Tinubu will have long gone. And I mean, the main thing is prevention. How do we prevent all this mess? Technology, transparency, things like that. Corruption of prevention, rather than trying to go retrieve. I mean, it's hard. Anywhere in the world, it's hard to retrieve this money, especially when it gets into all these islands, it gets into all these hedge funds, it gets into all this blind trust, it gets into so many. It is hard.
Kolata.
Sorry, Jide. Go on, Jide. But after that, then we'll go on to a different thing. Yeah, go on.
Okay. Emefiele's case is worse to the extent that if you noticed when they were interviewing this former CBN deputy governor that was nominated amongst the ministerial whatever, the man recommended that the governor should not have authority over everything, that they should make it a situation that all the deputy governors should have direct access to the president and should have equal authority, if not equal authority as the governor, but should be able to append some kind of signature to make sure that it's not solitary something that the governor does. Emefiele has done a lot of havoc, and I know that they now have those files. So before Emefiele will even see court judgment there, he would first waste maybe the next 2 years going in and out, or next 1 year going in and out of DSS. They will take him before they now go into court proceedings proper. I see the guy they will torture him to the point, even they know that he would go to court and get maybe a few years imprisonment or even not get anything. But before he goes to that court, that man will smell fire.
We shall see now, all of us. I mean, I just don't prepare yourself for too much. You'll be disappointed. That's what I'm going to say.
All right. Let me take you to this space then. These are TINUBU'S survey. Some interesting things coming out of it. So the headline, of course, tells you that TINUBU his approval rating continues to drop. But what this survey actually did was to go through some of the key policy positions that he has taken, and then they've gone out to audit the Nigerian populace to see how they are positioned on a lot of these things. And a lot of these things we discuss on this platform. This one particularly, it caught me off guard. It says, for instance, 50.3% of respondents support fuel subsidy removal. So I mean, does that surprise you based on the sort of, especially when you hear Folibi come here and harrow at the sufferings of the people? But I've always tried to get from him that do the people actually understand what is going on? But what this survey is actually telling us is that half of the country, they're on board with the plan, but not with the pain.
What's the sample size?
Oh, 540.
What is it scattered throughout the country, or where did they do the polling?
The 6 geopolitical zones.
It's not a very reliable poll. 500 and something divided by 6. I don't know. What's that? I mean, less than 100, maybe 80 something each. Also, I don't really trust the validity of that poll, because for 50% to respond like that, people that will respond like that must be very highly educated, that can appreciate removing subsidy, because I don't think a normal Nigeria off the street understands this concept of subsidy removal and how it affects government posts. Now, I mean, for you to talk about that, that means you understand some government economics. Like, you don't see, in an average Nigerian doesn't see government struggling to pay bills because they can't feel it. It's not part of their daily life. They've always been used to this. So there's nothing, what I'm trying to say is there's never been any dividends of good governance in Nigeria where whether government can pay their bill or not makes a difference in their life. So I will lean towards this being rigged, or this being they picked a particular sample that's more favorable. I really don't think this represents just flat out 50% average of Nigeria, because first of all, how many people tuned into the subsidy conversation during the elections? Not many. How many times did Tinubu address it in campaign? Not a lot. So, like, I mean, even the few people that are educated, like Obedience, for example, they don't get this subsidy removal. All they know is pain is getting inflicted. As government, I mean, the impact of subsidy, direct or indirect, is sometimes we have fuel scarcity. But when you look about it, they've been having fuel scarcity since the 90s. And I mean, those are some of the indirect issues of subsidy. So how will they know that me going through suffering is good for me? I'm not buying it. I just don't think 50% of the populace are that sophisticated to appreciate the nuance of subsidy removal versus no subsidy removal. I'm not really buying.
Because it's the same conversation that I was having with Gandhi Koko, and I was saying to him then that any survey company that is what is, or consultancy that is what it's sold, will make sure that they not only the geographical spread but also the demographic spread, because that is the only way that they can claim to be truly representative. So it's not just the educated people, I imagine. And yes, the 540 is more of a snapshot poll than anything comprehensive. But I imagine that it's not comprehensive, no, but it's as a snapshot.
That snapshot is picky in the people that they snapped, in my opinion. It's pretty. They must have gone after a certain demographic. Do you honestly think 50% representation of Nigeria feel that this pain of subsidy removal? I mean, they're not talking to you or me or someone like that, though. We can understand it, but we're talking about the average Nigerians, barely educated average Nigerians. Nigeria, where people die at the age of 52. That's kind of like our life expectancy in that country. A country with life expectancy of 52, you'd think they will appreciate subsidy removal discussion and they will have this nuanced response. I think it's a lot of BS, in my opinion.
You see, another thing we need to start putting into consideration is a lot of these things we discuss about problem, hardship, and people dying early, all those things. Majorly in the major cities, like the inner cities. We don't discuss the rural parts. You understand? Like most part of Nigeria, those towns, like a lot of things we see that's affecting us in Lagos, it's not really affecting them there. But we don't, we just think Nigeria is Lagos, Abuja, wherever people are thinking there, how they are feeling there. That's Nigeria. But all those towns, that's why all these guys are always in election, because they just go to those towns, find out what they don't have, and just put it there. Maybe one small project there, maybe a light or water pipe, something like that. They just dump it there. Those people will be happy. More, you ask better. But those small towns, all they do is agriculture and a little bit of trade. So most of these things that we're talking about, subsidy, it doesn't affect them that much. You have
a point there, Mike, because how impactful really is fuel subsidy removal on the rural life? What level of reliance do they have on petroleum for it to really impact on their life in any? Yes, of course it will impact, but in any profound way. I'm not sure that it impacts on them as it would in the metropolis.
Yeah, those people don't move around that much. They're just there. And it's just someone that people come to deliver to them. You understand? And people come, dump and product they need, boom, they buy, they sell among themselves. But they don't really, all those things don't really affect them. In fact, it even help them because the price of things go up, they earn more money. So people come to pick up the agricultural good they produce, boom, they sell it, they collect money, and then they buy other things, they sell, open their shop in front of their house, they sell things. So all these things we complain about, it's just in Lagos and all these cities, man.
So cost of transporting their agricultural produce, you think the way it used to be last year? So
listen, if the transporter can't increase his price of transportation, they increase the price of their market produce too. They make it up. That's it.
They have the adaptation. They have the adaptation
exactly.
in the rural areas.
Now they don't really live expensive life too.
Yeah,
so people come to pick up.
You think they don't know what is going on in
Ajale cocoa. If somebody, listen, you a farmer, you produce cocoa, yam, tomato, right? And somebody come to pick it up, right? Now that person, now gas price goes up. The person that's picking it up now say, okay, I'll charge you more for picking this thing up. Guess what? You also increase the price of your tomato and your this thing a little bit. That's it. And they make it up. And that's why the rural people, it won't really affect them. Because the person that coming to pack their tomato or potato, whatever, to take it to their retailer to sell, right? The other will say is, okay, now the guy that's coming to pick it up has increased his price of transportation. Okay, we just add a little bit, $1 or $1 or 100 naira to our own price too, and that's it. That's the solution that solve their problem. So the rural people are not really affected by all these things like that. Trust me.
Please, can I say something?
Hello. Go on the prime, and then back to Kulata after that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to. Yeah. Good morning. I wanted to say something about what Kulata was trying to explain about the popularity level of the survey. It might be difficult for us to admit that survey might be right, because all the machinery of protests in 2012 have been engineered, but the response has not been the same way it was in 2012. Meaning people really understood what is happening. The NLC, the activists, they've tried to mobilize Nigerians, but the people are not just focusing, they're not just turning out the way they turned out in 2012. I think they understand subsidy. Let's give them more credit for their intelligence than we would like to. That's just what I wanted to say.
I think I'm with you on that. I'm not with Kulata to quickly dismiss this survey, but it's not on the basis of the sample size or even the possible demography.
Let me say one thing.
The fact that there are no riots on the street and people are making lifestyle adaptations.
But you know that people get beat down to the point where there's no energy to even riot. Do you know that?
Woman, you see, one thing we don't know in Nigeria. Like, I'm a person that recently I've been doing more traveling to the rural part of Nigeria. Like, I travel a lot, to the rural. And in the 90s, those days, when I ever go to the rural part of Nigeria, villages, you just want to get out of there quick. Because everything there is mud house, no electricity. They were just dusty. But most rural Nigeria I go today, government electricity is there now. Now their houses, you have to see more the houses now. It's like
Michael, there's a lot of
there's still but what I'm saying is that in those rural people, they can tell you that we've advanced. Honestly, compared to the city, we in the city, we are the one that can say Nigeria hasn't moved forward and it hasn't pushed. But those ones to them, I go to this thing and I don't understand every name. This town, they say, it's like that. They don't know what banking, all those things that come to them now. Even phone, cell phone, they all have it in rural parts. So then they believe Nigeria's advanced. That's what they see it in those parts of Nigeria. They see themselves as this country has really moved on. I remember when there was someone who tell their children, like, we didn't have all these things when we were growing up. So some part of Nigeria they see things one way, but the other part we see it another way. I'm not saying
they come to the city to come and do things. You think they don't buy clothes? You think they don't buy other things? You think they don't relate with people in the city or have some?
They don't live in the city. They can come and pick something and go back. Most of them are known. I know what they do now. Let me tell you one.
Why are you trying to detach them away from the economic, as if we are not in the same country?
You need to travel to.
Hold on, Mike. What Mike is saying, and I suspect myself as well, is that their economic reality is a different reality from the metropolis, and how the economy impacts on them. It impacts on them at a slower pace because
that is not true.
It's true. I'm telling you.
It is true.
That is not true. And let me make this
I'm
point.
telling you, I'll travel to this rural part, and I'm telling you that I even envy them. These people.
This point to one man.
Village you go in Nigeria now, you don't see electricity there, or someone have a cell phone, they are trading. Let me tell you what somebody I know in the village that's living flashy life. Hold on. This person does the trading over the phone, right? They order all their goods from the phone. They don't have to travel to the cities anymore. They order it from their supplier from their phone, and then they will have a transporter. They will send message to pick it up. They wire the money to him. He picks it up. He just deliver it right to their place. And
sorry, Mike, I've experienced that directly. Actually, there was a time that I was going to Ondo, and then the vehicle that I was boarding, some lady gave a package to him to give it to somebody at the depot.
That's what they are doing now.
And they paid him. So it was more like a parcel sort of
parcel, like Uber kind of system.
I've never seen anything like that before.
That's what they are doing now. Even there's that Uber system. They're doing it now. Even some guys, that's what they do now. They don't.
And it's the phone that facilitates that.
The phone, exactly. With the advent of technology in those rural areas, those rural people are living better life.
Hold on. She then takes the phone number of that driver and then text it to whoever the person is that she's sending the thing to. And then so that when that person then gets there, the driver can then match the numbers together and hand it over, probably take a snapshot, and that's it. So
I'm telling you, that's what goes on in that rural part. I go there now. They are making money. They are just living a good life, man.
Hello, man. You know one thing? Our need for forex, Babajanle Koko.
Yes,
the economic reality differs. For those in the cities, it is part of the aspiration of the parents to send their kids abroad to study. The people in the village don't need forex. They don't need dollar and pounds. Their own economic reality is to send their children to Auchi Poly, University of Benin. So they don't need dollar. That is one of the yardstick people in the city use to measure governance. While for those people in the rural area, it is not part of their own edict at this point. We are not denigrating them. We're just saying their economic reality.
No. You guys are getting it wrong. Look, number one, these people are the most neglected people. Right?
Really?
Hold on. Feel the impact of government in their life. There's no good school in their in the rural.
Is that not the space that gave us good luck, Jonathan? Up to PhD level.
One thing I have to say about this Buhari government.
Let me learn now.
Okay, go ahead.
There's no good school there for their children. There's no good health service there. And these people there's no pipe-borne water. There's horrible road. There's horrible road.
What do they need pipe-borne water for in a village?
Oh man! Most Nigerian, I don't know about everywhere in Nigeria, but I'm telling you that I do more traveling. When's the last time I went to a village? You're still talking about villages of the 90s.
What is the problem, man?
Let people talk now. Sorry, Ajane Koko.
These people don't have good road. Even the little farming, the subsistence farming they are doing, they cannot transport. Most of the time, this thing, they get rotten. They can't transport it to make money. So this thing that, they don't feel economic reality, they don't do this, they don't do that. They are the most hard hit. And there's no opportunity in those rural areas for them to improve, no economic opportunity for them to improve their economic well-being. What are you people talking? They are the most hard hit in this situation.
Okay, let me come in real quick.
I mean, forget about whether they pay for school or they don't care about going to abroad. Even in their own country, they are the most neglected.
That's not true.
Neglected people.
Let me come in. State governors, they have to go and get a vote from local governments and all these areas where there's no villages. They don't do voting. Now, I'm telling you that I've been traveling to rural Yoruba land. Maybe it's not happening in the east or north or so, I don't know. But I've been doing a lot of, when I go to Nigeria, I don't even spend time. But if I spend time in Lagos, maybe 2 days, most of my time is in the rural part. And I'm telling you, this Buhari government, as I'm talking about before, just 4 years ago, every year I go to Nigeria, and the rural, those roads there, in the rural parts. I won't say it's Buhari, it's state governors, the Southwest state governors. They are performing in the rural part. I'm telling you, Like literally, I know villages that went like even 6 years ago that they have electricity or good road. The state government put it there for them. Like they put in school, everything is being done in rural part. I'm telling you, it's being done. I don't know about is it. I would say wait.
Around all the rural area.
The best thing. Wait now. Let me like you were talking. You didn't allow me. Madam, this thing. What happened in those in the past was that we had a system of military rule, whereby you will put a military governor, you bring one northern guy to be a governor to be the Anambra state governor. You bring one guy from Jigawa to be the Osun state governor. Military governors, all those they don't know anything about those societies. They don't relate to the traditional people. They don't relate to anyone. But with this system we have now, this governorship, this local governor system we have now, this system we have, the governors, they have to battle for election, and they have to go to all these towns within their states to bid for beg for votes and things like that. And they have to meet the traditional ruler. They have to meet them. And those one will tell them, come on, in this our village, we need this thing, we need that thing here, we need this thing here. And that's what's been happening. These governors, they know where they need votes. So they've been reaching because they are from there, they are from no state. They know each and every village and each and every locality. And I'm telling you that these past 6 years, I've been going to Yoruba and going to these villages that I've been going to. On a yearly basis, this is getting better. Like the road infrastructure is coming there. There's actually some villages that know that they didn't know what electricity was 8 years ago. They have electricity there now. They have the kind of house they are building now. They don't even use them mod anymore. They use real concrete POP building inside rural area. I'm telling you, and their life is still the agricultural life. It's not the city life. Their primary way of economy is still agriculture. They all go to the farm, they produce, and they have transporters that pick up their farm produce and take it to the cities, and they collect the money, and they don't pay rent. They keep the money. The rural part of Yoruba land, I don't know if it's the same thing in other parts. They are getting better. Now, when you are saying, they need this thing and that, their life is getting better. Before this system came, it was more the huts. It's not like they had one advanced society before or anything like that. But what I'm saying is, the people there, in the rural part now, you see people looking fresh. Like if you go to village, they look dusty.
Yeah, taking it too far.
One man, you go to those villages now, you see fine girls, man. I'm telling you, these girls are looking
fine girls in the rural area.
I'm telling you, one man, they are wearing jeans. They are looking fresh.
But you know one thing, Baba.
Even when you go to the city, you see the people. The
only place I saw hunger was in Lagos.
See poverty
was the city. I'm telling you
how people look so lean and
Ajale Koko. One man. Ajango, let me land. One man, this last year when I went to Nigeria, I traveled through those rural parts, and I didn't see anybody looking hungry. It was something I went to Lagos. I went to go to the capital city. I started seeing poverty, beggars, everybody just hustling, back. But the rural people, they're just looking fresh. They are looking fresh. They're eating fresh food, and they figure a way. Especially that phone. The phone is in their hands too. That's social media. They are on it, and they use it to do business, trading with the city, and their money is coming from the city to them. It's only in the city where I saw poverty, especially Lagos. Everybody just look crazy. Hunger. I'm telling you, I'm like, well, in the rural part, they are smiling. They are, especially traditional area, they are celebrating their festivals, everything. And electricity is now there. Now I'm like, around these people I go build also. And there's no corrupt, they are not as corrupt minded. They still have their humility. They have families together. And they go to grow their food. They even they order easy clothes. They order clothes from the city. They wear clothes. They are trading, even buying everything online. They are online. Rural part of Nigeria.
Hello, Mike. Hello, Baba John Legoko. You know one thing. When you say good education, good road, some of these things they are subjective. It depends on the stage you have. To the Dangotes of this world, if they see me and you, they wonder how we are still surviving. That is one thing I always know. The education, you want probably a high-tech education. To them, the basic education where the teacher writes with chalk and imparts knowledge is still good enough for them. So sometimes we have to also understand that we've passed through some of this stage. Some people are still going through that at this moment. So it's not as worse as we might think they are living. And that is the problem most of us abroad do have, that we end up putting family problem on our heads. Oh, they are surviving with $1. These people are living their lives.
All right. So somebody sent in this clip that they want Kulata to react to. So hopefully Kulata is still there. Kulata, somebody wants your reaction to this.
Resources. Okay, please spare some of the expenditures of going to space to invest in a pipeline that will give you gas in Europe. I don't care what Russia will say. I want to compete. We have the money in the ground. What I come to promise you is that this action will speak louder than my voice. Everything that I've loaded in the teleprompter and I departed with them after listening to you. I was talking from an imaginary point of view of the promise. I didn't know that you've done your homework, you've read the critical manifesto, you've renewed the determination to renew the hope of every one of you in this room. You are determined to be here, spend time, to do something. What's left is patriotism. The country is ours. And the passport that you are holding, until you go to exile, I hope you will never again face the goons like I did. The usurpers, the military goons that petro-bombed my house.
So there it is, Kulata. So this narrative of Niger Republic, it cuts deeper than just what is going on now. Because that gas pipeline is central to TINUBU'S economic planning. So that's one. And then his loathsomeness for military administration. We all know the reason for it. He suffered from that space. That's two. So all of that makes, and that was as far back as the campaign, which is now fast forwarded to real-time play out now.
Well, I mean, the complexity, I mean, I think I was one that brought up this pipeline angle a while back now. It's obvious, like I said, every country that is not fighting for its interest is a stupid country. Will be a stupid country if this pipeline is not the topmost of our priority. Pipeline, I mean, security and pipeline, of course. We don't want instability. It's also going to be stupid for Niger, the junta, to fall in the hands of Russia, that is going to ensure that 10% that's supposed to accrue to Niger's account does not get to Niger's account. I think they too should not be stupid. Because what is Russia going to give them? Nothing. Nothing, apart from keeping junta in power with subsidies crippling them. It's in U.S. interest for Al-Qaeda not to get uranium, because that's a dirty bomb. That's why U.S. is there. It's also in U.S. interest to be able to buy cheap uranium like they buy now, uranium and gold from Niger. So it's in France's interest to maintain their status quo. I mean, keep them poor, keep buying uranium. What is Niger's interest? Every country should fight for their interest. It's common sense. We don't fight for our interest. This is the first time we should really, Tinubu, if he wants to, I've said it before, it's like I'm saying the same things all over again. If Tinubu wants his government to be successful, he has to do everything within his power to get this pipeline, because that will be his legacy. If he's able to build it, if we're able to get an alternative source of revenue, that will be his legacy. The alternative is we build additional trains for LNG. We make some money in LNG, but LNG is not as scalable as pipeline. So, I'm sure he's at the back of his mind.
What form will this gas even take? Is it going to be in gas form or in liquid form? All this gas that
Gas.
do you know?
I'm not. The last time I did anything in chemical engineering I didn't do petroleum. That's in the 90s. So I'm an electrical by training. So I can't. I would want to think it's gas, pressurized gas with different pressure points, so they can push it from one point to the other. It's not going to be liquid. The liquid one, those ones are taken via ships. We already do that one, by the way. That's one area that's very efficient in Nigerian economy. And the reason it's efficient is because I think the Shell, or is it the British people, control like 51%, Nigeria has 49%. So it runs flawlessly. That is very well protected. So, is the economic stupid? Like Bill Clinton said, we are talking about low productivity. We're talking about possibility of, inflation is still going to continue. So many sources that's driving inflation, from even natural sources like overproduction of babies, birthing too many babies we can't afford. That's just a natural, like if everything status quo, that in itself will push inflation on. How are we growing? We're not productive. We're not able to export anything. We're not even growing food that we eat. We import too many things. We are not adding value, every single thing. And this is gift from God. Just take it out of the ground, sell it to some white people, get dollars for it. That's all. Simple thing you have to do. You don't even have to think. You don't have to think. People are ready to give you money to fund it for you. The only thing you have to do is just to give them your resources.
Kulata, you know why they are not doing it? They are waiting for European expertise. So come and show them. You know.
It then justifies if it's European, bring it. Just money. The country needs money. Because all this stuff, we talk it up, we talk it down, we talk. We need the money. Like, at least gas, if it's in a pipeline, are they going to be busting the pipeline and now be stealing it like it's still crude oil? Who knows what Nigeria will not attempt? A country where we built second Niger bridge and they've looted every single metal on that bridge.
Just to pause you there for a moment, do you know that there were about 3-4 trucks arrested in Kano? Do you know that these people were unscrewing the rail lines and going to sell it for scraps?
I saw that too now. I was like, what do you even use those things for? If you sell it for scrap, are they going to melt it? Are they going to melt it?
Of course, now they will melt it. That's what they will do.
There's poverty in this land, though. So look, Tinubu should be focused. First thing, nobody shouldn't fight any war. And I think America too, based on that political article, America sees that place being unstable is not in America's interest, because then they cannot monitor people that may get a dirty bomb. Because if you get enough uranium, you can create a dirty bomb. And that's what, there's insurgency in that area. So if that place is unstable, America will not be able to monitor that. So I think France is the oddball now, because France is like that toddler that you took his cake. They're ready to to just mess the whole place up. France is who I fear right now, because France seems like they're just losing out from their colonies. So what will France do? France may go for destabilization. Will America let them go? Because this thing is now so big. Because I see the junta hesitant with Russia, because if they get involved with Wagner and Russia, they too, that 10% from pipeline will never get into their pocket. That's money for them too, free money coming from Nigeria. So will they go for that? And what will they get in return? Russia just coming to steal the uranium, sir.
I spoke about this few weeks ago about the amount of money involved. In 2021, Europe bought 400 billion worth of gas, $1 billion worth of gas. Guess how much Russia got from that money? 40%. That was $160 billion. So Russia is going to fight dirty. Or imagine we just get 20% of what Russia supplies to Europe. We are looking at almost 80 billion. So it's going to be a tall order for Tinubu. And I think the country should focus and support on this, because this is going to be another oil discovery for that country. It's going to change our trajectory for the next 40 years.
So, okay, let's be less idealistic and let's get pragmatic now. Let's think about what is in our interest is sustained peace in Niger. All this cowboy stuff to go and bomb there, I think it's going to be a disaster for us. I think, I'm going to say it. I think we should embrace the junta to an extent. Don't push it too far. Because I think whether you have junta now, you restore democracy, there's no guarantees that you won't have another military coup in 10 months. So let's take Niger for what Niger is. A country that doesn't have a stable democracy. All we want to do is just make sure it's not on fire. And they're aligned with our economic interest. I think that's how we should think now. I think all that war stuff, I think we should forget about it. I think we should just
hold on, Kulata. Are you saying embrace the junta? Embrace this junta? Hold on.
Yeah.
Are you saying no? Hold on. Are you saying embrace this junta or embrace the idea of a military administration in Niger Republic? Because those are two different spaces.
Okay.
Because this junta,
all of them. I'm going to say all of them.
Let me take you to where because I may agree with you halfway, but not with this junta, because this junta, they're already somewhat under the influence of Russia. So if we embrace them, they will perpetually be just a problem for us. For reasons that I think the prime is just giving us figures to tell us what is at play. So we can accept a military administration, a military regime in Niger Republic, but not this one, because we don't have leverage. We don't have leverage over them.
We don't have leverage over them for now. I think the junta is trying to buy time. I may be wrong, but I think they're trying to buy time, because I don't think they're fully in the arms of Russia yet. Because that's why there's still a window of opportunity where you see the United States still talking to them and maintaining conversations with them. And also the fact that the US military base is still there. The French one is still there. I don't know if the Italian one has pulled out. So I don't see I don't see a country where you still have some strong US presence, and then you have another strong Wagner in the same country. That's going to be explosive. So I feel while they're dilly-dallying, where they're trying to settle, where they're trying to look at where their alliance is, I think the role we should play is to let them know that these guys, they're coming from thousands of miles away. They don't have your interest. We're the same people. You guy, you're an Hausa general or whatever. He's an Hausa guy. Majority of the Hausa, the source of Hausa is somewhere in northern Nigeria. Let's forget about all these people, play them in a way where we can build this pipeline, which you will get 10%. Reset their brain, like focus on important stuff. I'm not going to kick you out. You can put a fake timetable. You can put a timetable. It's just to maintain the peace. When you put the timetable there, you blackmail the West because you say, at least you can see I'm going through democracy. And keep that American money and Italian money to build what needs to be built. You screw France. If America is with you, you can tell France to go suck on the lemon. But we can't. If we go there and disturb the equilibrium in that place, there's too many ungovernable spaces in Niger. We can't even handle Niger State in Nigeria. And you now want to handle a country, how many times is the size of Nigeria with sparsely populated places? We can destroy the army, but after that, the chaos that's left. No, at this point in time, that window of opportunity where you can do a quick strike, I think that window of opportunity is is maybe gone or is fast going. I think we should embrace them this is not the first coup they're going to do. This may not be the last coup they're going to do, and we'll always be neighbors. So if we are going to embrace democracy, we do it for ourselves. If they're going to dilly-dally, that's them. But we need to partner with them and build that freaking pipeline.
You know, let me ask something real quick. You see, I used to hear a lot in the past that they say these Western countries, they benefit a lot from destabilization, like the divide thing that goes on in Africa, like the wars, the civil wars and all those things. Now, if you guys notice, like since like these countries within themselves, they figure the importance of usually tribal war, those kind of things. Like civil war is almost like something difficult to happen within a country, within these African countries now. So do you guys think now the next move, like approach you want to take now, is to now make it more, is rather than just a civil war, inter-country wars, like nations fighting war against each other? Maybe that's another form of destabilization they want to start creating. I'm thinking that's what these Western countries want to do now. They want to start pinning countries against each other.
It's
before it used to be tribes against tribes. Now it looks like they want to make it. They want to push, change it to country against countries. And usually when this war starts, they usually don't end for a long time. Now, I see some people will look. They will say, when I hear people talking, I'm like, you guys don't look back in history. Usually before this war starts, one side always look at what the other side possess. Oh, look at their weapon. They don't have this thing. You can just go there and finish them. But what people don't realize is when the war starts going, it's when the actual weapon will be will start coming in. People don't look at that. You may look at Niger right now and all these countries that say, they only have one aircraft or one helicopter. They have 5,000 soldiers. The same way Jugo was looking at Nigeria army. He said they only have 10,000 personnel. He was already acquiring weapons from France. He didn't know that when the war actually started, British was going to be supplying go on. heavy weapons. So maybe they are trying to set a trap for us. We don't know. The France, America may be trying to set a trap where they'll push Nigeria into it. Got this country, go there, boom. The moment we attack, all of a sudden, somebody from the back, they start supplying Nigerian military anti-aircraft missile and some hard weapons, whereby, first of all, if you strike them now, it won't already start. They want retaliation. You strike their country, they want to strike your country back. They will give the anti-aircraft weapon where you fly Nigerian jet, they will shoot your jet down. Bass. Now, they want revenge for something you've done to them. Now, I'm trying to look for a way to come to your country. Before you know it, we have bloody war going on in West Africa. And the West will like, okay, boom, that's what we want. Now, in the middle of it, they will not come. They will be supplying both sides weapons. They will not come in the middle of it to strike their deals. So this could be the trap they are setting for us, man. We have to start thinking big, We have to learn from the past. That's what they did in the past with the civil war within those countries. They will say one ethnic group, say, look, you can take them, we'll give you guns. Give both sides guns. At the end, they take everything.
But so there's something wrong. There's something wrong with sub-Saharan Africa that our leaders, whether it's pre-colonial times or ancient times or now, where It's like, you know, when you watch some videos where they put banana and they unleash monkeys, and you see all those monkeys, all of them just going to rush the banana, all of them trying to grab. Our leaders are slightly better than those monkeys.
The monkeys,
because,
my
yeah,
God.
no, I'm serious. It's the way we behave. They do not look after. They don't look for the communal interest. They look for their own interest. At some point in time, it was a mirror. It was a mirror. It was schnapps. Now it is Swiss bank account, favorable, Mercedes Benz. And they use you against each other, and as long as they pay those leaders, they don't give a damn. And if you take time, just step back to see how they're playing you with just putting ornament in front of you. I mean, all those leaders, and that's all they follow. That's why I say it's like akin to monkey, where you put banana or put sweets and you see them just rushing and following. That's how they've been treating Africa. That's how we lost millions due to slavery. That's how we lost our land, became companies. Like Nigeria used to be what is now Lever Brothers. That's how it became that. That's how till now Niger, that has uranium, is having to rely on electricity from Nigeria, that Nigeria cannot even give itself electricity. You see how fucked up that is? It's just the way the black mentality is, and we have to acknowledge it. Otherwise,
we don't know how to think big. You don't know how to think like wow.
Mike, let me bring you this thing that somebody just sent in that actually adds some a lot more data to what is in play. This is from Bashir Ahmad. He's not the one sending it in, but he's the one that's put it out into the public space. So Bashir Ahmad, who was one of the lead spoke voices from the Buhari administration, he says, this is a map of Nigeria's Trans-Sahara gas pipeline, which will have a total length of about 4,128 kilometers, which is 2,565 miles, of which 1,037 kilometers will pass through Nigeria. And now, this next thing tells us just how crucial Niger is to us. 841 kilometers through Niger, and roughly 2,310 kilometers through Algeria. According to plans, the pipeline will also serve regional and local energy markets along the route. So hopefully that answers your question, Caesar. A mere glance at this map will summarize the importance of stable Niger to our economic development. It is crystal clear that President TINUBU'S ambitious gas agenda needs a strong leadership stability in Niger. So now this is the root of that. You know we've discussed this endlessly, Kulata and everyone else, but this is now the root of that gas pipeline. So So there it is, all the way from Nigeria, and then it cuts through then that 800 and something kilometers crucial in Niger, and then and then immediately it goes into Algeria, and those are the networks then for Europe. So we cannot we cannot afford that country to be a basket case. It's as simple as that.
The last time I checked, the last time you talk about stability, right? The last time I checked, military administration is usually the most, stable. Usually have the most stable country. To be honest, the military administration, because the military, one thing they know how to do is create security. That's one thing I know for a fact. Because when we have military ruling us, I mean, they know how to put anything like insecurity, all those kind of things. They know how to nip it in the bud quick. They don't wait for some kind of process of killing, like we are doing civil administration. You have to go to legislative, judiciary, all those kind of crap. They crush instability and insecurity quick. So you're telling me that our interest is Niger, a stable Niger, and then you're telling me that our military that took over is a sign that there will be instability. When this military themselves are telling you that,
hold on, don't worry about all that. You see, a military administration, there's so many things. There's the lack of predictability, that's one, because they don't act to constitutionality, they act to decrease. So, and then of course, there is a lack of continuity as well, because a military administration is by itself a temporary situation, which does not then tell you what succeeds or anything. You know, so you are.
Well, I can make the same argument with civil administration, because the next president, they have to run election again. What if Bazoum loses the election? The next guy that comes in is not in favor of whatever you.
Yes, but bilateral agreements are a lot more binding on a civilian administration than a military administration, and there's more predictability to civilian structures.
No. I don't think so. Bilateral agreement, I mean, that's country doing deals in another country. I don't think military or civilian. I don't think a country, Niger, we sign contract in Nigeria, then the dictator will now wake up because the soldiers say, okay, now I cut it. No, that's not the way it works now. You're dealing with,
of course, that's the way it works.
The more chance of that being changed is probably new civilian guy that will come in. I don't like it. That's not really an argument, man, to be honest. Like,
well, it is, but I just don't want to get into it because
So this idea that because we want to be pipeline, no, that's why we have to have Bazoum there. Bazoum is not going to rule forever. Bazoum was elected. The next election, Bazoum might lose. So let's forget this. That's not an excuse to go there, to be honest. The deal with what we need to do is this guy that comes in, whoever comes in, we engage and say, okay, are you serving our interest? Are you against our interest? Why are you in? Whatever. That's what we need to. But Nigeria, before TINUBU started jumping the conclusion, they block our pipeline. We haven't even have any conversation about our interest with them. We have not. I mean, let's do that first now. It's not like they already call you, say, okay, we took over country now, we are cutting ties in Nigeria, we are anything. They didn't say that. So all they did was just did a coup, which I'm against. We're all against coup. I understand. Ecowas will say we're no longer tolerating coup. But hey, it's not what now creating more, turning them to our enemy or creating more problem, going there to shoot up, bombing things, and because of Bazoum, who the hell is Bazoum? I mean, want to go and kill people because of Bazoum to be president? No. I don't think so. I don't agree with that, man.
Hello, Mike.
And lastly, this idea of Russia coming to block Nigerian interests. I don't think. This last one.
Let the prime come in.
No, before I forget. I don't think Russia interest is to come and start make Nigeria his enemy in Africa, because Nigeria is very important to Russia. Trust me, they themselves said it. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Nigeria is not more important than
Nigeria is more important to Russia than Niger. If Russia wants to get ground on that continent,
hold on. You talk a lot, but you don't listen enough. Nigeria is not more important to Russia than $140 billion, but are coming the prime.
That is the first line I wanted to say, because we all see Ukraine war. There are two things that are really involved in this Ukraine war: access to the ocean and gas. The same gas pipeline that Russia is passing through Ukraine was what caused the problem when they removed the president in 2014, and Russia opposed to it. So Russia will fight dirty. That is why it's going to be difficult for us to out-negotiate them on this issue. We need to really talk with these Nigerian people. I don't personally care who their president is. Even if it's General Satan, please, Mr. Satan, can you just allow us to do this thing? But at this point, Russia is not willing to lose over $160 billion. It's a steady flow of money and authority on the European Union by Russia. So I don't know how we're going to navigate this thing, because they blocked Niger, they blocked Burkina Faso, they blocked Chad. deblocking Niger now, it's obvious that Russia is targeting Nigeria on this issue.
I don't know why this fallacy.
It's not a fallacy. Just sit down and look at the map.
First of all, you
This has
say
happened.
the pipeline is the reason Russia invade Ukraine. That's not true. The pipeline is because of Ukraine joining it is military issue. It's more of a defense. And secondly, wait. Secondly, Russia is supplying Western Europe.
I live beside Russia. But I know what I'm saying.
Okay, explain to me why the pipeline was the reason Russia invaded Ukraine. Ukraine will stop. Okay.
When this issue started in Ukraine, it didn't start yesterday. It started since 2014. When the former president, which happens to always fall in line with Russia's demand, he was trying to, the former president was playing between the West and Russia. When the guy was kicked out, Putin understood, and Ukraine was demanding for more energy. Then it wasn't in the best interest of Russia. And the second thing was the Black Sea. Russia doesn't want to be blocked away from the access from the ocean because they have their military base close by.
No, we're talking about the pipeline.
I'm telling you, those are their major thing. Estonia.
Russia, wait, the pipeline, real quick, before you move to other, that pipeline, I want to pin you down real quick. So you're saying Russia's pipeline is afraid that Ukraine will,
Russia pipeline to Europe.
To Europe, exactly. But
let's not get into
let me ask you now, let's not make it rowdy. Wait. Russia is supplying Europe, right? And Europe, Ukraine also want to be allied of Europe. So why will Russia not be worried that Ukraine will stop their pipeline supply of Europe? I mean, it doesn't make sense, man. Like, I mean, Europe interest. It's in Europe. Wait. It's in Europe interest for Russia to supply them gas. So now, why would Russia not be concerned that Ukraine will block their supply to Europe? It doesn't make sense. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, this is what the situation is. When the pipeline passes through Ukraine, they pay certain amounts to Ukraine. If they don't have a government that is favorable to Russia, they tend to increase the cost of taxes that goes through that on that pipeline. It's no longer good for business for them. So they need to have a government in place that takes the little they give to them. That is one major thing. The second one was access to the sea. You remember when they took Crimea? Those are strategic locations. They took Crimea because they need access to the ocean plus the pipeline. So those are, this whole thing is more of economic war and security. NATO, if you look, Estonia is a border country to Russia. They are part of NATO. Russia did not jump to the ocean. They just and they left it. Finland joined NATO. Russia has not done anything. They've just hey, please don't do this. We don't like this, because there is no serious economic cut on this matter, and they always know that the government in this Eastern Europe will still listen to them. These are funny politics coming up in this part of the world. I hope I made some things clear.
All right, brilliant. Let's go to one last talking space with Kulata, and then we'll see, and then we'll move the conversation on. Kulata, this image on the screen now, is this the thank you daddy to the yes daddy? As this is the wedding fatia or futau or fata wedding ceremony for the deputy president of the Senate, Jubril Barau. But notable, of course, is the presence of Peter Obi there with his hands behind his back, like a schoolboy in front of the headmaster. But all of the anticipation, of course, countless of these events he's been invited to, and because of the goings on, he's always shunned them, but he's turned up in this particular ceremony, surrounded in a circle wagon by top APC functionaries. So what are you making of this image just on the cusp of that verdict coming in from the petition tribunal? Has it gotten the signal that thank you, daddy is now no daddy? And is he through this imaging sending subliminal signaling to the obedience space that the game is up, the jig is up?
I mean, Peter Obi is no fool. He knew the jig was up when he lost the elections. His Labour Party poll watchers had the results. It's not new. I see him. To me, this is a 2027 picture, in my opinion. Obedience, of course, they're young, impressionable, like emotional, poor souls. They may not read too much meaning into this, but I see this as a big kind of like changing his strategy for 2027, being more familiar. You can see he's trying to be more familiar with the core north areas where he got less than 5% of the votes. I will not be shocked if you see him making a lot of appearances up north. And that would be very smart of him to do, because that was his weak spot in this last election. But any obedience that seriously thinks he made a case that he won the election in the tribunal, they must have their head checked. He did not make any case. And he knew from all along. It's just kind of like playing the Donald Trump role he has to drive. If he gave up too early, like, you guys will have forgotten about him. You won't be sharing this, for example. So the being famous for sulking may be good politically because it keeps your name in the news for this long. So all that court cases will just him sulking. And this particular picture, this is staging for 2027. If I was him, I would do more of this kind of things. I want to be shown to be a Nigerian. I want to be shown to blend in with the core north. I want to make myself feel comfortable.
Does it look out of place in that? Does it look uncomfortable? It looks uncomfortable.
No, honestly speaking, it does look comfortable. I'm not even going to lie. It's a very good picture. This when I just look at the picture, I'm like, this is nice. Because it will blend, if he can blend in, if he's not the other guy. Because he played the Christianity card, and I don't know where that would take, it didn't take him anywhere. But if he can blend in seamlessly with people, Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, then the man is maybe smarter than we thought, because it's a sign of learning from his mistakes.
How does he negotiate his way back into Nigerianness? Because he was so deeply ethnic in this 2020. And his core base as well, they are deeply ethnic. So how does he navigate back into a Nigerianness while still keeping his base?
His base at this point in time will not, the core of his base will not leave him. So it's kind of like Jesus at this point to his base. So meaning he can't screw up. They will always accept him. There's nothing he will do that's wrong. They will justify on his behalf. So his base is fine. Not all his base is fine. The core base is fine. He'll still have to struggle to win back the other base. And again, a lot of these Christian votes, he's probably lost them for good. But he can rebuild back, and he can also add more. So if I were him, I want to be in this kind of events throughout the next 3 years. Blending in. Always in the north, keeping my name in the news and all that. I think this is good. This is a very good political picture, in my opinion.
But is it also a picture of surrender? Is this the marking then of the end of this thing? And then when the verdict comes from the petition tribunal, do you expect him to say, okay, we've given it our best shot, and it's very rare that do you expect him just to end it there? And
no, he can't end it there now. That he knows it's a charade, so he has to continue the charade all the way to the Supreme Court. He can't end it there now. Come on. Are you going to say, my mandate, and then because appeal court said, no, it's not your mandate. Then you now say you give up. You say, we're going to fight to the last and all. So, no, he cannot end it there. He can't afford that for his reputation. He needs to continue. And this is not him saying surrender or him showing surrender or anything. No. This is just OB 2.0. Call this OB 2.0. That's what I'm going to call it. If he maintains it, this is very good.
Well, would you be happy not to have to contend with Peter Obi anymore in 2027, just from the experience of this 2023?
Oh, what's going to be my age by then? I'll be way old. I'll be way older. Will I still be interested? I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm still going to be interested. Of course, I know my workload.
You'll be interested now because you'll be at that decision point if you want to spend the rest of your life in America or back to Nigeria. So you want to. You're probably more interested.
I think I'll be way too busy.
Why didn't you take to politics anyway? You sound like somebody that you should be representing.
I'm a professor. Yeah. What am I doing with politics? I come from an academic background. No, at all. I mean, I come from a line of academics. I can't. No, politics.
You know, part of me feels that when I'm eventually ready to pack my stuff and head back to Nigeria, I would like to be like a councillor or a local government chairman in somewhere in Oyo, so I can just at least at the contact with the people level have some meaningful impact. Not even a Senate or a House of Rep, or just councillor. I wouldn't object to that.
Maybe what I can do is maybe become a critic on TV or something. I have a way of affecting people.
as we can see.
I go on Dr. Damages, the same thing. I come on one man that's supposed to be my home too.
Why do they hate you so much in Dr. Damages, man? Like the way
I don't know.
The way they talk about you, if I didn't know you, I would think you're one devilish guy. That's
Mike. Who do you think is more hated there, Kolata or myself?
I think it's Kolata, man. No. The thing is, it's two different things. When you show up is when they have problem with you. Like sometimes Kolata is not even there. It's not even in the comment section.
I'm not there.
And I'm seeing his name. They are saying that Kolata. They just type in Kolata. I'm like, the Kolata is not here now. They're just talking about the guy. Every comment I read.
Controversial person. I don't even know. I don't get it. Like, I don't know what I say or how I say it.
They even describe you as one dumb person like that. They will say the guy is dumb. That dumb Kolata. That dumb. And then I would think it's one retarded guy they're talking about. But then when I hear Kolata talk, I'm like, the guy's not dumb.
The people are saying I'm more hated than Kolata on
no, your own. When they hate is when you show up. When you show up is when they have problem with you. When they don't talk about you and you're not there now.
Because even before I started making fun of people, they're like, but because you just sometimes you watch some of those things and you see like, but I'm not here now. What's up? What did I do? Like one man, you still join them to step up, but since I stopped going a while back. But it's just like, I don't know, like some people just take your matter. It doesn't
those people have zero emotional intelligence, man. When one man show up like this.
Thank you for saying that, that they've taken the fun out of it because you are there to troll them. But if you are trolling somebody, they have to be in on the joke for it to be fun. But they don't get it.
You're just there to troll or to banter.
Yeah, it takes the fun out of it. Yeah, because
they take it like they take it too hard. Like, come on, man! As soon as I leave here, I'm gone.
It's finished. So you just had a bit of a chuckle with them, and then you go and have tea or something. And then
you drink wine. You go live your life, but someone is still ruminating about you on damages.
I think their heart is so broken about Obi that election, man. That their heart is very broken. Like, that's in pain them. Somehow they thought they were supposed to win that election somehow. And
but so hold on, Mike. But that is what really puzzles me. All the manners of things that they throw at Kolata on Rudolph's, and he would just banter back. And Fatai will tease him a little bit here, and he gets a bit irate. Why is that?
No, this is not teasing. This guy that's here. How do you go and start imagining things? I try and tell him, like, you're imagining stuff. Stop, don't hurt yourself. I don't care about you. I don't know you. So stop imagining things. So mental health is important. People should take care of their mental health.
You know what I think it is. I think it's intellectual side eyeing. I think
There's no side eye. There's no side eye. I've been here before.
You are too high functioning, highly educated people, and it's somebody has to sit on that seat. You know, so
there's nothing like that. We're not in this. We're not in the same. We're not in the same level in life. So there's that's nothing. I come here, I talk, and I leave. That's it. It ends here. I have so many things to deal with in my personal life to be bothered about some random guy. Come on, man. Don't you guys just enjoy the banter and just leave?
You know, that's
what it's supposed to be about.
If it stops being fun for me, I'm not sure I'm going to.
No, when someone is showing signs of obsession, then it stops being fun because it means
you know, sometimes I think I'm not going to stream today, and I think I will miss it so much. Like today, for instance, I didn't even want to come on, and before I did it, I was already on again. So because I enjoy it so much, but if it stops being fun, then it's time to pack it in.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's fun. The damages one, I mean, it's fun, but it's unhealthy when people are now making stuff in their head. Then something is not.
That just damages. It's like at one point I'm just like, oh, this one is just making my stomach turn. It's like 90% of the things you just hear there, something somebody just make up in his head, and you just say it. And
when
then
you're making stuff in your head, then it's beyond banter now. It's beyond.
Remember when this?
And then nobody will challenge it.
Remember when they said you were being sponsored, that your education was sponsored by
the one thing that I react to is when someone comes to lie against me. I can take if you yab me, I do not move. You can curse my mother, everybody. I don't care about that. But as soon as you make something
what happened to that woman that comes and swears at everybody?
I was wondering though.
I hope she's okay. I hope she's okay. I hope she's okay because I think.
Kolata, the issue is this: people react to intellectual conversations differently. Some people they bow to superior arguments, while some people they are so arrogant in their ignorance they can't stand intellectual discussion. When you come to them with logic and facts, they are so emotionally engrossed in their naive opinion that their reaction is to be violent to you. Why some other people tend to seek that from your wealth of knowledge. On this platform, I particularly visit here for a few people's opinion. There are few Hausa guys that comes around. Those guys are really intelligent and informed.
We've been very lucky with the North so far. The level, Ribadu, Hassan, Q, all these.
Woman, do you know when I think it was Mohammed when he went to Dr. Damages, they almost hanged the guy there. And this guy was very polite and was speaking logic. Like, and still they were attacking the guy. I'm like, Kilo day. I mean,
Kolata too is his view of life is not going to be common because I think your view of life is formed from logic and facts. So it's not going to be common. So you will always find people antagonizing your views, even when they're talking things out of the realm of possibilities. If someone thinks that Obi that has about 5% vote in the North is going to win an election in Nigeria where almost 50% of the vote is in the North, and there is another strong Southern candidate, I think that person has simple problem with mathematics and logic. It's not going to happen. Because if a very terrible formula was battered in 2015, the North and the West formula. It's really dangerous for the politics. So, because it became so clear that it takes just those two major zones to always produce the president. And the South has seen that thing. Wike whipped his people into falling in line in order for, to secure the region for him and for his people. So Wike, the South has keyed into that bat, while the Southeast is opposing that flowing river. I hope people with more logical and mathematical skill can tell people in the Southeast, let us look at this arrangement. How do we fit in? Except we are ready to play opposition party. Otherwise, it's going to be a tough one.
Do you know how I say Kulata? This is how I say Kulata. I say Kulata. If you know, you know. But this is how I say Kulata. Anytime I think of Kulata, this is what I think of. Do you know who that is?
Spock.
Yes, everything is illogical. It's illogical, Captain. So it's illogical. So that's Kulata. It's completely devoid of any of the emotions.
Do I sound like I have autism or something? Like I'm not autistic.
Look at that. Spock from, maybe I will change your name to that one of these days. Spock from Star Trek. You know
what, man? This guy, Dr. Damages, like Rudolph, like the guy, I've known the guy since the time he was in Science Reporter with Shore. I would think the guy, the kind of person I saw him to be, now I begin to think like, what kind of human being is he now? Because how can you sit down? I don't know. I just can't do it. Where I can sit down and a group of people will just be lying right in front of me, and I just keep quiet and just allow it, like without questioning.
I can't tolerate lies. That's the only thing. That's my weakness.
Like even me watching the show alone, like my stomach starts to pump because it's too much propaganda and lie.
Shall I tell you one thing? It's a YouTube thing. You see, it's a YouTube thing, and it's an engagement thing, and it's an attraction thing. So that narrative that they propel in on Rudolph's, it has a lot of, because that's the same narrative from Niger Media, from Niger Watch, and then of course, depending on the refinement of the host, but it's still the same narrative, and it's like a honeypot to bees. It just pulls them in, and then just as on Niger Watch, but Niger doesn't tolerate it that much because he's a more cerebral sort of space. But that sort of narrative is like a honeypot to bees. It pulls them in, but then you can't overtame it because you chase them away. So he just has to let it
doesn't tame it at all. And they even what makes it worse,
that's his traffic now. So why would
he even give those liars the more voice? Like you allow them to speak more longer. Like this guy will literally tell him the biggest lie, and you give him 5 straight minutes to talk. But then when someone that's more honest, more clear, more logical, and more it don't talk starting in there. I'm like, come on, dude, what you give the liars more time to talk?
Hello, something happened some times ago. I went to one of the platform, probably Niger Watch, and they started saying, Emeka, you are here again. I'm like, I'm not.
Who's that guy?
Yeah, King Emeka. That's it. Remember King Emeka during the spreadsheet,
Emeka,
days.
Emeka, you change your stuff. I'm like, can I put on my camera for you people to see I am not Emeka? Someone was swearing that he is 100% sure. So it gave me that, okay, these are people that are sure they're betting 100% on what they don't have idea of. I put on my camera, they saw me. Immediately they changed the narrative. Yes, it is still Emeka. I'm like, okay, now there is problem. So yeah, it becomes difficult to engage people like that. I'm not Emeka. They said you are Emeka. I'm like, okay, it is what it is. So some of them, they believe the little they know. They don't have open mind to know more. Sometimes we go into argument and we learn, but some people just do it for their ego.
But can you explain this? I don't know. This one is the most crazy one. Like, someone just lies and say, "Oh, you Osun State is giving you scholarship and you are coming to." As if someone just makes stuff out of thin air against me. I'm like, how? Why? Do you even know my age? Am I a scholarship age person? Like, do you know what as in, I'm like, what drove you to just create a lie? Just, fabrication, random. And there are other fabrications, even on one man's platform, like crazy stuff. Like, how did you get to this point in your life that is some person you don't know, and you just have to lie just to get to that person? What is that supposed to win you? It's and these are Nigerians that say, Nigeria is corrupt, is this, is that, is that. But you can't just formulate something to assassinate character of someone you have no freaking clue what that person is or what that person does.
Is it that same guy that said you got scholarship from Osun State? He goes around saying that I told him that I grew up in Oyo. I've never set foot in Oyo in my life. Yes, I'm from Oyo ancestrally and proudly, which I say all the time. But curiously, I think I've actually been to Akimori once in my life. But apparently I grew up there.
But he just sits up and fabricates stuff, and then they say, Tinubu is a thief, and this is a bad. But look at your own character. Like, honestly, this YouTube live that I bumped into, it's insane.
I want to ask something from you. Yeah, I've been longing to ask this question. In the United States, a drug case can it be settled out of court when you are in their custody?
No way.
Hell no. Drug case? Hey.
No way. No way.
Oh,
the best that can happen is if they use you to get the big dealer. But it's not some settlement or anything. I mean, let's say you are a pusher for, what's the name of that Mexican guy? Yeah. But and again, we analyze. I read like months ago. I read the case, brought the case to one man. We digested it. I mean, maybe mid last year or something that we analyzed it. Like, brought the case out, read the case, went through it. They charged that guy's bank account. It's just a civil forfeiture, and they've ended the case without prejudice, meaning they can never bring it up again anymore. So,
the second question, a follow-up. If I'm a drug dealer and probably I have a transaction with one man, maybe $500,000.
Why not with Colata? Why me? You have the transaction with Colata now.
Yeah, I look like smoke now. No be drug dealer.
Okay, let's put someone else. What is the stand of the law? Should one man refund that money? Is that money, if one man refunds that money, like, I didn't know that is a proceed of crime. So what happens to that person? Does one man gets to keep that money, or he has to return that money, which is a proceed of crime?
He has to return that money if it's a proceed. If it's a suspected, that's the thing. That thing is not the constitutionality of it is kind of like one way, because some states will say, if you can't find me directly guilty, because it's suspected money, it's suspected proceed of a crime, so it's not proven. So that's why they could not indict the man. So It's just suspected proceed. So in states like Illinois is allowed. In my state, Georgia, I don't think you can do it. I don't think they will allow you to take that money in my state. But in Illinois, they took it. So they just took it. It's like the way if you travel in the airport and maybe you take more than $10,000, they see $15,000. They'll just, you have to forfeit it. So I'm like, they will not arrest you or something. You forfeit it. So Illinois allows it. Not all states in the U.S. allows it. It's some the constitution of it is kind of like up in the air somehow.
Okay.
So,
Does it make
if it's
one man a criminal?
No, because they did not indict you. There's no indictment. Zero indictment. Have you seen Tinubu getting indicted? I mean, which court reference? I mean, go check any court case to see if there's an indictment. There should be a number. There should be something. It's not indicted. At best, it's bank account. That's all. They just took the money and that's it. So it's not, I don't know why, I mean, it's because it's politics that they turned it into criminal case. Yeah. Is it, now, can you say that he dealt with unscrupulous people? Yes, you can say that. That's a fair assessment because they lived in this, they shared the same address. He opened a money market account. There was $80,000. I mean, we went through this a while back. I went through it on Dr. Damages.
Fatai did an excellent job on that. Remember when he brought the whole and he broke it down? Yes.
Because I broke it down on your platform. I broke it down on Dr. Damages. And that was a long, long time ago. Even, I mean, that was even before Fatai joined this platform. So it's not like you can't say, yeah, is he a member of bad gang? And you can say a member of bad gang because someone that was dealing drugs and you share the same address, there was money passed. That's best you can say. So innuendo, you can say he's a bag man, but that's not like they did not charge him for that. So that's the best you can say. So you cannot really say he's a criminal because he wasn't arrested and he wasn't indicted. So it's just one thing.
And if my memory serves me well, I think around that time was when there was war on drugs in the United States. And
this was early 90s.
Yeah, and Tinubu was not having any diplomatic coverage or protection. So I don't see how he would have escaped that punishment if he was into that shit. Sorry for my language.
Wanted to actually fight it. It was Wale Tinubu or someone that convinced him to just give them this money and let it go. That's not what the fight. He really wanted to fight because he said he was innocent. So, I mean, it was like, it's not what, because it was in Nigeria while all this stuff was happening. It wasn't like it was in America. It was in Nigeria. So all these were just correspondence. So it's like, I mean, it got tired because after dealing, I explained it here, explained it on Damages. I just got fed up of it. Like, I mean, anybody talking about it after, I just tuned off because it's what more can be said than what we read from the case. It's not more than what's in the case. So what's the point? But it's good politics to refer to, yeah, your associations are important for a politician. And the associations are bad. The optics looks bad. Like he had two criminal. I mean, one of them got indicted. The other one ran to Nigeria. Agbele ran to Nigeria. So, yeah, the associations are bad. Yes. Drug associations, they exist. But was he himself caught? No, he wasn't. Well, was he suspected that proceeds because I put money on behalf of Agbele? Yes. But it doesn't mean that money, that he knew about it, he could feign ignorance. We don't know about the facts about that. But he had bad associations, and that's as far as it goes.
Also, if you are in Nigeria and you live among Nigerians in our country, there's a high chance those Nigerians, one or two people among them are scammers. Not assuming you are a scammer, you know, most likely, you know, and considering that time, he's a Lagosian. He is based in Chicago. And most of the Lagosians that are pushing drugs to America, Chicago is like their base. So if he's among the Nigerian community there, it's likely one or two that will be around him will be a drug dealer. They even know without knowing or not knowing. And that's so the fact of the matter is, if you are around Nigerians, especially outside the Nigerian community, you're going to be whatever Nigerian crime Nigerians are doing, you're going to be kind of be linked, not necessarily linked to the crime, but linked with people that are into those things. That's just the fact. So that's the way me I see it.
Mike, check the private chat. Does anyone want to speak on this Isese list? But firstly, I am on board with this idea of Isese Day. More important, I would say, than Christmas even, because of course, we are Africans, so and more to it, regional to whatever our ethnicity is. So I approve of this Isese thing, but where it is coming in now, and the point that it's coming in, is this more to celebrate tradition or as a political weapon against both the Chineduism that we heard in March and the wider Fulanisation that is looming, and more to it, the goings on in Ilorin? What is anybody or everybody making of this Isese narrative?
I think the way me I see it, I think so Yoruba intellectuals are beginning to kind of think, people are thinking hard on, because there was a question I asked Remy the other day, because he was one of those people that always think, we need to include everybody, one unitary Nigeria. I'm like, okay, the question I asked him was, do you believe we should eliminate ethnicity, ethnic group, like just eliminate it and maybe replace it with whatever Nigerianism or whatever Nigerianism is? We say a definition of Nigeria, culture or anything Nigeria, because what Nigeria is to me is English, British. That's what it is. He said no. I said, so what do you have problem with, because what we're talking about was maybe teaching in Yoruba language in Southwest, in local languages in every part of Nigeria where the ethnic language, among ethnic territory, basically. So now what I see is the Yorubas in Southwest, like I said, begin to ask them that question, like, okay, where are we heading to? It's 100 years from now. Is this area going to be what it is today? Is it going to, where are we heading to? I mean, and where they realize was that, wow, where we are heading looks like it will be a time where people that will be pretty much in this space, it will no longer be a Yoruba space, and it may be a situation where some people may take time and just say, hey, we want to eliminate this ethnic group, or this ethnic group doesn't even exist anymore, or this ethnic group doesn't really have what defines as a nation is in a land, right, in a territory, and territory, language, and other things. So when your territory becomes no longer your territory, or it's not territory, you can say this is mine, then your ethnicity is already being killed. So what I think these guys are coming to realize that, hold on, what the hell is going on? One way to preserve your territory is to preserve your culture and your things that define that territory. In northern Nigeria, they will do everything to preserve their Islamic culture. They will do it. In Kano, they will make sure it's bad. The Sharia, Islam, you dare not do anything that will threaten Islam. So that's what makes that northern Nigeria. So if me, Yoruba, go there, or Eastern, or anybody from other part of Nigeria, go to those part of that northern Nigeria, that place, you always know in the back of your mind that in this place, this is an Islamic land. You always know in the back of your mind. So you won't even get to that point where you want to say you want to be a governor there, or you want to be telling them it's no man's land. They always tell you, oh, this is Islamic land. You understand? But in Yoruba land, if you celebrate your culture, you make in this land here, this is the tradition of the land, this is the spirituality of the land, this is the thing of the land, and you celebrate it, you do openly, you have a day for it, so anyone that comes there will know that in this place, this is their thing here. You understand? So that's what I think this guy begin to wake up to.
Yeah, but Mike,
can I contribute now, Mike?
Oh, sorry. Let me just ask a quick question. Why are Ilorin Yorubas not ashamed of the history?
Is ignorance
of their history? Sorry, of their history.
Why are they not ashamed, or why are they ashamed?
Whoa, why are they not ashamed? They seem proud to dissociate from themselves from the culture and associate themselves with the religion, with one fatal flaw. With the religion, they accept that someone that is Fulani is automatic head. The source of the religion in the Southwest is not from the Fulani, it's from Mali. But they take the default stance of subjugation to the emir. There's no conversation about, okay, why can't a Yoruba guy be the emir of Ilorin when they are the indigents of that place?
The Yoruba, first of all, the Yoruba guy is usually the Emir of Ilorin. It's not really like a Fulani guy.
It's a Fulani guy.
Is it mixed? Does it bear Yoruba?
It's mixed. Yeah, they have Yoruba moms and all, but it's the lineage is Fulani.
Okay, whether it's a Yoruba guy or Fulani guy, he still got to be a Muslim. Now, the religion of the land is the religion of the king. Is the religion of the land. That's the way historically it's always been.
I don't mind, Mike. But so what I mind is, why can't a Yoruba person be eligible to become the emir? If that's the religion, fine.
Most of the emir have been Yorubas now.
No, they are not.
No, but Kulata, the emirship follows a family lineage now.
Is it?
And when they seized the space through that Fonjan narrative, they've held on to it via that lineage.
That's not how emirship is done worldwide. I'm sorry, it's BS.
Okay, so you're saying the emir so far of Ilorin have always been Fulani person?
Yes, then you now have some Balogun, Alaramu, Gambari, the ruling houses, but it's only the Fulani ruling house that produces the emir. And you say it's because of religion. So does that mean God anointed a tribe to govern over you for the rest of your life?
Here's the solution here. So here's what happened. When we all know how it came about. When those Safonja people decide to align with the Fulani that were coming and against the Oyo Empire, because I guess during that time, some kingdoms within Yoruba land were beginning to rebel against the behavior of the Oyo kingdom, because some of the princes that were becoming king in Oyo, they were so spoiled, they were being so arrogant and being very brutal and things like that. So they decide, like, you know what, these people here, Fulani, are trying to come here. They are offering more peaceful kind of thing. Because Islam, to be honest with you, they are very Islamic communities, very more organized and peaceful in a sense. So they decide to align with them, allow them to, give up the Oyo Empire status they have and accepted the Ilorin. And then the Islam now took ground there, and they made the Islam the official religion, the religion of the king there. So over the time, during that time, they were still allowed to practice. Many were still practicing their Sheshe. Even in Lawrence today, they still have Babalawos, Sheshe people there. They have it. But what was established was that the religion of the land is Islam, and the religion of the public is Islam. But privately, you can practice your tradition, right? So over time, more and more of the population became brainwashed that Islam is the way, Islam is the way. And again, when the British came and they allowed propaganda to just start to destroy the image of the religion of the land, the Orishas, all those things. Till today, there's so much attack on the traditional religion. It's not only in Yoruba, across Africa, across Nigeria. So now it has become a situation where Ilorin, they already gave it up. Now, that part now is like almost like you're not still a nail on the coffin, like, hey, this traditional religion is not acceptable. So that's what you have now, a situation where now for that to happen again, where the Yorubas in Ilorin can say, no, we want to celebrate our own tradition, what this is now, is when people became more educated, more about who they are, which is example of, that's what I told woman, that our people are now waking up now. Like the only way you can preserve the Yoruba land, you can't eliminate part of yourself and say you want to preserve yourself. You can't eliminate your tradition, your culture, and say you are still Yoruba. To me, I don't consider somebody a Yoruba if you are a Muslim or a Christian. I don't call you a Yoruba. You can't tell me I'm from Yoruba tribe. No, you are not. Just like Black Americans will say, they in America here, most of them, they are practicing our tradition now. They are looking to Africa. They bear Yoruba name now. But many of them, even Cuban, they are adopting, when they give birth now, they do One of my Cuban friends, his daughter, her name is Ifadamola. A Cuban, Oyinbo, his name is, because when they practice, they name their children according to the name if I give them. You understand? So to them, when they say Nigerian, when they ask you, they see you bear Yoruba name, they ask you, if you say you are not a sheep person, they say you are not a Yoruba. That's what they will tell you. Even Brazilian, when they run into a Nigerian from a Yoruba Nigerian, they ask you, what do you practice? You know, if you say no, they say you are not Yoruba. That's what they will tell you. So our leader begin to wake up like, if you want to preserve your territory, if you are saying we are almost Dua, we are this, we are that, but then you condemn your tradition, you say you start carrying cross of Jesus, then you are not a full you're 100% something, or you are not. I'm not with this. Yoruba people do that a lot. In a family, you see them. They're practicing both Isese and Islam at the same time. My grandfather did it now. That's how my grandfather was confused. Because my grandfather he had the Orisha in his house, but then he was the leading imam in the community. They call him Alhaji Yusuf. And my father was confused. And then by the time my father, now you're on top of you send my father to Christian school. So my father was just confused growing up. So by the time my father grew up, by the time he died, my father wanted to throw all the Orisha away. Bah! The thing started affecting his life until his children started affecting all of us. And we had to go to the point we have to go and define and say, oh, what's affecting this family is that you people abandon your family. I'm like, until we have to go and do it, put everything back in place before we start having peace. Because the male child, we always like having problems or something terrible death or crazy things are happening. Until we have to go and do divination and find out that, how long that going on. So that was, got us where we are, So, and also, if you go and speak to people, you ask them problem of Yoruba and say, some land, if it doesn't man boy, all this they turn into this thing. This so-called Western modernization, we don't know how it's killing us, In Lagos, place they call Elegba. That's what it is. The place is supposed to be appeasing Elegba. Now they've turned it to strip club, So many problems they're having, but I guess the leaders are now, the foreigners are coming to tell you that it's no man's land. Okay, now. So they are waking up now. So they are beginning we just have to educate our people again. Like, come. Well, if you are Yoruba, this is what Yoruba is. Yoruba is not Muslim, Christian, all these things. These are foreign things. Yoruba is not English. We are Yoruba people. This I envy. If you know how people envy Yoruba, even Europeans, they envy that Yoruba this thing, man, heavily. But it's only us that see that. So I'm glad they are waking up gradually, to know who they are.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Mike. So, Mike, let me take this window to do administrative stuff. I think Remy wants to push back at you. Alexander Gomez with the super chat. Thank you, Alexander. Ayo, of course, as you know, is the tradition. Thank you, Ayo. And then Olatubosun Oshun Leti. Olatubosun Oshun Leti, he joins that space as well. So there is that. So let me hand over to Mike to wrap up however the remaining of the session goes. So thank you one and all. Rejoin us tomorrow where the conversation continues, never stops. So I'll leave you here and hand over to Mike. Mike, you have to allow for voices that are different from yours. You have to let opinions that are different from yours have their say. Let them land a point.
No problem.
Because as soon as they start to speak differently from you, you beat them down. Don't beat them down. Let them speak. Mike, to you, and manage the interjections as well and voices cascading over each other. Thank you, Mike. To you.
All right, who wants to go, man? Who's going?
Yeah, Mike, I want to interject before. Good morning, everyone. Your last assertion about this.
Hold on, Babati, you were waiting for me to leave to come in, Abi. All right, keep an eye on Michael, Babati. I'm trusting you to really mean if it goes too far.
I can't even hear him.
Can
you guys?
Can you hear me, Mike?
Can you guys hear me? No,
I can hear you. I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Can you hear me, Mike? This is Remy.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, so you are talking the last time that about when we talk about using our language for instruction as language of instruction, and I think you quoted me wrongly. I didn't agree. What I'm just trying to say is that if every ethnicity have their own language of instruction, that would bring a lot of trouble because the Ijebu people, they are Yoruba, or it's not the same thing like the Yoruba of Oyo or the Yoruba for spoken in Ekiti. And also, if you look at the South or all over Nigeria, they have different kind of language, although there might be some similarity. So how do you?
No, hold on. We have what is called
It's just dialect.
Jumolo. No, it's called Yoruba Jumolo. That means everybody has a dialect. I have an Egba, I have Egba, you have it. But
Okay,
we still have
let me just land and then you can come in. So that is the area I'm looking at because and when you talk about regionalism, that every region, like for the Southwest, maybe you just use Yoruba as our language. Then I made mention of the South when they don't have uniformity like the Yoruba have, because the language spoken in rivers is totally different in Delta or even in Edo. So they cannot have uniformity in language like the western part of Nigeria. So that's what I'm trying to look at that time. And just apply to this topic of today, I like it. I also want our traditional, I want our culture. I also want to push back from them because the way Islam and Christianity is going on in Western Nigeria, I mean in the South, I don't really like it. It's like they are just extorting people and exploiting them. And my only concern about our religion, I mean from Shogo or whatever, are we? Is it really true that those people worshiping them nowadays are they also above board? Have we not been contaminated already? Because you can see the way we are choosing our Oba recently, and there's some bias and so many other stuff. And this our God is not fighting back like he used to fight back. So, but in the aspect of them coming upstream and they're also converting so many souls to them, if they can modernize it, I'm not saying modernize in the sense that they will, how to say, they will lose the normal values and culture values of this particular religion or of way of worship by our great grandfather. I think that would be cool because at the end of the day, the Christian and Islam, they are exploiting our people, and our people are quite confused. They don't know what to do anymore. People just want, because you have to also talk about modernity because we live in a modern world. Nobody wants to be practicing a religion that we hammer in there, not to do this, not to do that. Everybody wants freedom. But if they are coming on board and they can convert so many souls, I think that would be good for the generality of the people. Thank you.
Sorry, can I quickly interject on something?
Yeah, I'm already done. You can continue.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think we're making some kind of mistake that in my own opinion, anyways. There's difference between culture and religion, and when you think about all these things that we're saying is our culture in Yoruba, majority of them people are arguing that it's a culture. Majority of them are like religion, not even culture.
Can you give us an example, please?
Okay. In Yoruba land, we have people that are Egungun, like they're that people that are Shango worshipper, Ogun worshipper, the Obatalas, all those different brands. Those are not culture; they are religion in Yoruba land. And if you're talking about culture in Yoruba starts from mode of dressing, the way we do our things, the way we used to live. Those ones are culture, but we are mixing them together.
What's the definition of culture?
Culture is basically the way of life.
Okay, so
but it's different from the belief.
It's not a way of life.
It's different. No. It's different from the way you connect to God. Even in Yoruba land, in the same. Wait, what is what I'm saying? You might, like, I'm a Yoruba guy.
I might practice Yoruba culture. I might wear all this kind of clothes that Yoruba wears, but my faith, my belief might not be the same with what the other person that is also a Yoruba is doing.
Mike,
so
this is
wait, my brother. Let me. Can I interject here? This is
it's not a matter of Bochembere. I'm just saying the reality. We are mixing it together. Even people that worship Ogun, they don't worship the same way with people that worship Oya or people that worship Shango. It's different.
But they are parts and parcels of Yoruba culture. They are all part of
But they are
Isese.
Yoruba. You might say those are the Yoruba religion in
Hello.
Niger. And
Wait, whoever is that, hold on. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, you might say, okay, those are Yoruba religions, but those are not Yoruba culture. Culture is different from religion because those things are the way that each of them believe they are connecting to God. It's different.
Do you know that you guys give me
culture is something that unify. Sorry?
Do you know how Yoruba culture was formed? Do you know who created the Yoruba culture?
What is
they don't create
please,
culture.
Can you also please hold on? Can you also no please? Can you also explain what you mean by Yoruba religion? I'm confused. Maybe
okay.
Yeah, please.
The religions that they practice in the Yoruba land, we might say, and even when you look at it, most of this religion, they were not something that were practiced when the Yoruba, or you can say, oh, this is like when you trace back the origin of Yoruba, because Shango, as we would know, was like maybe 200 or something years ago, right? There was nothing like Shango in those days when Oduduwa was still alive.
First
there
of
was
all,
nothing like.
Let me clarify because you're going too far. First of all, Agbole ló máa ń ṣe Agbole. So it's not like everybody does it. Agbole will say, okay, in this Agbole, this is what we do. And like me,
no, that's Oroile is different.
No, let me finish. Because you were discussing dressing earlier. I cannot wear anything that is dark. And it's tied to my own spirituality. So the argument of, your culture is one way and spirituality is different. No, they are intertwined. You can't separate both either. You can't put them. I know you guys that are religious, all these foreign religions, trying to separate both. You cannot separate the Yoruba religion and the culture. It's intertwined together. You can't do one without the other. You must speak. I'm sorry. I know you're trying so hard, but it's not
a matter of trying.
Guys, give me 1 second, real quick. Give me 1 second. I want to talk to one man real quick. Hey, one man, if you're watching, can you repost the link real quick? Because I need that link to get on my computer so I can get on the system to add people in. If you hear me, one man, please. All right. Continue. Whoever.
Okay. What I'm trying to say is, I am not against anybody celebrating the religion that they believe in. Is their own entitlement. But when you look at it, even though the Isese people trying to fight for a day to celebrate, there's nothing wrong with that. But you can't say, like somebody that was saying that, the Muslim or the Christian, they were extorting them. They haven't fought for their rights, which is fine that they're doing for it right now. But the Isese, let me generalize it like that because that's where you guys are calling it. The Isese people, they have been doing some things that other religions are tolerating as well. I'll give you an example. If they want to do their Oro festival, they will tell anybody, like even if you don't believe in their Oro, you still have to stay indoor. Is that not a kind of extortion? Something that is not even concern me. Why must I obey it?
But that's the way of the land. You are the Ajoji. You are a visitor.
There's nothing like Ajoji. When you look, even if you want to go that route, there's nothing like.
Today you are no longer a visitor because of Nigeria. We are Nigeria.
No. Doing another religion.
Give me a second. When you speak, allow someone to also interject. Before Nigeria was created, when the way of the land was the way of the king, the way of the tradition, you, a Christian, a Muslim, I don't follow the way of the land. You are a visitor.
Okay, so
the same way, if you go to any other ethnic nation in Nigeria, you are a visitor. If you come there with your way of life, you are a visitor there. But Nigeria brought us together. We get it. But many of us still believe in our old ways in case Nigeria splits.
Okay.
Because Nigeria split today, we are our rulers will be our kings. We go back to our ways, which is kingship system. Unless maybe some politicians use war to, because most people if Nigeria splits to all the ethnic groups go their separate ways. Trust me, the most powerful person will be the king there, except maybe some part, maybe the Igbo land. I don't know. They don't believe in king anymore. Because if you go to Oyo, the most powerful person there is Alafia of Oyo. If you go to Yoruba towns, it's Oba that they believe in the most. You can't say you are a millionaire or anybody, you are above the Oba there. You are not. It's Nigeria that's giving governor more power or politicians power over Oba today. So today you can say, yes, I have right to me too. I'm tolerating you because I'm Christian, I'm tolerating Isese. But when you Nigeria splits, the way of the Oba, unless the Oba himself have abandoned Isese, the way of the kings, the religion of the king is the religion of the land. Continue.
Can I continue? Okay. Now you just said something that, maybe if you have a different faith from all this Isese faith or whatever, you're an Ajoji. That is very wrong. And the reason I'm saying that is, you might be. That's why I tell you, culture is different from religion. Religion, I can start if all this religion that you're talking about, it was started after the creation of Yoruba race itself.
It's not.
It
what
was.
Do you okay, hold on.
Ogun, when was Ogun religion? People that are worshiping Ogun, when did they start worshiping Ogun? Do you know?
In the beginning of time.
It wasn't.
Give me a okay. Based on what is your knowledge?
Ogun
what is the
never
source of your knowledge?
Himself.
Okay, before we start arguing blindly, what is the source of your knowledge?
I'm telling you, I've read a lot of.
Don't tell me what you're telling me now. What is the source?
I've read a lot of stories.
Mike, can I ask him a question? Because he said,
Please do. Please do.
How do they establish a town in Yoruba culture?
How they establish a town is...
No, hold on.
When you go somewhere, and maybe you are the first person that got to that place, you started living there as...
No. Oh man, Jifa Benny.
Oh man, Jifa,
Mike,
they don't know now. That's the problem.
You are wrong. This is the problem, Mike. People come here and just say things they don't know.
Okay, let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you one thing. No.
You cannot just go anywhere and just no.
It doesn't establish.
Man,
now,
this guy, man, just stop talking.
That's why I'm asking him what's the source of his knowledge, so we don't start arguing blindly because he's going to tell you read a book by
the source of my knowledge is...
Mike, please, can I also throw something there? I will come in again. I want to put something.
But wait, let me just answer the question. You are coming next. Let me answer the question I'm just asking.
What I'm telling you is, if you read some of those books about
Give us one. Which one did you read? Give us the source.
I might not give you the name verbally right now, but I'm telling you there are some hunters that they will keep going. They were hunting, and when they got to a place, they settled down there, and people started meeting them, and that becomes a town or village or whatever. It's not all the towns that it's not.
Someone has got to come in.
Oracle or something.
I'm saying that for them
not
to
all of
do
them.
that, hold on. Even as an hunter, they consult. Okay, first to confirm that that's the place. If I want them to stay, they will still do. As a man say, consultation first.
Okay. Before they about travel law for a long distance, they have to go back and consult and then come back.
No,
is that what you're saying?
No.
Hunter is different from Ifa priest. They are not the same. They don't do it.
Okay, hold on. We will continue. From this point. I just want to Midwest to quickly come in, and then we're not. Brother, tell on. We will pin him down. Hold on, Midwest. No. You say you want to say something? Come in. Yeah, I'm muted. If you don't know.
15 minutes, I will be talking. So give space to another person.
Okay, you're going somewhere. Okay. Anyway, game changer. You see, well, actually, what's the source of your knowledge?
I've just told you. I read
books.
I listened to stories. I'm a core Yoruba man, and I'm from Oyo State, right? I am all these things that you guys are
Okay, let
saying.
me ask you. You're from your state. Okay, cool.
I've done all this Ogun, Shogo, everything. I've participated in all these things. I know about them a lot. But what I'm telling you is, those things, they are different from culture. Believe
okay, fine.
Not.
You okay, fine. You say you're from your state. Okay,
Yes.
let me see if you. Okay, who established Oyo Kingdom? What's the name?
Oromia was a son of. Okay.
Okay, cool. Okay, we asked you what's your source.
And I was just telling you. You see, if you trace the lineage of Shogo itself it's a like maybe great grandson of Oromio. And this Shogo, they started worshiping him after
Great grandson of
Oromio.
Okay. Listen, Yoruba people, my source actually come from the tradition, meaning the custodian of the knowledge. You are the awo, you understand? So they have their own information, which starts from the beginning, going all the way back to even beginning of time. You understand? So the fact of the matter is, the Orishas, they lived as humans. You also agree with me.
Orisha, it's not like they were human.
They lived among humans. They lived.
Do you know what
among
Orisha is? Do you even know what Orisha is? I mean, or used to was? I would say.
Bro, let's not move things. You mentioned Shango.
You are mixing
Wait,
things.
Shango and Orisha. Shango and Orisha.
Shango is an Orisha because they are special people.
Okay, thank you. That's it now.
Orisha, they are like maybe
Dude, it's a different point you're making. Yeah, we get it.
We still have those people like till now.
Let's not jump all over the place. You're diverting. Let's stick to one particular point you're making.
Okay.
Right? And he was Alafian for you. He began to talk Alafian for you, right? Now, before, yes.
Okay, yeah.
He was born. Now, in the tradition, now, today, they call, the reason I'm trying to tell you this is because in our knowledge, the Orishas come and go. They come and go. They didn't only exist once. In fact, in Ifa, where Ifa talk about the beginning of time, when this world was even, how the world was even set up, in Ifa, Olodumare sent the Orisha from the heavens to come to earth. If they came before we were even created, they were here. That's why we refer them to the. But hold on. Listen. Now, why do they, the Oni of Ife, what do they call the Arule of Odua? Arule, you know what it means?
Because when Odua was not around, it was just
no. Today, what does it mean? The man that's holding the crown when Odua will return again.
No, that's just an insinuation. Like people were
what's
just
the role
saying
of
that. That's the problem we have with our Yoruba.
Other people want to talk anyway.
Mike,
I don't want to.
Let me just say this. Okay, hold on. Let me say this. You see, I'm a Yoruba man, but the reason the problem with we Yoruba is most of our stories. You can't even present it. They are not straightforward. They don't even make sense sometimes.
They can't make sense to you now.
No, not to only me. These things, all these things that you're saying, there's no way you can write it in the book and present it on the world stage and want people to believe what you're saying. What you're saying.
The
foreigners are somebody, even our own. Me, I always tell people, like when they say with the story they're saying, they say I am Omo Dudua. I always tell them I'm not Omo Dudua, and I'll give you the reason why I say that. Because according to the story, they said Odudua migrated from somewhere and came to Ile-Ife.
But you're hearing stories all over the place. I get it.
No. I'm just saying this. Definitely, when he came, he met some people there.
My friend, the story you're hearing is just he say, she say. Hold on, calm. Listen, the story you're hearing is he say, she say. This person write a book. That one do this. That one do that. Have we gone to actual source?
But everybody we're not there. This thing was like 500, 300.
My brother, calm down. One at a time now. Other people have to talk. You can't talk over each other.
But you're the one that didn't even allow me to say whatever I was going to say.
Okay.
Who's that?
Can we go ahead before this guy infests us further with all this mistruth and because right now
exactly and Babati, and that's what the problem is, because the creation of Nigeria allow all kinds of people, including foreigners, everybody to just start telling the story of the ethnic groups.
This guy just said something very earlier because I was not even upset very, but what he said last really upset me, to be honest with you. But it's okay. He said,
well, okay, so what was it?
You said that. You said that. How will we go to the war stage and they will believe us? I don't give a damn what they believe.
we want to live on other people's standard. That's our problem.
They don't have to please white people. That's not the bad culture. So if I go there,
Babati, hold on. What is your own religion? What's your religion?
Me, myself?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a Muslim.
You're Muslim. Okay.
Okay.
There are a lot of things in the Quran about, even the Bible is even more ridiculous. I don't know too much about Quran, but there's some few things I hear about Muhammad doing something.
Are you an Ilorin Muslim?
Wait. Muhammad doing something to move the moon or something like that. Also, how God appeared to him in a forest, you know. And if you look at Bible story, they talk about how whale swallowed somebody, and 3 days later it came out. But all those ones you can present in a war stage and it's acceptable. All those things, there's no question. But when it comes to our own, we have to say it doesn't make sense. Let's throw it away.
Guys, wait, can I make my point real quick? Because please. So earlier on, he said culture is the way, because I hate using the word religion, to be honest with you, in Yoruba context. It's more spirituality, not religion. But just for the sake of argument, let's say religion, right? And he said, well, it's the way you dress, the way you eat. Well, unknown to him, your spirituality sometimes actually dictates what you can eat and what you can wear. So when you say Orodile, where do you think that Orodile comes from? From the spirituality. The deity tells them this is what you should do, this is where you should go. It's still linked to your spirituality. You cannot separate your spirituality from the culture because most of the time it comes from there. This is where you go, this is what you do, this is how you dress, this is what you hear, this is what you not see. Don't go there. It gives you direction. It's still part of it gives you that direction. So this idea of separating spirituality from culture is laughable to me.
It's laughable, man. It's inseparable.
I don't know what you are talking about. And this idea of we must, if you go on the war stage, they will not believe us. Like we trying to please them. So let me now tell my story to what it will be believable. Who gives a damn what they think? What do you think is the point? Not what they think about you. What do you think about yourself as a people? This low self-esteem having attitude is what I don't know about sometimes.
Can I say something? Because everything you just said now.
The other people that are here, if you guys want to talk, let me know. So I'm not keeping you quiet. Well, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. You're talking about Orodile, right? Have you ever, if you are Yoruba, I would like you to be honest enough to say this. I know a lot of people that have their Orodile, the way they do their Orodile or whatever. Have you ever seen any of them call it their religion?
That is the reason why I never even use the word religion.
Because you are mixing
No. I said I hate using the word religion, but I said for the sake of argument, I will use the word.
For the sake of your argument, you are the one that call it religion. We never knew it as religion.
I've never called Orodile religion. What I mean by religion is the religion is how you
Yoruba religion now.
Orodile is your way of life, right? But religion is how you connect.
For those that don't know,
what is God?
What is Orodile?
How you connect to your creator is religion.
Can someone explain Orodile, please?
I can explain it to you. Orodile is like a tradition of a particular family or a compound that they do that is specific to them. Like, for example, some people, when they give birth to their kid, all the kids when they give birth to them, maybe they have to kill one of these animals and maybe give them the blood to taste or something. And some people, they have to put them in water. There are so many ones. They are different.
Stop, please. Please don't do that. Let me just tell you what it is. It's a covenant. Don't try to explain. There's a covenant with deities that you've made with as a family or as a community. It's not forget what you're saying. No, it's a covenant. Please, let's know what we're talking about here, please.
For example, Babati, let me give you an example.
What is all this now?
Babati, just a question, Babati.
Remy, give me a second. Remy, you're coming next. Hold on, you interject. Remy, I'm moderating. If I say give me a second, just give me a second. One man already complained about you doing this, man. Calm down. When I say give me a second, just listen, man.
About me. Why do you have to say that?
No. This thing you do, like when people want to talk, you just have to force your way through. You can't do that.
Go ahead.
You don't do that, man. As I already said, you will speak. But what he mentioned something, I wanted to say, like, he mentioned something about covenant. For example, in Oshogbo, they do Oshogbo, that they do that festival every year. It was a covenant the Oshogbo people made with Oshun deity that they would do every year. So does it mean other part of Yoruba they don't worship Oshun? But Oshun, the Oshun demand the other part of Yoruba, other part of Nigeria, other part of Yoruba land. The Oshun also demand that other part of Yoruba land have to do it. No, it's just a covenant Oshun made with that particular town. Same way with each family, it may be a covenant that deity made with that family line. Now in that family, this is this. But anyway, go ahead, Remy.
I don't want to go ahead again. Another speaker can talk. Because you said somebody.
Sorry.
No. Your man didn't complain about you, but he just said this thing about like you like to force.
Don't say that now. Don't say that.
Okay, anyway, man.
Why somebody should complain about me? That
No, he didn't. Maybe I put it in the wrong way. I put it in the way where he didn't do it. He didn't particularly complain, say you particularly. He said.
Mike.
No, I don't want one man to look at like I'm speaking about one man in the wrong context. I think I did, but one man didn't specifically come and say Remy. He didn't say that. He just said people like to push him, and then you just say particularly some people, but it's not just you. Like you.
I'm also going to take. If I join one man, I'm also going to take him up on that because I know that if you say I should stop, sometimes I will stop. And sometimes, this kind of discussion, sometimes what I just want to ask Babati is that this deity you talk about, does it including people having a birthmark? A mark on their face? I don't know whether it's also delays that. That's the question I want to ask so that I can take it along.
Okay, so let me reply you. If you mean Bere, yes. The tribal mark is different. It's still covenant, but that one is more of a community stuff. The Bere is more Agbole related. So all those things are not the covenant itself, but there are things to keep the covenant. So it's like me saying that, okay, you work for me, right? Mm-hmm. I employ you. Mm-hmm. That means you must come at 8 p.m. in the morning. I pay you a Friday. Those are things you do after the covenant. They're not the covenant, but for you to keep the covenant, they are the rules that you must keep. So when the guy earlier, Game was talking about, you must bring somebody, these are not the covenant. There are things you have to do to keep the covenant. So if you really want to know what the community did, ask yourself, any hotel or Agbole or Abayin that that is how you know the source of that covenant, not what they are doing right now. Okay. Just to clarify.
I think the issue with Yoruba people is that our great grandfather does not pass down the history very well.
No. They did, Remy. But I want you one more.
Yeah.
That's what, so Remy, it's not. We don't know it. Is wrong. No, you don't know what you're talking about. It's there. You have to look for it. That's the difference.
Remy is well composed and kept with among the Awo people. You just have to be close to them. They will break things down to you. Like they keep it and they specifically pass this information. This is like a within the Awo family. It's like since the day you are born, you are being taught all these things. Like the knowledge is there. It's just that most of us, we are away from that society. We are into the Western society. So that's why we are not aware of it, because we believe everything we have to learn has to be in a book or in a classroom or has to be on TV and things like that. That's why many people that are away from this community think it's lost.
So can you consider that Western education, like for my family now, what I learned when I was growing up is Yoriki. That one, I know our Yoriki very well. And because my grandmother from my father's side used to use this to greet the children and when we cycles up. So would you consider that this Western education have eroded most of our culture? Because a lot of people even dislike our tradition and culture in preference to other religion or Western education. So what can you say about this? And what do you think we can do to...
Remy, can I shock you? Yeah. I know Michael can even confirm this time I'm about to say. More people, purist of Isese, are not even up to half of people that practice Isese. People that practice Sheshe the most are people that are so-called Christians and Muslims behind the scenes.
Yeah.
The purists themselves, but they will not tell you in public. But behind the scenes, they practice more.
Of course, we know that most of them, they are mixing up especially in Yoruba land. They just mix it up. They are just, they will front another religion in front of you. But when you go deep with them, you know they mix it up a lot.
I gave the example of my grandfather earlier. Go ahead, Sha.
I know. I'm trying to say, I just want you to know that because of the education, Western education, and because of other religion brought to the western part of Nigeria, I mean the Yoruba people, let us because nowadays you can see a lot of people like this Isese that they want to do. I do not say anything bad in it because I see it as worshiping our deity and so many other stuff like that, and I like the way they practice it. But if you talk to other people from this area, maybe other Yoruba, they will tell you, I hate them, I don't like them. They are too evil. They are too. So you can see, even between the two religions, you can see that sometimes what baffles me is that you see some Christian, when they see some people, they'll say, oh, I can't believe you're a Muslim. You don't talk like a Muslim. It seems you're a Christian. So there's this, I don't know, in Christianity in the West, in Yoruba land, they see themselves as more superior than Islam. So, and anything that is white or good is Christianity. Anything that is evil or bad is Islam. And when you talk about the Isese or the local tradition, they will see them as the Satan. That is even dark side. Don't even go there.
Demonic.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Kolata. So I find it very, very, and when you go deep into some Yoruba culture or Yoruba people, you discover that nearly more than 50% of them are mixing it up. You will see them go to Babalawo, they will go to Afa, they will also go to Pastor.
That's why you have to ask question. Okay, why? Why did this come about?
Oh, why? I don't know. So that's why we are here.
But listen now, listen. That's why you have to go back and look where we are coming from. And if you do that, you realize that okay, when the British came, wherever they go, they learn from the Romans, and also the Islam, the Ottoman, they did the same thing. When they want to conquer people, the first thing you do, you have to give them your religion and also wipe out their own. And when the British came to Nigeria, their goal was to Christianize us. And what's the best way to do it? Is to demonize your own. And how do you do it? You use propaganda, right? That's the one effective tool. Propaganda is a very good tool. Another thing, you build schools and you catch them young. You start using brainwashing them from childhood. That's why when they came, they started almost the school they were building were missionary schools. They didn't come and build science schools, or it's always Christian. Most of the schools were run by missionaries, Christian missionaries. And when you go to Western school, by the British back then, you have to learn religion. You have to learn the Bible study. They mix it with religion. I don't know why you think you come to give us the knowledge and you have to mix it with religion. I don't get it. So in that mix, they have to demonize what you do, your own local things and stuff like that. And that culture continues to today. So that's why I ask you, you have to find out why we do things. What's the origin? When did we start thinking like this? Before the British came, were we thinking like that? Were we seeing our tradition as evil? Were we seeing ourselves like that? We were not. But they came, and all of a sudden, we became people that think like this. So we have to ask that question: how do we become people that think like this?
That is exactly what is panning out in city like Ilorin, because there, most of the Muslim there, they see the Isese as something very demonic, something that is not to be distanced from. So that is the issue.
Can I shock you? You know that some part of, don't let me mention, you know where we come from now. You know, most people prefer to go to the local court than the actual Igbo court in our town. They prefer the one like in the palace of Alake.
Yeah.
People prefer going there to settle dispute than go to the actual court.
Because
they know. Oh, le paron beni. Oh, le paron.
So that is the reason. See, a majority of Nigeria, they don't want us to be using our traditional belief or value, like Shogo or whatever. Let's assume that they are swearing in for chairman, governors, and president, and they are using this kind of power. Everybody will sit tight. But the religion we practice, you can commit a crime and then you go back to mosque or
why did God forgive me for my
And the pastor or the man will also say, I say that just give them something and then it's over. Oh my God. Somebody was telling me a story yesterday, and I would like to share this story with you in just 2 or 3 minutes. It was very funny. There is this particular couple in Nigeria, in the eastern part of Nigeria, and the husband wanted to travel abroad. And the pastor that prayed for them when they were like waiting for the visa. So when they got the visa, the husband traveled to UK. After about 2 or 3 years, all the savings, he bought a Venza for his wife to be using in Nigeria. Do you know what the wife did? The wife took this Venza, about 6 or 7 million naira, 8 million naira. He took it to the pastor and said, thank you, pastor. This is we are giving you this Venza for that because you pray. You pray for my husband before he went abroad. The husband now came back to Nigeria after about some few months. Where is my car now? Why do you use taxi to come and pick me? And then the wife said, I've given the Venza to the pastor because the pastor would pray for us. And then the man angrily went to the pastor's home and then demanded for his Venza. And the pastor said, no, he cannot give it back. That it's already given to the God. The guy make a lot of trouble. And then the pastor started raining curses on him. But at the end of the day, he got his Venza back. So what I'm just trying to pull out is that we are being brainwashed by these people. So what do you think about this? And there are several cases like this in Nigeria. So what do you think about this? So that is the end of the story. I just want you to... that's the story.
Is that for me or that's for Mike or where anybody?
For everybody. I'm just like, okay, it's so funny.
Let me first apologize to Game Changer for my tone. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. We're just having a conversation. So apologies.
No, that's okay. We're all adults.
My tone of voice. So, but
Mike, I'm ready. If you want me to, you can permit me to go in.
Let Kulata land and come after him. He's about to say something.
Okay.
Me? No. I wasn't saying.
Was it Kulata or Babati? Who was that? I was trying to say something else now.
So,
that was Babati.
Mike, why do we allow Tyrone Jackson in this conversation? He says he's an African American. So why?
I'm African American now.
Okay, so
funny. So Kolata, you don't know Orisha. You are asking a question to Babati.
No, honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not that deep in Yoruba. My mom, she grew up in the southeast. My dad, I'm not that. That's just the truth. I'm not that deep. That's why my wife is not Yoruba, so I'm Tyrone. Just call me Tyrone. I'm pan Nigerian. I'm very pan Nigerian.
No obedient.
Me obedient. All my jet.
No, it's the junior Atiku of Nigeria.
So I'm very Nigerian.
I think Midwest wanted to come in. Midwest, yeah.
Yeah, my brother, I greet the whole house. I was hearing those conversations about culture and religion. And the thing is this: we cannot say we know the history how those religions came perfectly, but one thing we cannot deny is that every culture you see with people, the religion shape it for them. So if you look at the western part of Nigeria, most of those things you see they practice, and maybe also the Bende people, the Benin, and some other tribes, the other ethnic nationality. It is the religion that shaped them. And in most cases, when you have this Oba and the chiefs, it's because of those religion. Someone have to be the head of those religion as well. So occasionally, the king can also appoint some people, because most of the people you now see today, they call Oba, they call this name. It's just this 80-something year they started, claiming those titles. Some of them were appointed to deities. So they control some powers in some areas. So Every culture you see or tradition, for example, our marital style of something, it is the traditional religion that shape it to that level. Likewise, the Western part. So for you to separate that religion from the culture of the people is going to be very, very difficult. That is just the fact. Because when the Roman came to Europe, they changed the culture of the Europeans. I went deep into Swedish history that even before the Roman came, man can have two wives in the ancient time. Yeah. So most of the European country. So it was when the Roman came, those cultures started going down. They started putting cultures of Roman down because they go with their religion. And that is what the British did to us as well. And when they came, as that my brother said, they built, they gave money to church to build schools for us. They finance it. And the first thing that school will teach you is the religion, their own religion, to shape the people, because they know the religion will shape their way of life. So, like, frankly speaking, it's very unfortunate that the problem of Nigeria is very big. Because when I look at my country, I think people who plan for that country, they want to harm some certain people. That's why they give some people the brain. I don't want to mention name, to start putting some structures on ground. Look, for example, if a king, the governor is not the one creating king, it means they want to destroy the culture and the value of the people. That's why they plan all these things, because it's beyond what we can just perceive easily. Because the other day I was telling people that, look, I don't see TINUBU as a bad person, but I feel being a president of Africa country, once you arrive off it, there are top secret files that perhaps you will see. Like British all their life, they were indirect. They never come direct. And when they were leaving us, the structures they put on ground will still remain indirect. It's not like French something. So, okay, if the governor is not the one creating kings, then the culture, the tradition and the identity of the people is gone. That's just the fact. It's just a matter of time. There will be crisis. There will be confusion, because there is no history you can attach to those people. They have to use propaganda now to start creating history for those chiefs and those kings. So I think we cannot separate our own we have from our religion. It boils down to the way we relate with one another, the way we greet, the way we settle issues. It is those traditional religions our ancestors were practicing that shape those things. How our communities were designed, and things we should forbid. I want to tell you, this Christianity we are practicing, I can say Dausa, it was from Benin, the man that really championed it. When you go back to his message, he has nothing to preach from the Bible that was not in the Benin, apart from don't worship idol. So my ancestor did not read Bible to know that adultery is forbidden. And likewise the Yorubas. And they did not read the Bible to know that you have to pay a dowry for marriage. They did not read the Bible to know that when you should respect your elders. They did not read the Bible to know that you must honor your father for your days to be long. So the tradition we were having and the religion, it was so unique. And the way they have tempered with it, going back, I don't think we can fix it. Because most of the things we now call our own religion, I don't think these were the things our ancestors were practicing. And the Christianity we practice today is not the one they brought for us. The Islam my people are also practicing is not the one they brought to us. Africa is at the Middle East are moving. But you see the way our people want to practice their own. The way they so to is that when a Muslim is in your presence, just as that my brother said, he will see like a Christians and the rest like demon. When a Christian is there, he will see the Muslims and the rest as demon. When a traditional person is there, somehow the tradition tolerate both of them. They don't actually demonize them. They just feel you can practice what you want, because the tradition themselves were not so unique together. That is why you see some people will do this, what they will say they want to do now. Another community will not do. If you go to one village, there are some idols they have. You can't see it in another place. And they will, because of that idol, you that is even of the same ethnic nationality, you go to that settlement, they will tell you, oh, so place you don't go, as far as you are still a stranger. Or so thing, you cannot do it here. Or so thing, we forbid it here. Like in some part when I was growing up in Benin, then there is even your own wife, you can never lie with your wife in the bush in so many of the Benin villages because of the kind of idol they have. You must have an affair with in your house. To tell you how strong those things are. So this is what I feel I can put in, but it's very unfortunate that the danger that is confronting us, particularly if I say Yoruba, Edo, and all, is just more than saying government come and give us road, come and develop and have economy, because those things they neglected is what is even shaping us. That is why we are not even moving forward. Because when our people were rooted in the tradition, they walk in cooperation, they walk in unity, not just this individual where we compete with one another and strive with one another. Most of these villages were built in togetherness. And a youth will grow up, he want to marry, the whole community will put heads together. His father will bring their resources, they will build the house for that person. And he will start his life. Go and find out our few years ago, I'm talking about now, the generation of our fathers who built houses in the village of our fathers. This is how they build it. Not talk of the past. So they have tempered with so many things. And when you come abroad, there's everything like someone like social, the money they are individual, they contribute to one social government. And the government also try their best to reach out to everybody. That's why there's no jealousy. And that identity you have, they give you right over your land that has been in existence before they even create the modern day name we call their countries. Because most of them were also different. But everything is taken from us. People are converting our people into different things. They are being distracted. I think we have embraced this Islam and Christianity enough. I don't want to put the traditional something there. That we really need to ask ourselves a question. That is this thing really helping us? If it is not helping us, is it the religion itself or the way we practice it? This is my summation, because if I look at the way we banned, we cast, man, and evil is just ruling. When I was growing up, I don't see 14 years old boy having the courage to say, I want to remove somebody's, I want my person. I hear you see them, they are fighting, you go and separate them. This time around, 12 years, we tell you, I will finish you, and in a minute. Those things that we used to keep our community together, we have neglected them. So it's a strong something. Anybody that want to argue, oh, the religion is different from culture, you can say because now we now have Christianity. And the Christianity, the danger is that we don't even know its culture. Because the way they put it, it has no culture in Nigeria. It's our traditional culture that is shaping it and is even affecting that traditional shape. That is why everything is a total mess today. Marriage, when I grew up, adultery was not as common the way it is today. People want to do DNA, they want to bridge it. Fucked up. You see, some of them will now start confessing. Pastor is the father of my son. The woman will now start confessing. The fear of the tradition was there. You send a child message, he will come back with truth because he don't want to disgrace his family. Where are these structures? We don't have it again. And I think all these things should be put into perspective and let them look into this constitution, particularly the one they gave to us from this 1990 date. I don't think it can build that country. You cannot just silence our traditional leaders who are you call them traditional leader, who are how will I put it, the head of that tradition. You now put them with, don't back their activities with the constitutional laws. You don't even protect them and the tradition and culture that they access to left for their hand. You put it in the hands of a governor, like the total mess we are facing in Edo today. And I use my own state as an example. We are in a mess. It's beyond our imagination that someone will behave like this and will be acting this way. When he said he's an Edo person, everybody is in shock. And when they are destroying those things, they will tell you we are building it in a new form. And that new form we have been building since 1990 date, and nothing is happening. It all boiled down to that same tradition. Let's bring one Ojuju from Yoruba land and put it in Oni Palace and tell those governors to go and swear. And see whether things will not change. Take what we have and take it to the palace of Benin and say, Governor, go and swear if you want to steal our money. Whether he will not be conscious when he's spending that money. And we use Bible to swear is not our own. We use Quran to swear they are not our own. Even the who is fearing God now? How many pastors preach the fear of God? They use it.
They tell you if you commit sin, just come to church on Sunday, ask for forgiveness, and your sins are forgiven.
Forgiving.
Carry on.
Even our ancestors, those they forgive some certain sin, but there are still traditional procedures to make sure you do some certain things so that your mind will be resistant in trying such a thing anymore. So we should look at this very topic that you put in today. That is something that our government, we should tell our government to look, and even our traditional leaders should rise up. If they keep silent like this, that throne they are sitting upon, I keep telling people, it is the throne they inherited from their ancestors, and they loan it from the coming generation. So if they don't treat it well, I don't know what they are going to leave for that coming generation. They cannot be silent.
by 50 years, 100 years from now, those thrones will probably, nobody even respect the kings anymore. Sir. Like, but they have become irrelevant for too long.
Okay, when you don't respect them, what will the law is not there? Everybody will be thinking we are getting it right. We remain in the same place. And once we fail to respect them, you know what's going to follow? Crisis and violence. I'm just telling you, there will be chaos everywhere. If issue is too tough, you look at what they are doing. When there is a crisis in that very particular place is rising, they run to the traditional leaders. And that traditional leader, I know they finance them, they support them. But you don't give them constitutional rights. You protect them. Let us see what is written there. That when a governor is ruling, he will know that he have a red line according to the law.
Midwest, they are the custodians of the culture and tradition, by the way.
Yes.
So you don't give the custodian of the tradition power.
With constitutional power. And the governor is not
the culture.
Like some people now in Yoruba land where they call Oba. If they were to back Oni will ban so many of them because they were not even Oba. It's governor that is making it. He know that thing will cause confusion. It's going to destroy the history of that area. Even during colonization, this is what they did. Do you know why they put that Western people together, like when they divide Nigeria? It was because the culture was similar. The history they were talking, it was reflecting almost people of the same generation. They talk about Dodowa, they talk about this, but they have differences. It's like that everywhere. Where I live today in Sweden, somebody from North, if he come to South, when they are talking, the first thing, what are you saying? What are you saying? It will take him close to 6 months to 1 year before he can fluent. But when they come to reading and writing, they can understand. When they talk in the perfect the language in their news, the newscaster, he will understand all this information. But the way they talk in the street, the person will be confused. The way they twist the language because of the accent, they are still the same people. So we can't. Some of the things we want to solve. All this one we are saying TINUBU. For me, I never said TINUBU is bad. I always said it's too old. That angel is coming that is better than him without addressing this issue. That angel may likely create worse problem than what we are seeing today, like what we are seeing in those states. Because they feel they know much, and I don't know, they will jump into critical issue and create problem. And when that problem is started boiling, look at, okay, let me take Edo as an example. 99 before we enter this democracy, when you hear the word courtesan, it's like campus. That is where it is. People want to go to school, their parents will be advising them. As we enter this democracy, some of those guys they rusticated from school. This politician promised that will put you back to that school again. All those things they put against your name, I will erase it. Raise me, boys. That is how they transfer this thing to our society that is biting today. And now when the thing is becoming a boiling, they turn to the traditional leader. Okay, within this period, that 99 now this human trafficking, they start for Benin, can become toxic. It do that they make law, the police arrest place tomorrow is free. When the traditional leader weigh in, bring what they have and swear, Italian government feel the impact, they have to come back to Benin. They never believe such a thing will happen. If we are to protect those things, tell me why they will not be able to weigh into some critical issue. All this corruption that we are just jumping up and down, everybody just want to put into their purse. The president is confused for me, the way I'm seeing it. I want to help my people. Let him give this money to governor and let us see what will happen. Nothing. They will silent all. I don't know, because I think this tradition and culture that they have tempered with, this religion particularly, is the greatest obstacle to our development. Because these people here, no matter how it is, like in Sweden, every tradition and festival that their Viking did, they are still doing it. The dance way they. All the juju way Viking they worship, their name is still intact. Even some of the juju they keep out from museum.
Midwest, can I ask you a question? How do you feel anytime you hear a king in your area that's supposed to upload culture, talking about is worshiping Jesus Christ or is worshiping Muhammad? How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel sad because these are just first generation, or I can put it that way. Their forefathers did not even hear those kind of things, and they were very good in mind. It's not the Bible and Quran that make Yoruba and Edo people. I can talk of this book. We are similar in culture to know that there's heaven, there's fire. My great grandfather did not need Bible to tell his children that there's In Benin language, when you die, you go and meet God. When you do bad, you go and meet Satan. They know what is called Satan. Even they have Ojuju in Benin, they call Satan. And they keep it far away. I don't know whether you understand now. So there is a way they used to go and worship those kind of juju. They want to worship, they go burn things and some rotty things. Now they go there. They not even they pray. Say, save me. They get the way they do their things. They just give her food. So they made that something of angel of this type exists. So we have allowed so many things. Like for me, if I see Yoruba today, the other day I saw a video, a Yoruba children, the one that are Christians were throwing stone against Muslims. The one that is Muslim were throwing stone against Christians. People of the descendant, people that have united together, and the religion is getting deeper. The culture is being eroded, and the one you are giving to them, you think is good. Another people will come and hijack it. Look at Fulani bandit everywhere. Even their leaders can no longer control those people.
Sorry, game changer. Did you say you're from Oyo, and did you say you are steeped in nativist practices, Ifa and divination and all of that? I could hear you trying to explain all of that to Babati to introduce him to native ways.
No, I wasn't into Ifa. This is what I said. Like all these Ogu, Shogo, all those things. Those are the things that I have practiced with those guys that did it when we were like really young. So I know what all those things entails and what they do.
So how does your opinion differ from the narrative being presented by Mike, who cannot really see beyond, just the nativist ways? How do you think it intertwines with those Abrahamic religion, and how do you think it's positioned now in the times that we live in? So what position does the nativist traditionalist ways, what position does it have now in this here and now? And are we missing out on something by not promoting it more?
Well, thank you, woman. In my own opinion, and I said my own opinion, like I said earlier, you see, all this religion that we talk about in Yoruba land, I said before that it's different from culture. And the reason I said it's different from culture is because what I believe as religion is what you worship or what you connect to God through. Maybe if you use somebody like all these Ogun people, they believe when they do something, they do sacrifice to Ogun, they call onto all these Ogun, it will help them to reach Eledumare, right? The same thing, the Shogo, the Obatala, the Yemoja, all those deities. So, but the problem now is a lot of people have mistakenly, one way or the other, matched it with culture, like the way we dress, the way we do our things, the way we marry, the way we do with our kings.
Sorry.
No, I'm going there. Sorry. Oh, okay.
No. Just really the way we dress. You still carry on with your narration, but the worship of Wijemoja, for instance, is associated with white clothing. So is that not an intertwine between the practice and the culture? Because when you see Yemoja worshippers, they are all dressed top to toe in white, often bringing some sort of a sound as they signal to whichever river they're looking to practice. So there's that intertwine now between culture and religion. I'm not sure that you can make that distinction, or can you?
I will say it's not only the Yemoja people that wear white, even all these people that do Ifa, the Adifala, all those what they call them generally, they always wear white. Now, white is peculiar to what they were doing, which is fine. We can say, oh, it's culture. We can say it's culture generally, because what they do is that they imbibe culture into the religion, not that they imbibe religion into culture. I don't know.
Let me correct you. Let me correct you. See, many aspects of our culture were taught to us by the Orishas. In fact, many of our behavior in Yoruba land, any of the instruction of how we do things, was taught to us by Oromila, and certain things he was. Our way of behavior, some of our character. Many of you have taught to us instruction given to us by Urudua. So things we do in Yoruba land, just everything, even our mannerism, everything, you can find the origin of it from Ifa. Even words that we use. Eniyan, Obirin, Yawo, you know where that word comes from?
Sorry, Mike.
All those things, if I start to break it down to you, or the origin of those words, there's a story behind those words that we even use. The word Yawo was when Oromila went to Iwo town. The hell that the wife that the king of Iwo gave him, the health, the problem she gave him. That's when he started calling her Yaiwo, Jenny. That's where, and any it comes from Ifa tradition. It means when we're coming to this world, when we were choosing to pick our destiny from home of our ancestors, to pick our destiny to come to this world. That's why we use the word Eniyan. Even our words, things we speak, our way of so many things you can come from the tradition, the spirituality. I'm telling you, all connect to the spirituality.
Mike, you just said something now, and I know Odudua was not the first Yoruba, right? There were people.
I didn't say it's the first Yoruba. The Orishas were the first Yoruba. The first people, the Orishas.
But what I'm saying is, Orisha is not the first, and it's not the last.
One of them. Bros, you don't practice tradition, so don't. Let's not get into it.
I'm just telling you, Orisha.
You can't argue. You are a Muslim. You can't be arguing the knowledge of the tradition with me.
I'm a Yoruba. It's not even.
It doesn't matter because we be arguing ignorantly. That's what I'm saying.
Mike, can you just listen and let me say this? If I'm a Muslim, that's my religion, that's my faith.
That's what I can't. Exactly. You're a Muslim. I can't get into the debate of Islam with you because you're a Muslim.
That's the mistake most people make. They think, oh, if you're Muslim, you are something else. You are not Yoruba. But I'm telling you,
that's not what I'm saying. Listen to me for a second. Listen to me for a second.
Yoruba tradition. I know about Yoruba tradition. I might not
practice
Yoruba religion.
You can't say you know. Listen to me, bro. Hold on.
Just wait, man.
Can this guy listen or something?
Oh my goodness!
It doesn't have to practice it to know it now.
Exactly, you don't have to.
No, man. Yes, you do.
From what he's saying, he knows enough to have some.
No, he doesn't know enough. He doesn't know enough. He doesn't know. Okay.
Do you even know what Orisha is? Orisha means somebody that are spectacular, that they've done something special. Like now, it's only that we don't take it into cognizance right now. We still have some people that we can say Orisha. If it was back in the days, somebody like Professor Wole Soyinka will be called Orisha because he's standout. People that stand out, that have done something special. Those are people they call Orisha.
Okay, who elevates you to who elevates you to the level of Orisha?
Nobody, it's just people. By people
giving
credit to you.
Okay.
It's people giving credit to you.
No, it's Olodumare. It's Olodumare. They elevate entity. No. It's Olodumare. They elevate entity to the level of Orisha. And you get that special power. That's why. Bros, that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
like
Mike, you practice.
Bros, let's talk one at a time now. Let's talk one at a time now. Cool down. It's like you just keep. You are a Muslim. I can't get the issue of Islam and be debating with you. I'll be found ignorant. Those of us that practice tradition, leave the knowledge with us. You don't start arguing with us and debating with us. You don't practice it. You don't learn it. You didn't grow up in it. So what you are just speaking based on some things here and there. And then you begin to debate with people that are actually in a tradition and know that actually it's our schooling, it's our education. And that's the problem. And we are telling you, just stop it. Because you are just speaking out of ignorance.
Mike, basically, this is the point to Game Changer. Not everything can be found on Google. Not everything is online. So those looking up stuff online or watching.
And most of those things on Google online, just one ignorant person that journey together.
I always laugh when people talk about, this is what is Orisha, this and that. That's not even, but go ahead, man. Don't even let me go ahead. Because this guy.
I mean, I know, man. It's very frustrating, man. Like, it's like people that they are not in tradition. They don't practice it. They just read one book here and there, reading by one reference, something, or one individual, one ignorant person, one person that just gather whatever, something, and just post it online or write a book. Because I've read many of those things, and it's like completely misinformation, And then some people will read it and they think they have learned something. And then they will
so
come.
Mike, for instance, now you have a child, and you now do Akwatejaye and says this is the way the child should live. That is affecting the child's life, right? Which is its culture, right? So I'm not saying it's intertwined. That is, one man came up and said this thing I said earlier. It's inseparable. That's my argument. Now you guys can go further and debate, but the idea of trying to separate it in the Yoruba culture, I'm not discussing different other cultures or religion because I don't know about it. But in what I know, even any town, because I asked you, I specifically asked that question on purpose because I wanted to test the level of understanding about these things. Even the town that people live, even the name of those towns means something spiritually. There's a reason they name those towns there for a reason. So even the name, the food, what they eat, how they live, how they sleep, is based on their spirituality. So how can you then separate that culture that comes from spirituality from that spirituality itself? That's my disagreement with you. This is my first time meeting you on this platform. Hopefully we'll talk later. But that's just my own bone of contention. Now, if you are Yoruba and you say you are Yoruba and you don't want to subscribe to that spiritual aspect of it, most of you that are even spiritually yoked to this to these deities unknown to many of you, you are spiritually yoked to many of them,
and the thing is affecting most of their lives too.
So, I don't want to do this stuff. I don't want to do that. So but it's a lot to even unpack tonight. But hopefully we have another session to discuss it. But over to you, Mike. Let me just stop here.
Some people that dáfá fún tẹ́ pé inú dúró yọ pé nǹkan kan ìwọ kan tí kò ń ṣe family wọn ìwọ yẹn ló affect.
That is the reason why Mike. That is why I asked him earlier about Oro and stuff earlier. Remember, I asked him earlier about that. That's the reason I brought that up. Because
so many people.
And if you don't, if you don't even get that basic concept, how can I debate with you? Why are we even debating?
Mike, can I ask you one question, please? Because you say you practice. I don't know which part of which Yoruba religion you practice.
Don't worry, man. Don't ask me a question, man. I don't want it to go somewhere.
No.
I have a little patience for. Don't worry.
You know a lot of things, and I want to ask you this simple one.
Let's not push it further, man. Let's just because people know me. I'm a very personal, little patient. I don't argue from a just ignorant angle, and just if you want to do it, Babati, go ahead. He has more patience. You only can push on with the debate or whatever it is, but I'm not going to get into it with you because I can't stand when people just want to be engaging me, arguing with me blindly, and when they are not proficient or what's the word in something, but they want to act like they know it and just want to. I just can't do that. I have very little patience. You can do that with Babati. You can continue with the debates, but with me, trust me, just leave it alone. Is it that you want to learn from me?
Can I ask him a question? Can I ask him a question? Are you there?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm not scared. I like him.
No, I'm not scared. He's fine. But okay, so the Yoruba culture, as you say it now, obviously it's changed over time, right? So that part of Yoruba culture that you subscribe to, the one you call culture, I think we can both agree that it's been eroded upon over the years, right? It's not the same that strong anymore. How can we bring that back? So I'm just going by your own logic now of not subscribing to spirituality, just the cultural part of it. What can we do to bring that back? Why you still remain Muslim or whatever you call it? Just for the sake of argument. I'm not trying to, but how can we bring that back?
Like being a Muslim is my faith. It's my religion.
I'm not discussing your faith now.
You said since I still remain Muslim. That's why I'm saying that.
Right.
But the culture, the Yoruba culture, right? I still uphold some of this Yoruba culture, right? I practice it, and I'll tell you, right?
Brother, I mean, hold on. You're missing my question. I said the part of it that has been lost, that we have abandoned. How can we bring those things back?
Can you tell me one that has been lost?
Okay, the language, where you have children nowadays on Yoruba soil that claim to be Yoruba and cannot even communicate properly in the language. That's part of culture, right?
Right, you're right.
And we are losing that where we have all these kids that cannot even read and write. Back when I was growing up, we went to the best schools, but we were still writing and we had to make sure we even put their everything on it. But now you have kids going to school, they can't even write, they can't even read, they don't even speak it. So that would be an example of what I'm talking about. How can you bring that back in your own? At least we can actually have something very positive.
Thank you for that question. Yeah. You see, I listen to this program a lot, even though I might not have time to join and do all this debate and conversational aspect of it. But you guys have said something, I think, a couple of days ago about speaking Yoruba and learning in Yoruba language. I am 100% in support of that. And I wanted to come on when somebody was talking about, how do you define photosynthesis? How would you say this in Yoruba? I was like, are you for real? All these biological words, if you look at them very well, majority of them were not even English words, right? So some of those things will be created and will be used. By the time you start teaching them, we will incorporate them into our language and they will become part of Yoruba language. So teaching people, when I went to primary school, most of the subject that I was taught in primary school was in English. Was in Yoruba. I learned most of my subjects in Yoruba, except English. And that helped us a lot. Because some of those things, I could still remember them the way my teacher was saying it then. So the problem with we Yorubas is that we don't value our language. And that's why when you go to any government set up in Nigeria or whatever in Yoruba land, you speak Yoruba to them, even though the person is called Yoruba, he might not even answer you. He might keep talking to you in English language. Whereas in the north, if you understand Hausa, you don't even need to speak English in any institution, be it in banks or whatever. They speak their language because they value it, they cherish it. So the only way we can bring it back is for each and every one of us to try as much as we can to speak it, to teach our children. And if there's a way we can fight for the government to have a way of using our local language as a means of getting instruction or teaching at schools, I believe that will be the best thing, and it will help our language. It will help us very well.
Please let me put something there, if I'm permitted.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. You use the Yorubas language and the Hausa language as an example. Let me tell you the difference. It's not because the Northerners cherish the language. The Northerners, they have mastered the act of their language in reading and writing before the coming of the British. They already have schools where people go on to stay and learn. And two, the Western education, they did not embrace it the way the Yoruba embrace it. The third one is the same tradition we are talking about. We have weakened our traditional instruction, try to reduce their value, and that thing is affecting even our language and affecting us as a Yoruba or as a Bini or as Urobo, whatever a tribe or ethnic nation we may fall into, whether, like as you said, Yoruba, they also have some part that, there's a way they speak their own. So it affects us. This is the real factor. That is why we must go back. Oni should not address issue and say, Inshallah. He should stop. Because his forefathers of that throne never used that word. Or one Oba or Ibini should not come and say in the name of Jesus. Because they never use that name.
Can you at least can you at least agree to that, game changer, that the king of Yoruba land or Benin should not be seen worshipping foreign gods?
Even when they worship, when they address critical issue that affect the tradition, there's no way they should say inshallah or in the name of Jesus. However, in some casual way, they can relate on that, because these names that they are calling were not the name that established this throne of their ancestors. As we are putting these things, people are now more confused. Whether the Oni is even a traditional person, whether the Oba is even a traditional person, whether it's even a Christian, whether it's even a Muslim. Children that is growing up, we did not even show one dot or something that traditional and culture that our ancestors left for us is so unique. All they did for the past 1980 something, when Archbishop Idausa and the rest rise up. I am not against Christianity, and all these imams started embracing them, is to demonize that our tradition. And whereas the only thing Islam bring to Yoruba land is to pray 5 times a day. Every other thing they are talking about is already there before they bring Islam. But what Christianity brought to us is only that believe in Jesus, don't worship idol. The rest has already been within us. What was not with us that they want to preach today? Is it how to believe, to have faith? Is it not faith our people were having in all those gods? The society were designed in respect. Fear this, don't do evil, don't do bad. They have it. They nurture their children how to grow up in that tradition, even when it was not written. So these things, to get it back, people need, it's something that we have to go beyond this one in all these, we're talking here. We should take a different path. We can come together and start helping our traditional leaders to see these things, that they have to demand. There should be a constitutional power. The governors are creating problems. When you overpower them, they rush to the palace and be saying, the traditional leader is silent, but you are weakening the traditional leaders. When it becomes a full-scale violence, where is their king? Sometimes the king talk to the governor, he will say, I don't want to use that, what you are saying. And he cannot do anything. But if there is a law that said, the king said this, go and do that, he have to look for a way to manage what the king have said. Even when he did not agree, we look for a way to go back and say, look at my own opinion, why I said we should do it this way, in a respectful manner. Not like I'm the governor, I have the power. So we in the South, we are about, let me just tell you, if like the Northern, look at their tradition. If they put that value, because they have mixed it with their faith of Islam, and that value still remain. That is why their people must embrace that language first. So our own, we have diluted it. Your Professor Wole Soyinka, among all the certain people, he takes of Nobel Prize. He know they speak Yoruba, because those people grow up with the tradition of the land. That is why it did not affect them the way it is affecting this generation. And even older people are not even the one destroying the generation, because they don't, as my brother said, you go to some office, you speak Benin for a Benin person. I went back home, I was speaking Benin, all the children, they cannot speak. The one that managed to understand is only English, they will reply me. So don't even understand.
Midwest,
I was crying.
Midwest, let me even shock you. Me from a ruling house in our own culture. Imagine me going to a ruling house, having a family meeting. All the small princesses. Imagine coming from a royal house and you cannot speak Yoruba. From a royal family of the culture, and you cannot speak Yoruba.
We have gone far. I see what we are looking at.
The British knew what they were doing now. They came with a plan. They have plans to destroy everything, man. And you see, when people, when they want to kill something, they can put 100-year plan in place, 100-year plan in place. Yes. They say, okay, by 2050.
You know when they came, the SAC didn't submit to them.
Like in 1950, they will be like, by 2050, this thing will be gone. They
did not submit to them. They put a plan to make sure they weaken those people. That they are still afraid. The power is with us fully.
Do you know how terrible that is? To me, I feel bad though. And when I asked their parents, my cousins or whatever, they're like, they go to private school now. I said, what? So what if they make you king or they make you queen next to you? So you say, go and find an interpreter for me. Abi, that's
what you know when I wake up, when I woke up to this as a problem, is when I came to America, I started meeting my relatives that were born here. That born became like, just don't know the language, the culture, nothing. These kids, when they became adults, they are crying because they feel lost. Like they feel.
Don't you see what happened to Babo in Lagos? Babo, I don't know. Cannot pronounce his name. This Babo. Okay. Look, my brother. If, for example, his father allowed him to embrace that Yoruba language.
That would have helped him in that election. That would have helped him a lot.
You see it now. And if his father also allow him to that Yoruba culture of respect to penetrate him, he would have gone far. There are so many few statements you make with your arrogance. Everything ain't there about you. The career. That's why someone that want to lead must be careful. Those things you call anyhow. Some people in Nigeria, tradition don't make sense to them. But they don't know that small words you say about those traditional leaders, tomorrow your career is in trouble. All their people will turn against you. These two things, his parents deny him, and now they are regretting it. And that is the real thing that play against that guy. If not, he would have gone far, or even win that election. I see, because he himself, the way he presented things, as if you don't even see Yoruba culture, like what we are talking about now. Those kind of people are the problem. You have it in every tribe. He did not grow up to value that Yorubaness.
Yeah,
and now he paid the terrible price.
Sorry, you see, these things started long way ago, even from our schools. I remember when I was in secondary school then, I learned some of my subjects in Yoruba in primary school. But in secondary school, they started telling us we should not speak vernacular. They tagged Yoruba as vernacular to the extent that if you speak Yoruba, they beat the hell out of you.
Do you know when that one happened? Go and check. It was when the military started seizing power. That's the genesis of our problem. And most of those military guys that were in charge, they were from North. A military governor in Benin, Onyega, Yabio, I don't know, Mark Onyega, cancelled Ekpoma University, said school too much in Benin. He canceled schools everywhere. People don't even have a place to go to school. That everybody, some people have to be going to farm. All these things are still affecting the land today. These are the things, like people talk. That is why I keep praying. If another region person sees this power in the name of military, we have gone. All these things we are talking about, they will make sure they put another thing on ground to make sure the next generation to come. If you talk it, they will tell you, I beg go and sit down. We don't need that. Because people are doing nonsense today. The most painful thing is that when they do something that is not good, you from abroad, you try to tell them, they tell you, no, we are not in a modern life now. In other words, which modern life in Europe or in America? Someone is coming from America, he's telling you this one is not good. You are saying you are in modern life in Nigeria. And you said that modern life is how Oyibo is doing it. Someone that live with Oyibo is telling you, no, it's not supposed to be like this.
Midwest, even the food, they've abandoned their food and they're not eating pizza now.
Yeah, not even even the clothes we wear. You see a lot of people wearing only jeans. To even wear agbada for some people, it's really, really like, I don't know. They don't even want to wear it. People just wear jeans, wear shirts. That's what they believe.
Let's also look, as this my brother said, you say we can separate. There's no way we can separate religion from tradition. Those days, if a Yoruba married woman dress, will you not know from her dressing?
You will know.
That is when the tradition, based on their religion, affected them. When my mother in their days, they are growing up, married woman, you know them by their dressing. Today, do you know who is married, who is not married? And most of those women that were married, because of their dressing, even when they are beautiful, nobody put pressure on them. They see them as something that belongs to someone. They don't develop that appetite. Nowadays, woman said is married, you see half of her breast. When she turn back, you can't see how God they create her back. The mind not go to enter. That's why many things are happening in the office.
Midwest, specific women see they go club. Married women see they go club.
Okay. we don't go far, my brother. Me another person still saying, because I feel we can do something more than this.
Back in the days when people they fear Ayala, they fear
fear.
They use and swear give you. Now those days won't go sleep person wife.
Fear not the lay person.
But now which Christian they fear to sleep with another Christian wife? Or which Muslim
now the Christianity everybody
exactly now what they fear. They don't fear they don't say Jesus no go vex like there's no say once they go church on Sunday. Say Jesus forgive you for sleeping with
if I get one number.
Even pastor is sleeping with people white. Pastor is sleeping.
If I get number to back these things off, I'll for send you picture where a man for another country. I tell they hammer all those. I tell you both those religion, Islam and Christianity, they are good. But when they brought it to Africa, something followed. Their mindset was how to yes.
It's not designed for Africans, man.
It was how to change It was how to change these people to see them as superior. So there are so many things they add to it, and it's still affecting us. I will show you Imam in Sudan when they went to go and do investigation, and you see what Imam is doing. You will never believe a Muslim will think like that. I don't want, our own pastor, I don't want to talk about that one. That one is just too open now. So that of Imam self, you will not believe. I would like to get if you put number for me for back the other side, may I take send something. I will send that for you. May you go to document where people do 4 days ago. Wait till Imam till they tell married women, may they come do something, then the water will come up for saying go use that to bless them. Mike, you pull number for the other side, make a copy, put that for the other side, make I can send you for WhatsApp. So that you feel one man is still playing small, may we know say this thing, there is a need to talk about our own value, because that value, Islam did not change anything. It's just like today when they are digging everything in Egypt, bringing it out. Those people who made it never read Bible, never read Quran. They never.
Even to marry your family, they need to first verify the person where you want to marry first. Say that family normal, they fit your own family. Now you go say, oh, daddy, I'm in love, and that is it.
And then they do the marriage now 2 weeks or 1 year, everything.
Don't pack over.
Why not go divorce? Why not go divorce? You go divorce.
No fear of God, no regard for tradition. How will people be able to marry? I keep asking this question.
You see, like we go see Oyibo way of life. We say na civilization. You understand? Civilization. Just emulate what you do. For our culture, girls suppose keep himself for you for marriage at least. If not, at least the value we say, if you want submit yourself to a man, the intention is that okay, you are submitting yourself to this person, say one marry him. But in both culture, go and date. They call something called dating. You understand? You date. Yeah. You know what I'm saying now? So now you start dating at 15. You don't date this one, get this boyfriend, you don't break up with you, get another boyfriend, don't break up with you. By the time she turns 25, we won't marry. You go don't date at least. About 15 boys don't break up with us.
Waiting be 15 boys.
You don't get like 15 different boyfriends.
No, the first he don't meet my way get 16 plug. He don't meet my way get 8 plug. Maybe the man we want to marry call get 4. You know, say I go there.
When we had to grow up, see, when we had to grow up, it was more like. Say we don't use that word boyfriend, girlfriend those days for Nigeria. Now it's a new thing, right? Say those days when you don't grow, when you start getting like what the woman like, she go begin to talk about it will become my husband. It's like they are getting together for the purpose of okay, they are going to get married.
That was the mindset.
That was the mindset. But today it's more like okay, now fine boy, now fine okay, I can't become my girlfriend. They are just now dating. It's not like they are dating, saying they are planning to marry anything. They just want dates. And okay, so now you are dating. I was telling to one of my young niece. She said, my boyfriend. Now you get. I was okay. So okay, what's the purpose of this boyfriend? Just dating now, just like each other. Okay, so where are you going with this? She can't even tell me that. Okay, we are dating because we are planning to get married. So she said, well, that's normal thing. Now everybody. She didn't tell me say it's normal thing. Everybody have a boyfriend, girlfriend. I said, no, don't finish. I said, okay, when that boy give you breakfast, don't come and cry, because first of all, you didn't discuss, say, you are dating him because you want him to marry you. Now, when the guy don't give you breakfast, go stand at that girl when you want dates. Don't come and be crying. Because that's what you guys think these days. That's why most of the girls today are crying, saying boys are bad, man. Because they don't get sense. During our mama age, they don't just submit themselves to man without the guy having planned to marry them. You understand? But today, when I just want to get boyfriend, and then you are crying that they are breaking your heart. Which boy they go reject girl?
Let me put this one. Let's even say you want to get boy. Okay, let's even say boyfriend is okay. Normally, you're supposed to bring the boy to come meet your parents just if you want the person. If the person not saying no, do want do anything serious, that person will come and say, this one get parent though. This one serious. So the person will come and
parents.
So I always tell girls here, I'm like, if you want to know who's serious, even if it's boyfriend, that person has to meet your parent. They'll say, what do you mean? They must be my dad. What do you mean my dad? the value for that, they don't come on self. They don't even value their parents like that
We
anymore.
don't turn Western. We are Western people now. We are British. We are no longer.
We are not even the Western. Mike, look, I was talking with somebody. He said our Nigerian men, they know. He said they know they respect.
Hello.
We are hearing you, sir.
Adewale, hold on. Let me do this last real quick.
This one. He said we not our men know they respect our Nigerian women. The many things we both they do. Our men know they like to do. We they want make them behave like African woman. He was not just describing our own traditions that our mothers were slaves. I says, okay, come. The Oyibo you are pointing to, their men are good in doing it. Is their marriage working? Like where I am now, there's nothing like marriage. It's boyfriend and girlfriend, and they go they sign. Before you go here, say they do that marriage. Out of all the old people they live together, may I say 1%, now I go do that kind of thing. The rest is they call it sambo. Two partners together. There's a way they do that law because the law of that they are married, they don't fit change that because religion affect them. Now from Bible. That's why this guy that is saying that we should separate. No way. That religion, now I draw that marriage you see in Europe here, where they can say one wife, one this woman right now. Inside Bible, they drag all out. So when they want to go to parliament, it's like no going area. So they now decide when they see their children, nothing to take register they are living, they can't put living together. Whole land, almost 95% of people living together. In Spain, the same thing. Are there men not doing that or Igbo something you are talking about? So, Mr. Dewale, you can call me. Thank you, sir.
I was just trying to chip in with that topic of girlfriend and boyfriend. What we have now is, I think we've inculcated this Western style of, doing things abnormally. I was telling my wife yesterday. I said, "Well, look at this. You dress and you say that, and you have your cleavage up to where you have your nipples wide open, and I'm looking at you and you are calling me a pervert. How does that justify what you're trying to achieve? I mean, your chest is wide open, number one. So what is the purpose of opening your chest? For me to look, isn't it? So, but if I stare, you said I'm a pervert and call the police on me, right? So you remember up to today, if you go to our public beaches in Nigeria, hardly you will see our ladies wearing bikinis and all that. Have you guys noticed?
Guy, forget to go to Landmark. They are wearing it now.
Landmark, yeah, to Jari. I said go to Lekki. Hardly you will see our guests wearing that. Have you noticed, Babati?
They were wait. They were wait. We've been talking for hours about culture. And when they talk about guests, now that time will come up.
That's my area.
Yes, that's when you came up. Go ahead.
You see, it's about Jembe. You have to, all those girls in the, you have to. Those are the area that human being must leave, or else once you see there's no girls around, that means Jesus Christ has come back. So that's why I think life move around when there's girls. But unfortunately, our culture has really, I won't say dwindled, but kind of eroded completely. But at the same time, I just the level of immorality, and we're trying to justify it, as if it's adding value to us, and it's not.
We call it civilization.
Yeah, you have your cleavage wide open, and you said I'm a pervert. How does that even make sense?
Back in the days, if you do that, even the anti-Adobo will say, go and cover that up now. They will shame you. They will shame
How
you.
can you even do that in Adobo in the first place? You can. Maybe you will take the clothes out and change at your friend's house, and and if not, who is going to associate with you? Nobody. Because it's going to be a shameful thing. And this idea of proposing and bending down on one knee, and whose idea is that in the first place?
It looks Western
It's the
too.
most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
My woman was telling me before we married, so I have to propose. I say, okay. And she said, I will get on my knees. I say, huh?
Mike, do you remember that Binigay that broke up with that guy in Italy that became viral? This guy took the girl to one open park that now wanted to propose. The girl said, kneel down now. He said where? Then break up. Then break up. He said for where? He said, I'm a Nigerian man. I cannot do that. How can I be one knee? He said, we're in Europe
You
now.
don't watch too many Western movie, romantic. But this is Africa, man. Nobody.
To me, if you want, when you're going to marry, your family. Okay, for example, you already seen this particular lady, and you're already talking to her and all that. And when you start to get serious, you send your people, your parents, your brother, your aunt, your uncle, anybody in the family to go talk to the family. And that is the way they've been doing it, right? So they'll bring fruit, and they don't even collect anything these days, And then we'll talk to the look, Baba, my Baba Jembe, Baba was okay. God bless you. At least so to be our family once. And they'll bless you and say, when is the date? And you guys take the date, and that's it. But these days it's just like you say date. Dating means we are going to have sex and we are going to do what the couples do, and that's it. And at the end of the day, we break up, and then you move to the next person. Your body can't start, And at the end of the day,
they've even moved beyond dating now. Now they have new thing they call hookup.
You see, how did you know, Mike? How did you get to know about hookup? That's Ashewo Promas right there, man.
Majority, Adewale, just like you were saying, you see, majority of the weddings that they do nowadays in Nigeria have been done with the pregnancy.
Oh yeah.
Really?
That's what they do. That's actually what make some of them to do that kind of to do wedding.
Wow.
You have pregnant, we don't have a choice. We just have to do the.
Remember back then, it was people even get abortion before wedding because of the shame. They don't want people to know that they will get abortion before even the wedding.
I don't even think they think about that. Like they think like that anymore.
Oh.
Except if the guy doesn't want to be with the girl.
My pastor here, he died a year ago. There was a time this couple, they were about to get married. They picked the date. I'm not sure the pastor was the one that conducted the marriage counseling, because they were actually, one of them was a worker in the church, and they came to the church. When you're pregnant, sometimes the wedding gown can hardly cover the pregnancy, except if you're a big person, And this lady showed up at the church pregnant. Guess what my pastor did? He declined to officiate that wedding, and he ordered two of them to get out of the church. So they should go and seek for forgiveness and counseling. It was very, very embarrassing, and they knew the kind of person our pastor was.
Let me ask you, because I don't understand this marriage counseling thing. Don't they have parents? Shouldn't it be parents counseling you on both sides? What do you concern pastor for marriage counseling?
The funniest thing, my brother, I would not recommend going to church for counseling. Never, never. Both of us will go to a bar. I will share you. Then that's where the truth will come out. We'll tell each other what we are going to do when we get married. The church, everybody will be covering up. We won't tell each other the truth. Because the problem is that even the pastor might even be the one djembe, you know what I mean? So what does the pastor know about sex and
Yeah, we're talking about the book of this one, the book of this.
Yeah, you see,
when your personality don't match that book, when you talk about
pastor won't tell you about the doggy style. and all those things. A pastor won't tell you all that. You say, Brother John, Sister Rebecca, and all that. And at the end of the day, when you say do doggy and save your marriage, you say you won't do doggy. Jembe go la plate, you say you never do. You know, so it's and I think
It's violent. You know, say I don't know our woman's audience. They have some holy people. So this one you're talking doggy style. Cool down. One man goes soon. One man vex.
That one would not one man know where I stand. There's no point, deceiving us. After all, but before the
Mike,
bride even
like
get married.
you don't know one man. They say one man went to mow. What do you think he's doing with the mow?
Loco. Lo jembe, lo chayibe. The bottom line is that all those things, all those shenanigans stuff, at the end of the day, Akubalo man find in marriage. Look, do what is best for you. Person, you see, they said that, I forgot how they said this thing in English, that you see the person that is like you, and one thing is that if anywhere, you can't hide it. And I know people pretend a lot. In marriage, it's even more difficult because you're talking about two human beings that decided to come together to form family. And at the end of the day, it's tough because when I see young couples these days, they say, especially when I see them on TikTok, and they're acting as if all those white people's love, and I have to kiss you every second to show my affection towards you. I would be like that. These people are crazy. Don't they have beat?
They are still buying flowers. Like,
Yeah. It's stupid, man. When you get married and the reality setting, you're starting having kids, you realize that those flowers, you ended up hitting on each other's head one day. It is the reality, my brother, because you now have responsibility. It's no longer you and you only. Now you have an intruders in your house, and you have family, extended families, and all that. So that's where the reality set. It even look different. Everybody will transform. It's either you're ugly or you
the one
are
that they do now. The one that they even do now is the me and my husband. Nobody else invited. So people will have a big house. Nobody, your own in-laws cannot even come and see you. There's what kind of nonsense is that?
You see, that is the issue.
Where are the cousins? What do you mean, me and my husband?
In the olden days, you get married, you take your wife, go and live with your mother for some time to learn about you. I know people don't do it, but if you are living in America, I still recommend it that you let your wife go stay with your siblings or your
They were
parents.
like, even my own kids, they prefer to hang out with grandma. That one will let them escape with ice cream at 9 o'clock. So that those kind of, but it matters. Even the grandparents enjoy it. They live longer with that kind of feeling of their grandkids around. But you don't know your auntie, you don't know your uncles, you don't know your, how can you? I mean,
in America, the kids are struggling to make sure that they're with the kids. They want to spend time with their cousins, because hardly do they even have enough time. Sorry, they don't even have. The parents goes to work and they also go to school. It's only the holiday that they have time to. But on weekend they want to visit cousin and they want to. So if you have kids like that and you want to make your family just me and my wife, me and my husband kind of a thing, how is that helping your kids? They will not become a lone ranger.
That's the culture of the Oyinbos. They live like this quiet, solitary life, just individualism. They'll be so quiet, and we start copying their way of life, and We think we are
No, don't get me
becoming.
wrong. There are some things I liked about their lifestyle too, but just not like me and my husband type of thing. I'm not a fan of all those things. Well, I know that Mexicans or Latino generally they have similar culture when it comes to family
Generally, have you
orientation.
seen a Mexican patient when they have their family come and see them in the hospital? Oh boy,
Yeah.
40 people go show up for that room. Go say, where did all these people come from? I'm telling you, it's just like they come in droves, they're like troopers. You know,
Let me tell you a story. One time, that was a long time ago though. I was I was I was a CPS. I was 2000 and it's been a while. Like almost it's almost 10 years, I guess. I was a CPS, and there was this Pakistani parent. The man whooped his son, and the son called police. So I was the one that responded to that call. I was there. I was making assessment and all that. And the boy, actually, I think he regretted doing that because I arrived before police officer arrived, and then and I assessed and I realized that there was no evidence of what do you call it, of child abuse or anything like that. And I was like, oh, okay. But in this situation, call has been placed, so you can't just dismiss and write your report and say this and that. So they charged the man to the court. So the man appeared in the court, and I was to, give my testify about what I witnessed and all that. But before then, I'd gone back to the house again to, just to see how everything is doing. But the boy was already taken out of the house. And I think that was when the boy started realizing that he has done something terrible to the family. So on the day of the case, finally, the Paki people now, they're like Indian. On the day of the man told me actually point blank. I said, look, ask where I come from. I told him I'm a Nigerian. He said, look, we both have similar culture. This boy will end up in prison one day, and I need to do the needful. That's why, yes, I whoop him, but not like I whoop him with a belt or anything like that. He just doesn't want us to listen. And I said, look, I understand, but this will be off record. On the day of the hearing, Babati, are you still there? Oh, Babati has gone. Who is still listening?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you.
Oh, okay. On the day of the hearing, the judge asked that, okay, we can't release the charge to you guys. So, do you have any family member or somebody that the boy can stay with? The entire courtroom was filled up with Pakistani people. Even outside the courtroom, you still see Pakistani. Every single one in that chamber raised up their hand. And the judge busted laughing. Like now you understood that it takes a village to raise a child. So one of the closest to the family, uh, they took like 3 names so that the boy would select which one would be suitable with the counselor present as well. And I kind of like see this kind of a thing where you still have culture being retained, in the family. The Pakistani man felt that there's no way, I have to whoop this child. But they all came out, in numbers. They were all, look, bring the boy, we'll stay with me and all that. And so culture sometimes, unfortunately, in some Nigerians' homes, it's not like that. You'll be amazed, how their kids treat them as if they are the parents themselves, you know. But at the end of the day, the family member took the kids, and eventually the kid now regretted and said, "Look, they probably turned better because I forgot about the case afterward." But the Pakistani family stood up. They stood up to make sure that the boy doesn't go to foster home, or else, you know, that's culture. Even despite that is in America, and hardly you will see those people taking their family to nursing home. Hardly.
Mike, I've sent that, you can check whether it's in the email. Sorry, Mr. Dewale. Sorry.
Okay, let me check now. I'll check. Yeah.
Sorry.
Hardly you will see them taking their family to nursing home because they will take care of them at home with them. I've seen Nigerian at nursing home before. One man was brought to nursing home. His wife was there, his daughter and his son. No, the daughter was the one.
Okay, I'll see Emir Of Ilorin. I'll see it. I will check it out.
Go and check on my brother, you will fear.
I can check after the show.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
What are they saying to each other?
A BBC did a documentary. We just enter because this African culture that we neglected, where Imam is deceiving women in I think in Sudan. When they go there for help, and he will tell them, okay, I will use my bola to help you. Then the water that come from it, I will use it to bless you. Imam that read Quran. They will not even waste their time coming to Nigeria to come and do pastor home because those ones is so obvious. So I just send him Imam so that they will know where we are going because they don't go get time for. So no need to come do pastor. If they do, wait till they go see, go shock them. So if you watch if you go surprise one man, it's good to send it to one man.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
You're on Twitter too, right?
I don't even know too much about Twitter, to be honest.
Well, good for you. I don't even know why I've been frequenting that space these days. If you see the way Obedient descended on Donyo Kupe of what he posted on Twitter, my brother.
What did Donyo Kupe do? I thought the guys were Obedient too.
Oh, Donyo Kupe. Donyo Kupe's post these days is more like a patriotic Nigerian who is trying to okay, now we understand, but we have to come together. He was praising Tinubu practically, literally was praising him, and I was shocked when I read one or two lines of his tweet, and I was like, no, this can't be Donyo Kupe that I know. But the Obedient went for the jugular. They were raining curses. They were saying sort of like actually his nickname now is a green snake. That when somebody said that somebody who works in Obi's camp was a snake and working for APC and all that. So the people are now saying, oh, he was the one that they were referring to and all that. Man, the man was, just posting things that you could term it as pro-Tinubu kind of.
But, so the one I've been seeing on YouTube, it's not enough. The one on Twitter is even. I'll leave that one alone. The one on YouTube is enough. It's enough for me to.
The Twitter space is the worst anybody can go to because people there was no filter. I don't think Twitter actually paid close attention to what is happening on this part of the world, like in Africa generally, because the way they put in place when the company was still with the original owner, not with this network called Innovators. Then they hired people to help filter and the space so that when people posting things, they're trying to what do you call it? Was it fast track? No. Fact checks what people post tweeting. Even it affected Trump himself because Trump was suspended when he was posting, things that could easily cause trouble and those things that are not actually true. So he left the space. But ever since the company has been sold to Elon Musk, It's been gone to the trash. Anybody can. He himself is the biggest propagandist on that space. So people are just posting anyhow. They don't care if that person is the age mate of their great grandfather. They will abuse you. They will call you all sort of names. And I don't know, maybe it's the algorithm that always bring those obedient.
Maybe Midwest. Can you explain why a lot of these obedience are so heartbroken that they can't? It's like
the thing you have to know is this: the youth were so disappointed in the previous administration.
And but they know we did not win. Why
but that's the thing. It was an election like.
I don't want to talk about winning here. I want to point to something like as Mike asked me. I think that pain of Nigeria not meeting up with the expectation. I know everybody is having broken heart. That is one. But second one is the natural attitude of. It's also weighed down to this culture we're talking about, tradition of particularly people of eastern part of Nigeria extraction. Even before TINUBU, this propaganda and insult is what led to that problem in Southeast today. So it's already there and nobody can correct it because the traditional leader there, with the way British people, established the East, is quite different from what happened in the West anyway. People don't want to go to history. So they completely destroy the culture and tradition and take it to a place where those people will be governed from a place where there will not be root of tradition of African way. But though they claim to be practicing tradition of Africa from there, that of regard and respect and honors and presenting our grievances with kind of attaching respect to so that your elder will listen was not there. So that is what is boiling down, and is not good because the way things are, we need to reason. Well, if, for example, even the Peter Obi is the winner of the election, here come a country where the rule of law, we all know how it plays. And you have a president. Now he associated to set up ministers. The government is already running. Very soon, the president even have the power to change all those attorney general and the rest. Then you will expect those people to come and say you are not the winner. But the only dangerous thing is this. And I think even as TINUBU is there to protect us against this kind of, something not happening again, they should change the constitution, provide all the necessary tools, the necessary material that when election is held, anybody is not satisfied. There should be a very short period of time to look into it and pass judgment before you swear in the president. Because
wait. So for one, because of obedience, I need to change something. Two, you're telling me that wait. Two. Give me a second now. Two, you're telling me that if they would have passed the judgments before TINUBU was sworn in, which we all know that the judgment would have been in favor of TINUBU.
No,
which it would have been right away because if it's a clear-cut case that maybe it'll be one or something like that, then wait.
Let me round up a little bit, please.
Give me a second now. That won't have changed anything. They will even right now. They will be okay. Go ahead.
I'm not talking about judge must say Peter will be one. That is not what I'm presenting before you. Or the judge will say TINUBU did not win. The judiciary system of a country, it should be designed in a way that when people look at it, they really see it as the final for them. I don't know whether you understand. And that's what I'm
obedient to.
Not just for obedience, against future election, against future activities. It also went down to yes. I want to go clear this one. Yes.
Go ahead.
You can call me. It boiled down to this the way they handle Emir Of Ilorin, the way they handle Kanu. That is now, it made people to see our judiciary somehow. When Kanu ran away, what stopped the judiciary not to judge his case?
Okay, let's look at it this way. I quite agree with you. Those two people you just mentioned now, Emir Of Ilorin and Nnamdi Kanu, are first. You see, those two cases are different from electoral. I mean, you agree with me that it's quite different from electoral issue, right?
Yes.
But once the government declare you number one public enemy of the state, everything they can find in the book, they will throw it at you until you fall. Now, I knew even when the court declared that Nnamdi Kanu was acquitted. I mean, the judge himself, I think it's from the southeast or south side. I'm not so sure, but it's not from the north or southwest. It's the southeast or south side. And when that court, then the pronouncement was made, I knew for a fact that the federal government is not going to let go because they knew who this particular person was and still is and what he stands for. So they will find everything in that book to make sure that they keep him. Probably right now, I see him like a political prisoner who, at the end of the day, he was able to negotiate himself. He will end up like Showore, who was once placed, restricted to Abuja only, but now he was allowed to travel outside Abuja, but cannot travel outside the state. So they try as much as possible to reduce that influence that you have, and it reflected in Sowore's political outcome during the last general election. You could say that people are no longer, Obi took some chunk of his followers, right? So those two people have their cases. Emefiele is not a prisoner is not a political prisoner. Emefiele is a criminal. Emefiele is not just an enemy of the state. Emefiele shot himself in the foot. So where he found himself today, he dug that pit for himself, and he has himself to blame. So apart from the dubious monetary policy that he introduced, him and Buhari that he introduced, not that the policy wasn't okay, but it was introduced at the wrong time, and that will make that policy the most stupid, the most I don't know any other adjective I could call it. So apart from that, under his watch, what federal government is dealing with and CBN is dealing with today, if he had put in place plan and policy that are able to safeguard our currency, other monetary issue, we won't be, going back and forth with the bureau de change and trying to rescue our currency and all that. So his tenure when it was governor was completely terrible, and I understand that he was playing to the gallery, was patronizing the federal government, especially the presidency, so that it could be in a good book, and they were perpetrating all those evil. And I tell you this. Of all the 14 count charges that was, filed against him, at least 2 or 3 will stick. It will stick because I know for a fact that weapon charges were just to buy time because you can't hold a person for more than I think 24 hours without charging them to court, and the court will now decide whether to grant them bail. And despite that, the court was ready to grant. I think it was actually granted a bail. But they quickly filed, the real charge itself. For those who think, this is a vendetta between Tinubu and Emefiele, and I tell them, look, if you know who Tinubu is, Emefiele is a small fish to fry. Tinubu has bigger fish to fry. He has Nigeria to deal with. I don't think Emefiele will constitute a stumbling block politically to Tinubu, but this regime, this administration is not willing to look the other way for him. They intend, even if Tinubu doesn't want to do it, his proteges, his disciples want to make sure that he feel that little, the
pain.
Yes, they want to take the
I don't
power.
think even lit you. I don't even think they wanted to feel lit you. They wanted to see the reality of pain, sir, because they have plan for him. Because for me, I'm not saying these guys are saints. Sometimes, Nigeria should be copying things.
No, I'm coming towards that issue of the obedience, not letting go, and all that. I think it was Mike that raised that question. I could remember, I think it was 2015 when Trump became president. Was it 15 or 17? When Trump became 16, became president. I didn't support Trump. I supported Hillary Clinton. I can remember that night. A friend of mine also, who is also in Nigeria, who supported Trump, I question his sanity. I actually question, because I don't know how a reasonable Nigerian would support somebody like Trump. But it made me understand that, look, this is the right man for the country. I was livid, I was mad, I was pissed off. When I went to work the following day, even at the office, same thing everybody was discussing. Everybody felt like dejected. But one thing I realized is that people quickly moved on, even though Trump was doing his shenanigans, being in the news every day. I myself personally, I quickly learned that his progress is also my progress because I live in this country. Not that I actually really dig him. Let me use that word. Like I really like him or like, but I realize that he's now the president, whether I like it or not. There's nothing I can do. All I wish is that he do better so that the country can do better, right? But at every occasion that I get, I criticize his policies. I criticize what he done wrong. And when he does something right, you may not necessarily say, but I mean, you can't kick somebody that is down already. So when he's doing something right, of course we'll look at it. Oh yeah, he's tried. But when you do something not too good, then we can now criticize. And I tell you what, 90 out of 100% of the time, he's always doing something stupid anyway. So, but I grow. I quickly grow, because I realize that I cannot continue to, not liking this individual. He's now the president, whether I like it or not. Now, I'm relating to this obedience space. They understood that.
Well,
I
to be
think.
frankly, Mr. Odewale, to call them obedience, sometimes there's an error. This IPOB of a thing for years.
Yeah.
Because Peter Obi is from that region, the whole of them, or large population, almost 80% now quit that IPOB shenanigan and propaganda. I move it to the obedient. So, and now they are the one constituting this nuisance and this problem. Even if you go there, you will see the one that they said they have already cancelled TINUBU'S. TINUBU is no longer president. I've seen it. That the court have cancelled him, is no longer president. So they want to install, and the case they have never charged. I saw propaganda to that degree. I was so shocked. I said, no, this is not easy. These things are coming to hurt Peter himself.
You know what I was thinking? I was suspecting that too. Like, I think it's the IPOP guys are really more disappointed.
Did you guys watch the documentary?
And I think they are disappointed because it's mainly because the Kanu is still locked up. Because they know that Tinubu. They think Obi was. They only supported Obi because they wanted to enter and come and release him for them. I think that's the only reason. And then when Obi didn't win, they just lost.
No, it's not whether because of IPOB. This has been the way they operate. Go and look their platform before Obedient came into, but everything about them is propaganda and insult. If any elder from their region speaks anything that doesn't match that their IPOB shenanigan something, you will see. Go and look at their. You will see insult. That's why none of their king will dare address that issue without at least giving support to Kanu before disobedience something. If you try it, your family, your village, everywhere, they will hunt for that person, both physically there, and they will go to their Twitter and destroy that person's image. If you are a governor, you don't do it that way. That's what they have been doing for years. So I think that attitude is what they brought into that movement now, which is now already a challenge. And if Peter Obi can, I even ask myself, if Peter Obi is even a president, as we are supporting, with this kind of people, would this man been able to govern this country?
You know what I think about the Southeast. The biggest mistake on that space is that they are upright people, the decent human beings there. They sat back and allowed the worst of their society to just be in charge of their society. I think it started from now Ujuku time. I mean, to allow that kind of human being to lead an entire tribe into war. That guy is not a good. The guy was not a good human being. He was a very pathetic. He's not a good person. He was a very wicked.
That is why Mike.
I mean, the way, even from what he did during the war, just when Red Cross told you that, listen, okay, you've already lost this war, just give it up right now. There's no way of you winning, coming back. And now they said, if you don't give it up today, about 50,000, whether it's 250,000 children will start to death. Just give it up so they work hands so we can save them. He chose to let those children die because he was expecting some weapon on the way so he can still fight. So he made that, which, that alone tell you that guy is a pathetic human being. And then at the end of the day, when within weeks after he made that decision, or maybe less than maybe few weeks after that decision, he ran away anyway. So after letting those children die, now you now ran away. So from then you will see, even today, if you look in that space, the kind of human being that will just have the voice of the people that some of the most disgusting, most evil human being. And there's no other tribe in Nigeria that can happen. In Benin, can you have one useless criminal like that just be in charge of the space, have more power than the Oba, and all the upright men will stand up against him. Like, no, this is not. Who are you? They will stand up against him. But in their own space, look at Igbo now. You see all this kind of, you can name a bunch of upright human beings. People like Alain Onyema. You have names like Nkoji Ewela. You have names like so many upright, prominent Igbo people. They are just like this useless one. Are just the one in charge. I'm like, what? You guys need to stand up to these guys, man.
The thing is, though, even those
to the point where they are doing it at home, they are flogging women. They just took over their tribe. I'm like, what kind of tribe is this?
Mike, the thing you have to understand is this: me, I don't want to talk about them as people, because among them there are men that deserve to be respected. There are quality people also from that region. But one thing is this: this Nigeria government want to be taking blame. I keep on saying it. Sometimes instead of claiming,
no, I don't accept that. You just mentioned something. Wait, man. You just said they are wait. You said they are respectable men up among them and things, and those men sit back and allow the useless one among them to run their space. Those men are not. They are not to be. Come on now,
Mike. Look at what I'm trying to present. We know that is bad, but you cannot leave your space to go and tell them how they should deal with their issue. What made them those titles and big positions is the ability to say, look, this issue deserves truth and we must speak truth to it. We have allowed Nigeria to be designed in a way where people feel that Nigeria is just only the problem of everybody, that you are not giving me right to assess my, and which is true. If, for example, we have a regional government that contain them, they are to mind the resources and there's full accountability. I don't think they will have anybody to blame whatever is happening in their place. If they want to divide that place to 100 states and they have the resources to run their state, it will be good. So these issues still boil down to the government. And that I feel they should look into this issue from different angles. That's part, I don't want to even talk about it again, because let's go to this obedience. But what is really happening within obedience space is that IPOB people are now the one, hiding behind this thing and be railing it, so try to design a propaganda, and that propaganda will definitely backfire. It's just a matter of I think TINUBU is already getting settled down. People will follow them up, and propaganda. The bad thing is that when people now realize that,
I don't know if you watched the documentary during the election period. It was a documentary that was done by the BBC. In that documentary, they showed how all the political parties used influencers and bloggers, to change the narratives in a public. And then I was told that some people were actually put in one place, like a call center kind of a thing. They gave them some data, and they log into every space on social media, whether it's a YouTube or anything. They just antagonizing and going against people and just saying things that are derogatory. BBC actually carried that documentary, and I was like, this actually speak true to what because I wonder how come every now and then you say something and all you see is obedient every angle. If you go to our Sleep TV now today, majority of the people you will see on that channel commenting on the social media, especially on YouTube, and because they are also aware that people are watching them on YouTube, especially. Most of the people you will see on that YouTube.
Mr. Dewa, let's look at it from, why I refer to judiciary in the initial stage. If the necessary materials and tools are there, before they even sue any president, the judge will do their job. I just strongly believe that. Now, for example, that the case is no longer there, what would they be doing inside that YouTube, Twitter, and be insulting somebody that is already? It's because we still have a case behind the president, and many people international don't even know why is it happening. So they are not queuing into their narration. If you look at people who are not even Nigerian, who doesn't even know what is going on within our house space, are seeing it as if people with influence have already used, they have already pocketed the judiciary system. The judiciary cannot even act. Election is over. They swear president in when he's having a case. These are things why I refer to this even Kanu. When Kanu flee away, somebody that you said is already he committed a treason and there was a lot of charges against him, that would have been a space for you to judge his case. The day they nab him, he will be from that day to prison. There's nothing for a lawyer to do any longer. Because I knew somebody that he did something in Italy, came to Sweden here. So he even got his first Swedish paper. So it was when he wanted to renew, he put his paper down, everything just came out. It's like when he got the first paper, the case was still there. They haven't judged the case. Because they didn't see him, the judge judged his case and sentenced him. So he was already here in Sweden, while they have already sentenced him like a year plus in Italy. But the day he wanted to complete and renew his document in Sweden, they just caught him that day. And the people say they just look at the Africa. Before you know it, from there, they bought it, they just arrest him, put him in the next flight. He landed Italy. From that Italian port, straight to prison. That's all. So that is how you work here in Europe. All European, if you run away from any case, once the judges they sentence that person 5 years. If you are able to hide from the day they judge it in that 5 year, police not see you. You use one day to pass that 5 years. The case is dead. Nobody, no way to put you in prison again. If you remain 1 week for it to expire, then nab the person, you will start serving that 5 years from that day. The whole of Europe, I know of Spain, I don't know whether that place, but Italy, and here in Sweden is the same thing. If you run away from the charges, that will not stop the judge not to judge the person. So in Nigeria case, the way they do the whole thing, I think they should try their best and make it look, because people are looking at us outside the border. Because what obedient are all these IPOB are now queuing into is that a case is in court. We have an existing government already, and the court is unable. How will you not truncate an existing president as a judge, whether that person did not win or he lose, in a country that is not stable politically? And don't expect a severe crisis. There are wisdoms that judges use sometimes that we ourselves we don't use it. Even the persecutors don't even use it, because I've seen a case here where somebody committed a crime. They put the person for it. The person said he's not the one that did it. The way the lawyer presented everything, there is conviction that he did it, because there are few things that convince that maybe he's not the one. They set him free because they don't want to jail innocent person. It's even better that they set that criminal, that person free. I tell the police to make sure, say, this kind of area, they make recommendation for them. When you are presenting somebody before us, you must go into these details. Yeah, the prosecutor was so angry, but yeah, they just say he should go. So these are things. Yeah.
That billboard is everywhere, and that campaign of all eyes on
judiciary, we are looking, all eyes is on you. I think they would have just ignored that something. I don't know why they put those things. Either it should not be allowed, or it should be allowed.
I think it was put up there by the people like you and I, living abroad. I want to believe so, because I'll say something diaspora, coming up at the bottom of the billboard, and you see that's they even trigger something that I wanted to talk about again. To me, that is more like bullying the judiciary when you are now, going to the public to mount pressure, public pressure. The case was not in the public court. It's not about public opinion. It's about what those judges see, the evidence that was presented, and the way they argue their case. Then they will now make it, based on merit, not just to hoodwink them, to force them to make, a remark that they themselves know that because they put their life in. Midwest, see, there's something, maybe you don't operate from Twitter. There were some people on Twitter already profiling the families of these justices. One of them said that one of the judges' daughter sells clothes in Abuja, has a boutique or something like that. That if his father make good pronouncement, that they will flood that store and buy off everything in that store. And if it goes south, they they will hear from them. It's not just one. I still have the screenshot on my phone. Somebody actually screenshot it and said I will keep it for the future reference. And those are the kind of people that, that will always put those information out there on social media. You know.
For me, I'm a little bit worried, even
I
if they
watched the
put
show
that.
today. Yeah, you can imagine them profile.
Yeah,
So when you have a billboard that said all judiciary all eyes on judiciary on the presidential election tribunal, it begins to wonder. You already emptying the court judgment, because if it doesn't go in your favor, that means the court is biased. But if it goes in your favor, oh, the best thing that will ever happen in a judiciary. These people do not know how to play politics. You are creating enemy. When you create enmity, you know, against your people.
The enmity is already there, and
Politically, even those that are supposed to have their networking with the people in politics, they will ostracize them because they won't even know where they stand. If you look at it today, every politician from the southeast has no political currency. Right now, they're operating like a floating, unlike before. So, for example, Tinubu wants to give ministerial position. Look at Odius Okalu. Of what uh, importance or value is Odius Okalu going to add to the Tinubu administration when his people did not even vote for him? You see what I'm talking about? So, he rendered Kalu useless by the virtue of the office that he was holding and his time in the Senate. Odius Okalu was supposed to be number 3 man in Nigeria, supposed to be Senate president. He qualified for it. But if you look at it, what is his political currency? It was stripped bare. He couldn't command anything in the southeast. They despise him, right? And you can't overlook all that and say, oh, because he has been in politics all this way. He managed to win, but that is not the issue. He barely managed to win. So even if Tinubu had wanted to support him in the first place, he would rethink and say, look, man, I can't put my water in an empty basket by supporting this man, because it's not going to, I'm not going to gain anything. If his people will not vote for me, why should I stick my neck out for this man? And then that means one way or the other, it's like a domino effect. They're going to alienate the Odius Okalu and people like him, right? So people that you now have that will represent you will be some people that have no political value. People that they like when you have a celebrity group B or something like that, they won't even listen to them. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. It's
very
quite
unfortunate.
unfortunate.
It's quite unfortunate, my brother. I cannot lie you, because even the real supporters of Peter Obi and even the elders, from Yoruba land, from any South, from everywhere, they're already giving up because of the attitude of these people. I'm just telling you the truth.
Look at the governorship election. It reflected.
Yeah, they're already giving up.
A lot of people that I used to comment on while Tunde Ednot on Instagram, they were changing their tune. And I'm sure those ones are the ones that voted for Obi. They were changing their tune. Well, you remember what happens in Lagos then and all that?
Yeah, that was where the genesis of
the
thing is,
they changed
the
their
way
mind.
they approach sensitive issue. Mostly the younger ones, these children of 80s, 90s, they don't understand the gravity of provoking people. And when you start acting, they want to point to this, what is coming out from that your provocation and your action. That's what they want to describe. I don't understand how we put it. The reaction, yes, the way you react to their action, that is what they want to, the picture they want to present. And I see no reason why somebody, you leave your space, you know that this place is not your space, and you start making some statements. And when you make that statement, they will not be the first person to tell you the Nigeria Constitution did not say. And you are not calling the Nigeria Constitution a place where you call zoo. And the thing you keep on in mind, you keep on wondering what exactly does these people really want? You see, everybody is now becoming conscious of their territory because we don't know. Yeah, people, I cannot lie to you. People are, those who have those they can reason with are already reasoning the entire issue. That free movement of everybody go here and that with what is going on, because we don't know what may happen in the country tomorrow. Only God knows. And we all hope to have a safe country, united country. That is our own desire. But tomorrow things may change. And another thing again, I think TINUBU should never neglect that South-South. He should not neglect South-East. Whether that is after the judiciary, because what I hate about this judiciary is that people looking at us across the border, none of them listening to the explanation of other Nigeria apart from this. IPOB something about this, because they are wondering, how did you swear this man in? He has ministers. He has changed the head of the army, the head of the police. And he have a case in a court that will say whether he's no longer the president. They look at the judiciary somehow. And the other day, that of Mefele came out. The court said someone should go home and they were rearrested. Some people say it's correct, it's not correct. But for me, I think from my own point of view, there should be a process that everyone have to respect whatever the judge said. If, for example, there's a way you can present those forms before the judge.
Wait. Before you continue, maybe there's one quick thing. You said, like, the president, right? How should they have have a power to be appointing ministers, running as president?
Not for him to have power. You look at where I speak to. It's like after the election, there is a judiciary issue. Judiciary matter is there. The way the judiciary structure is like everything that is final in the whole
I see what you're saying. You're saying because there's a court case, election court case.
In most cases, when people.
But wait, before you divert, I'm trying to understand that point you made. There's electoral case, right? Court case going on, filed by someone that ran an election that believes something was wrong.
Under normal circumstances.
But wait now, but what you are saying is that because that case is going on, so because someone is filing a case, now they shouldn't. It's best they shouldn't swear president until that case is, what's the word? Taking. Is that what you're saying?
Wait, Mike. When you conduct an election, even when they have announced the result, before swearing in, there is a length period. And in most cases, every country where there is a challenge, that length period, they will settle that judiciary matter. I'm not saying the judge should say this.
You're saying they should have settled it between that length period before. You're saying they should accelerate the. Yeah, before swearing in. But what if But before, by the time the OB and all these people they have issue, by the time they gather out their evidence,
don't put OB. Just
okay. Those that have issues,
to get me
cool down now. But if you allow me, don't worry. If you allow me, those that have issues, right? They want to go to court. But what if the time they are gathering their evidence and everything? If they needed enough time,
it's also It's also. I'm not saying TINUBU is the cause. So used to try to agree with me.
I didn't say that.
I'm not saying OB is the cause.
I didn't say you said it's
the cause. I'm just referring to the way they structure.
You saying the judiciary, say the process.
Yeah, it also boiled down to so many other things.
But wait, before you move, I'm trying to get that clear. What if? Wait. What if, you're saying is best that he handle the situation before that swearing in time?
See why there's.
But wait now. Judiciary, you don't allow me. But what I'm trying to tell you is, what if the people that are going to court, what if they needed time to gather their evidence, and the time they will need will go beyond the time that's set for the president to be sworn in? Should they still swear the president? Should they still wait? I mean, what is
look at where my statement came from. I refer to material, resources, and every possible tools that would make judiciary, you understand me, to be able to utilize that space and settle issue. If there is delay, when you look at most of this delay, it's not the judiciary themselves. Go and bring something. Because of the way they structure some certain things, delay is bound to happen on the part of the people that want to go and bring evidence. But if things are properly arranged, it will not take time to submit those things. This is what I'm speaking to. I'm just talking to my own country. I'm not talking about whosoever is now the president today. So many people outside the country where they have all these, like, you know, some people are also advanced in this Africa, like South Africa, like other places, don't expect it that way. They believe when there is issue like that, within that short periods of time, they have gotten what they want, because it's just like people are voting, they are counting. I don't know whether you understand. So in our case, the entire system caused a lot of delay. And people don't speak to that process now. They try to speak to it like the delay has given an advantage to the person that has been declared. You see, so he also robbed the image of the country. This is what I'm trying to present. And this gap is what they are now explaining to the people outside the boundary of our country who doesn't really know that there is a process on ground that is bound to cause delay. They are not looking at it.
I don't think it's the delay that's setting the image of the country. I think it's just obedient. They're going online with their propaganda.
No, my brother, they have right to
country.
They have right to be having grievances, because
they do now. No one is arresting them, but it doesn't mean it's morally right. Like, to destroy the image of the country, calling say the election was rigged, jumping to conclusion when the judicial result hasn't come out, but they've gone online, jumping to all the conclusion, and calling the country this and that and that and that. Now you have other media saying, "Oh, in Nigeria election was rigged. Why should Nigeria have right to be talking about Nigeria?" You know, those kind of things. Saying the president is a drug dealer. I mean, just destroying the image of your country, man. Come on. Midwest, will you honestly say, come on, be fair with yourself? I understand people have right to say maybe you'll be won or not or something like that. But would you honestly say, let's assume that we don't know who wins, right? Let's give benefit of that. But would you honestly say it's clear to you that will be won this election?
How can it be clear to me? Am I the next chairman?
Exactly. So it's not exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's not clear. Let's say for example, let's say I accept that there's a chance that Obi won, Tinubu didn't win, Obi won. But it's not clear. It's not like a clear thing that, okay, this person won. You can all suspect that, okay, maybe it was rigged and this person won. But let's wait till we can prove it and evidence and everything. And then where it's crystal clear to everyone that, okay, he won, before we can jump to conclusion. But disobedience, the way they are behaving, it's almost like they've made up their mind that he won that election. And they were robbed, and the attitude, the approach towards it is to destroy things that they've been wrong, they've been done wrong. And they're going online, destroying the image of the country.
Naturally, at the election, when you support a party and the party lose or the party won, if you won, you go to celebrate. If you lose and the party is raising the voice, look, my man, in this place, they shit us. You are going to believe your party. So you can't blame those people so much.
No,
how can you just believe party?
You don't have to be blindly following that.
No, definitely it do happen. It do happen this way, and that
you can
because
you can follow your party. You can't just conclude.
Look at where
you have sense now. You can't just conclude. You can't say because
Mike, let me just
you won. Now you have to conclude that you won.
The next person that have to follow up is that party. They may organize some protest. It will be peaceful. He will address his audience. We are approaching the judiciary. What I was trying to speak to is that we shouldn't allow our things, particularly the judiciary, that do you know there are case file a year plus, nobody attend to it, all those, he brought down to this situation. These are things that used to happen to common men. Now, when you now come to the federal level, you will now also discover that the resources is not even there, the materials are not even available. The space, when they ask for one thing, they are not going back to that institution that once delayed things to go and get something. To fix something they're supposed to fix on time. I know when Kenya was having the same problem. Yeah, one of these, the former president of Kenya and this challenge, they went to court. Before they saw him, the court trashed everything and threw it away, and that's all.
You remember the drama that happens on the eve of, on that election night, when the electoral body, one of the member of the body didn't want to announce the result. I think the majority that announced the Ruto's result, disagreed. It was a drama that was happening. In fact, was capable of destroying that
the country. Yeah.
And
but when they approach the judiciary, The judiciary, if this is also an African country, all those material when they demand, it did not take much time, and they trashed that case, you know. Yeah. But our own case, what I'm speaking to is that everything must delay, must delay, must delay, must delay. People see things that they don't expect that a whole Nigeria should be handling their things like that. I think whosoever that is becoming the president, they should go and ask the judicial, what do they need in case if this thing happen tomorrow? We want this case to be trashed and let the person be sworn in. For example, they have trashed these cases. Then they say, okay, Tinubu, we affirm you because of this technicality of this and that one. You still remain president. You, INEC, social law have to be changed, and you have to be taken responsible for this. The country, whosoever that want to cry will cry. Somebody who wants to celebrate will celebrate. The same candidate that challenge may not decide to say, "Yeah, I am. Congratulations, you can carry on." He has reached his limit. I don't know whether you understand now. So, but the situation whereby we do things is like it's only power that is playing out. In politics, there's power. In politics, there's influence. In policies, there is that. You know, I want to strive for it. We can't take it out. You have an opponent. So that only that one alone, people now capitalize on it. Oh, maybe Peter Obi is not powerful enough. Big powers are the ones suppressing. For me, I may believe my candidate won, as this guy asked me. Am I an INEC? Am I there? Even the INEC chairman is not in everywhere. You see? So they have to put things together before they can say this is the winner. And sometimes the winner will say, no, something happened somewhere. You, the chairman, something happens so there. And those places you are pointing to, the chairman is not there. So you see, all these things is what I personally, I'm not saying that Tinubu is not the problem of this issue. I'm not saying so. It is Tinubu right because the constitution has shown him in as the president of the country to have ministers. He must have it. He must go into the security architectures and do the needful because he's the president. And as he's doing it, a case is in the court. It looks somehow. Then what is the position of the judiciary in the country? I remember when Trump said, so people from this country, you don't come to the United States. They approach a court, Supreme Court somewhere, whether in the state, I don't know how America, because those people, they structure their things not to create problem for themselves. A high judge sat down and questioned certain things about those things. There was nothing. He said, no, those people can come to this country. They land in his own area and they entered all the immigration officer. That same moment. What are you saying? They obey what the judiciary said. Instantly, everything. When those people were coming, go in. Nobody want to risk his life because they will send you to jail straight. Our own place, let us see that judiciary, something that is growing and is already on top of that country. I keep referring to this case where they are now saying free Kano. Someone will jump bail. He has charges on ground. Does that mean you cannot sit down and trash that case? I keep on asking this question. Now, if, for example, the case has been settled when he was in exile, as he's coming and going, what will you be telling? You will not be telling someone that the judge has sent, go and set him free. You arrest your people. You get them arrested. It's because the case is still legal, and that's why people can go to streets, set him free, and the thing is disturbing the country. Look at the Emefiele on that. If, for example, instead of bringing the Emefiele itself, the police just went there and go and give them another court paper, everything will be settled. There's no need for it to appear since they have gotten another paper. Where is it? Is not my law, sir. Look at this one. Or there's a way they communicate to court. Even before the court is then the judge has seen
you just it's like you want everything to just be perfect, and it's like you blame the system for everything that's not going well.
It's possible. The government should follow what they are doing.
The point of the matter is you are blaming the system because Obedience are not happy. So the system should be like this. It would have made them happier. Even if the system would have been the way you just want to describe it, these people will still be the same, man. They still behave the same way, man. It's not the system that will change their behavior. It's the people that have to change their own behavior. I beg. You can flip the system and change from this democracy to another thing.
I'm not talking about their behavior. Wait,
when we had dictatorship, people complain. We have democracy and still complaining.
Wait, Mike, I go to YouTube. People who are not Nigerians are even queuing faster to their narration than the reality on ground. And that's what I just noticed recently. You try to go there and see platforms that are not for Nigeria. You see the way they are dancing faster to them. And what they are pointing to, they sometimes when they talk about it, you will now understand where they are drawing their opinion from. So that is why I'm pointing to this thing. Even you, if you look at it, we are also in advanced country. Take, for example, Emefiele, they have charged him. And you know everything's under investigation. And the DSS have found another things to present. They wait because the process all those security agents normally pass through to get those documents very fast. Every country designing like that. Because that very few hours that the government gave to you, that if you pass this hour, they must set you free. But there is a clause. There are so many clauses for them to detain the person. And when they approach the court, the process for them to get those letters is very, very fast. So if they have gotten those documents, they just wire it to them. This man is not even standing before a judge today. So because
why do you care so much about Emefiele? What is that the list of? I mean, we have bigger problem than to be caring about things not being fair for Emefiele. What about the regular people on the street that are just they are
I'm not even talking about whether it's fair for him. It's not fair for my country. I'm talking.
You are concerned about system being good for Emefiele. What about ordinary Nigerians? They are in prison. They are still waiting trial for, for 1 year, 5 years. They are going through this system is not working for them. Why is it that billionaire Emefiele is one we are concerned about system not working for? Come on, huh?
I'm not talking about him. I'm just talking about the system itself. Even he himself, don't you know the statement he made when he was doing cashless? People approached the court. He said court don't even have jurisdiction over central bank. Did you not see that statement? But now he's inside. He now realizes there's a court of law. So I'm not
well, you are not have to agree that Hagerman needs to be punished, man. The guy, I mean, what he did to people, it was terrible, man. People died from that useless thing that he did. God knows what the hell. I mean, come on.
These 14 charges, maybe the man may not even escape one out of that 14. I'm telling you, Nigeria, Tinubu did not believe his eyes. When he appoint people, he telling people to check that central bank for what they came out with, he couldn't believe his eyes. Most of his policies, he's going to revise all of them. Now the reality and the state of the economy is coming out. He couldn't believe it. That these people, yes, that these people will go to that extent. We don't know what is happening when it comes to the finance of our country, my brother.
No, I mean, I think even a common Nigerian knew that any person coming into the office, whether Tinubu, Atiku, or Obi, or Konkozo, we all knew. Maybe people that are not actually conversant with what is happening, during the Buhari, will think otherwise. We all knew that whoever comes in will be having a hard time to stabilize the economy, because we all knew that Nigeria actually was broke during Buhari. We all knew. They were borrowing money left and right to make it look as if we are doing okay. We all knew. And it was an open secret. So, and even if Obi is in the office today or Atiku is in the office today, he will be having a hard time to get his foot down to stabilize things. Now, Atiku promised to privatize the refineries.
Yeah.
Also privatize NNPC.
Yeah.
You know what? I knew for a fact that it was just lie. He would not be able to do that, because that is the cash cow of the federal government, to completely privatize it and leave it in the hands of individual. That would be too great, too suicidal for federal government. So all those political talk was just, for rhetoric's purpose, nothing more. And Obi, that every one of them think is the Messiah. I actually wish, the man win the election. When I was during the election, I was secretly hoping that he wins, just to, quell all this necessary agitation, that the people of the Southeast. But where I was having issue is, whether the Northerner would willing to relinquish the power for
an Easterner.
Yeah. To become
that's
president.
another challenge.
That was where I was. But I mean, I understand, politics, the way it's being paid. Sometimes you have to act like a villain or to do whatever you got to do to win the election. But the reality, we hit hard when the time to govern.
It's true.
So I know that.
Mr. Dewa, sorry to God. I listened to one analyst. What they found out in the central, but you know what is happening? almost, not even in our central bank, the reserve that we have, Nigeria is having so amount. They have already used that reserve almost 40 or 50%. That is when the guy was talking, he said we are in trouble because he said they use it as a security to borrow. And those people they borrow for, if it mature, they ask for their money. Then Nigeria is in serious trouble. It's like everything will just collapse. That is what they gave to TINUBU that is cracking his head. He's so surprised. They don't know what to do. Not only broke.
No, they would. I mean, the better you let people know this,
Yes.
Okay, member of the family, this is the situation. This is the situation we find ourselves. But the people are not ready to listen. People are not ready to make sacrifice as well. They are already making sacrifice anyway, but they are not ready to listen because they believe that a magic wand must be waved and things will get back to normal. No, it won't get back to normal. It's just that Tinubu had it difficult to, just like the way you speak against oppositions, against PDP, but he found it really difficult now to castigate his predecessor.
Yeah,
Because
his own party.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because they belong to the same
party, yeah.
The same party. So
it was.
But what I knew was it's gonna be really trouble time for Nigeria.
It is. Because the guy was analyzing everything. My brother, he didn't even talk about. He said, "Don't talk about it." I'm talking about reserve now. When they came across on certain document, how those money they were loaning, they used more than 40%.
The money that they got from JP Morgan, did the National Assembly know about it?
The guy was saying that security, touching our reserve and using it as a security without even the Senate, is just between the president and the Mayfiele. And they were telling us we have so amount as our reserve. It was when they were looking into this central bank, they now found document that reveal those things. And when they find out, indeed, those money is already a security loan that they have used already. And it's almost getting to a period of maturity where the people have right to say, we need our money. And in that case, we have to pump all our reserve to them, and the whole country will just like something from top to ground. That the only hope that we have, that they are saying that we are blessed with human resources and both natural resources. They should be serious on how to stop those criminality around our natural resources and quickly do whatever to raise funds. That is just the only way out. He said there is nothing there. That is this, not to even talk of even within the central bank that they were printing money. It was
and
true.
I think also speak to Tinubu appointing Dele Alake to solid Bedera. Anywhere, any means, he already has his goons in finance and economic planning. So now he wants to explore other areas to make more money. So
I just hope so. I hope so that for me, I don't see him like a bad person, but I don't see my country like a place that is going to be easy.
Because we have to find a means to earn money other than the crude. And I also think that if you are not making much money, but domestically you are able to at least provide enough for people back home. You at least you know that you are okay domestically. But another thing is the fact that it's taking the country into a different direction. Now we are moving from petrol to gas and all that to power the transportations and all that. It is quite changes in a way that we conduct transportation in Nigeria. So it's a drastic changes or departure from the what we used to do before. He's
let's
trying to
hope
explore the natural
for him to
gas thing.
succeed. Yeah, let us hope and give him more time. And I think he should also invest in information. It shouldn't be like Buhari administration where Wike will not be the one to tell Nigerians that we have received money from federal government. It's very bad. Position, no information. For example, they announced those things to the state. Maybe many states would have gone up and asked their governor on time. You understand me?
Yeah.
But they just kept quiet, and the governor, they all made use of that money for their own personal gain.
Oh no. See, it is even now that people will now be able to
ask.
Yes, their governor,
Yeah.
because you can't collect such amount of money for the purpose of palliative, and then you keep it, and people will not talk. People will talk.
We hope so.
People will talk. People will talk.
Yeah, I want to go and sleep, Mr.
All right,
Diwali.
since everybody's
Yeah.
really interjected us. All right, thank
Okay,
you, sir.
I'm about to end the
Good
show.
night.
I'm about to close the show. I'm just
All right, it's
Mr. Mike, bye.
All right now. This computer is slow. I need to hand this thing.